lórí Odùduwà TV rédíò.
ètò tẹ́tí rẹ̀ títí dé.
lórí Odùduwà TV rédíò.
ètò tẹ́tí rẹ̀ títí dé. ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò wa, ètò tó kọ́ni lọ́gbọ́n, tó fúnni lóye.
lórí ìkànnì tó sojú abẹ́ ń kó. ètò àwọn máa lè lọ. lórí Odùduwà TV rédíò.
ètò tẹ́tí rẹ̀ títí dé.
lórí Odùduwà TV rédíò.
ètò tẹ́tí rẹ̀ títí dé. ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò wa, ètò tó kọ́ni lọ́gbọ́n, tó fúnni lóye.
pẹ̀lú àtò lórí ìkànnì tó sojú abẹ́ ń kó.
ètò àwọn máa lè lọ.
ilẹ̀ ọmọlúwàbí, ìbọ̀wọ̀ fún àgbà, òmìnira pẹ̀lú ìsowọ́pọ̀, ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire, àwa dúró lórí òtítọ́ àti gbígbé àṣà àti ṣe lárugẹ, àti bí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kò ṣe ní dohun ìgbàgbé, èyí ló jẹ wá lógún. Má gbàgbé o.
Má ṣe bẹ̀rù lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Má ṣe bẹ̀rù bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn. Má gbàgbé o.
Má ṣe bẹ̀rù lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Ká máa rántí pé ilẹ̀ Oòduà.
Ohun ibi wọn ní ṣe.
Àní ká máa rántí wípé ilẹ̀ Oòduà.
Ohun ibi gbogbo wa ní ṣe.
A ṣe é ṣe fún wa o, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ wa.
Àṣẹ wa. Àṣẹ wa. Ilẹ̀ Oòduà.
Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀
Ilẹ̀
gbogbo
Oòduà.
adúláwọ̀.
Àní ilẹ̀ Oòduà.
Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀
Ilẹ̀
gbogbo
Oòduà.
adúláwọ̀.
Ilẹ̀ Oòduà. Ilẹ̀ Oòduà.
Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí a bá yín polówó ọjà yín lórí Odùduwà TV rédíò admin@oduduwatvradio.org tàbí kí ẹ kàn sí wa lórí aago +44 73 99 58 06 06. Ẹ tún lè kàn sí wa ní +44 79 56 80 81 99.
Odùduwà TV rédíò, a dúró lórí òtítọ́, òtítọ́, òtítọ́.
tó ẹ káàárọ̀ gbogbo lé o, a ní ìròyìn pàtàkì tí a fẹ́ fi tó gbogbo ọmọ káàrọ̀ létí, àmọ́ ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ orin ìbílẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ ní láìsí àní fi orin gbé lẹ́yìn, a máa kọ pẹ̀lú ohùn, torí ìmọ̀dé kí gbogbo wa ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kọ orin yẹn, ká kọ bó ṣe yẹ kó a máa kọ, àgàgà àwọn ọmọ wa kán lè mọ kíní yẹn, kán mọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ló ṣe kókó, torí náà ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ fúnra wa báyìí. Lédi bí iṣẹ́ tí mo ra, ẹ káàárọ̀ o. Ẹ káàárọ̀, ṣé ká kọ direct, ṣé abẹ́ fẹ́ play lórí fídíò, ṣé fẹ́ play ṣẹ́ ní orin yẹn lọ́wọ́?
No.
Ok, ẹ ṣeun, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ báyìí. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún orílẹ̀ ibi wa, ká gbéga, ká gbéga, ká gbéga fáyé rí. Bati beru labo mo kashishe kajola ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa tẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ, ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
So, a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi gbogbo ibi tẹ́ tí ó wò wá tẹ́ tí ń gbọ́ wa. A kí wa káàbọ̀ sí orí ètò wa, ètò yín lórí ìkànnì Oòduà TV rédíò láti ń gbé ohùn sí afẹ́fẹ́. Gbogbo àwa tá a ṣe ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, ẹ máa bá wa share, ẹ máa bá wa pín lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan. Ìròyìn yàjóyàjó ni a mú wá fún wa. Mo ti rí táwọn kan ti ń kọ síbẹ̀ wípé fake news. Tó bá wù yín kẹ́ ẹ gbọ́, tó bá wù yín kẹ́ ẹ gbà. Àwa tá a bá ń tẹ̀lé Oòduà TV rédíò, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa la máa rí wípé kò sóhun tá a sọ lórí ìkànnì yìí tí kò padà wá sí ìmúṣẹ. Wọ́n ní ìgbọ́ràn ó sàn ju ẹbọ rírú lọ, ìfetísílẹ̀ dẹ̀rẹ̀ ó sàn ju ọ̀rá àgbò lọ. Ìwọ tó bá sọ wípé fake news ni bábẹ́ẹ̀nẹ, ìtàlọ́ á ní bábẹ́ẹ̀nẹ òkè ìwọ ló mú wàhálà ti ẹ nìyẹn fake news, but àwa máa sọ fún wa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n ní kọ̀rọ̀kọ̀rọ̀ là ń rán fún adití. Àmọ́ pé ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà, ẹ̀yin ọmọlúàbí òdodo èèyàn dáadáa nìyí. Gbogbo àwa tá a bá ṣe ń ṣe fake news no problem, but àwa máa wá gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ táwa gbé dání tí Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ràn wá láti máa ṣe fún ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá. Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè á dẹ̀ máa ràn gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́. Àṣeyẹ la máa ṣe pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ò bá tí ì gbé ètò yìí, ẹ bá wa pín. Bàbá Adéjọ, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo ti ń try láti get in touch pẹ̀lú yín tẹ́ bá wà online, ẹ lè darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Mo ti rí pé ẹ ti wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn. So ibi tá à ń lọ ládé yìí o, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá, mo dẹ̀ fi àsìkò yìí náà kí ọkọ wa. Ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ pé gbogbo ìgbàlẹ̀ yìí náà ń dá. Ẹ bá wa kí àwọn èèyàn nílé ká tó máa tẹ̀síwájú lórí ètò wa. Ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ káàárọ̀ gbogbo ilé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. A kí gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjìrè, gbogbo àwa ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjìrè, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ náà. Ẹ wò ó, kò ní sú wa, kò ní rẹ̀ wá o. Gbogbo ilé tí à ń ṣe kò ní já sí asán. Ní àṣẹ Èdùmàrè, nígbà tá a bá ti délẹ̀ lérí wa tá ti sọ tí gbogbo àgbáyé ti mọ̀ wá sí ọmọ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjìrè, ẹ̀wọ̀n ò ní fẹ́ ẹnì kankan nínú wa ṣe àwátì. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo wa. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a tẹ̀síwájú lórí ìròyìn pàtàkì tí a mú wá. Ẹ ṣeun Lady Best, ó yá ẹ tẹ̀síwájú. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Wọ́n ní àjẹké lánàá ọmọ kúlé ní tani ò mọ̀ pé àjànà ló pa ọmọ jẹ. Àwa tá a bá wà lórí ètò wa ní ìjọ ò la ṣe program náà sókè ìjọ Tuesday. Ìyá mi yẹn ṣe mo ṣe program bọ ìjọ Tuesday lálẹ́ nìkan ni mo ṣe program for náà. Bídà pé eléyìí ó ṣe yàjóyàjó òun la ṣe jáde síta. Ẹ má bínú sí wa, ẹ ṣàgbà wá bí a ṣe rí pọ̀ náà. Ẹ mọ̀ pé gbogbo àtàráyè náà ojoojúmọ́ náà là ń jáde tẹ́lẹ̀, but àfẹ́ kí kan pa ìkan lára ni. Gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe sọ lórí ètò tí a ṣe kọjá ní last week, àwa tá a bá wà lórí ètò, àwa tá a bá dẹ̀ wà lórí ètò, mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ bá wa fìdílé nǹkan, kẹ́ ẹ bá wa fi nǹkan lédìí, kẹ́ ẹ lè máa tẹ̀lé wa ká lọ láti máa èyí náà máa understand nǹkan tí à ń sọ níbi tí à ń bá ọ̀rọ̀ wa lọ. Ẹ má bínú wípé mo fast mi really ní time. So ẹ rí wípé lórí ètò ní ọjọ́ Tuesday a ṣàlàyé fún wa wípé àwọn kan wọ́n ṣẹ̀ kó wọn dé sí Àbújá ni. Bí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ kó wọn dé sí Àbújá ni pé wọ́n dẹ̀ ń plan láti kó wọn wọlé wá sí South. Kò dẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n ti wà ní South tẹ́lẹ̀, àní South East lọ́dọ̀ wa and South West. Kò mọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n ti wà ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa tẹ́lẹ̀, ṣe get. And àwọn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀, àwọn yẹn wà níbi tí wọ́n wà. Àwọn fresh one làwọn eléyìí tí wọ́n kó dé asán ní last week. Wípé tí wọ́n bá kó wọn dé, lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti kó wọn dé, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ aṣọ army, wọ́n máa wọ àwọn aṣọ military sí wọn, wọ́n á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa direct wọn láti máa wò wọ́n wá sí láti máa gbé wọn wá sí ilẹ̀ wa. And a jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé a lot of nǹkan ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ọmọ tọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ń ṣe nàláì eléyìí ò wá kí ń ṣe nàláì mọ́ o. Àná ló yẹ ká jáde lórí ètò yìí but nítorí time mi ò jẹ́ ká jáde láti nínú agbọ́dọ̀ jáde láàárọ̀ yìí láti wá fi tó ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá létí. Meanwhile mo wá pé wẹ́ mo ní ẹ̀wọ̀n nǹkan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ o information tá gbọ́ rèé o. Ní tilẹ̀ tọ́lọ́ inú tí ẹ mọ̀ pé bóyá wọn kan ti ṣe fídíò jáde síta ẹ̀wọ̀n ló ṣe ń sọ fún mi láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ pé àwọn rí fídíò.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi.
Ṣé rí ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ̀zálì ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ewu ń bẹ lóko ló ń gé fún rẹ̀ ewu ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn new terrorists tí wọ́n ṣe kó dé wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa pín wọn wá sí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nísìnyí. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ látàná. Wọ́n ti wọ Ogun State, wọ́n ti wọ Ọ̀yọ́ State, wọ́n ti wọ Lagos State. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ Lagos State. Next one Ondo State, Ekiti State, Ogun State. Bọ́n ṣe máa gbé wọn wọlé nìyẹn pẹ̀lú bọ́ọ̀sì bọ́n ṣe máa kó wọn wọlé nìyẹn. And kí ni iṣẹ́ tí àwọn pípù yìí fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ wá ṣe? The first iṣẹ́ ibi tá à ń lọ gangan ládé yìí o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá wa ṣe ètò yìí kẹ́ bá wa pín ibi tá à ń lọ gangan lélẹ́yìí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ wípé àwọn náà ti rí wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nínú wa á ti rí wípé àwọn pípù yìí a ní láti máa gbáradì because wọ́n mọ̀ wípé a ti mọ gbogbo plan wọn. It's better. Wọ́n mọ̀ wípé a ti mọ gbogbo plan wọn. So àwọn náà wá fẹ́ start information ta fẹ́ fún yín gangan lélẹ́yìí. Sórí ìwọ tó o bá mọ̀ wípé o ní anything ní ilé mọ bó o ṣe máa tọ́jú ẹ̀ bóyá o máa rí mọ́lẹ̀ níbí kan ní àwọn oníṣọ̀kan tó bá ṣe lórí ètò a ò ní sọ fún ẹ. But àwa ń jáde láti sọ eléyìí kó o lè mọ ìgbésẹ̀ tó máa gbé kó o lè mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n fúnra rẹ̀ tó o máa gbé gbà. First iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ ilé ẹ̀mọ̀ ìpé kò tó ṣe wọn. Tẹ ẹ bá rántí pé wọ́n ti ṣerú ẹ̀ láti
wọ́n ti ṣe rí.
And nǹkan tí wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa ṣe ń sìn nìyẹn wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa wọ àwọn ilé láti máa wò àwọn wo ni wọ́n ní títí kan àdá àwọn wo ni wọ́n ní àwọn nǹkan
gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá
ni wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa kó ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ewu ń bẹ lóko lóúnjẹ fúnra ewu mo sọ mo ní kò sí anybody tó máa jà fún wa o àwa fúnra wa la máa jà fúnra wa o lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Àwọn kan sọ pé àwọn Mrs. Bọ́lá Tító Adéwìtì wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n ní àwọn 15 luxurious buses wọ́n wọ Èkó lánàá.
Ìyá mi wọn ò tí ì tán o. Yes, first one Ọ̀yọ́ ni first.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èkó ló tẹ̀lé, Ọ̀ṣun ni second one, Ondo, Èkìtì.
Ògùn náà.
Yes.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré play video.
Eléyìí ò kí ń ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ pé bóyá wọ́n ní wọ́n pé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ṣé ká sáré play video yẹn?
Eléyìí sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní wọ́n pé ìdí tá a ṣe ń pariwo rẹ̀ báwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ìwọ tó jókòó síbẹ̀ yẹn tó ń kọ nàláì ẹ̀yin ṣe nàláì Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ ká joyè adọ́run mòótọ́ o.
Àmì àṣẹ.
Now ìmọ̀ràn tá a fẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá òun wá ni wípé àwa tá a bá mọ̀ wípé a ní àwọn nǹkan tí a fẹ́ fi dáàbò bo ara wa nínú ilé torí wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ ojúlé sójúlé iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé iṣẹ́ tó kọ́kọ́ gbélé wọn lọ́wọ́ nìyẹn kó tó di pé láwọn fẹ́ máa bust everywhere iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ gbélé wọn lọ́wọ́ nìyẹn wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ ojúlé sójúlé kí wọ́n máa search wọ́n fẹ́ máa search ìwọ tó bá ní ọ̀tá ni o ìwọ tó bá ní ìbọn ni o ìwọ tó bá lélẹ̀ ni o ìwọ tó bá ní tọ̀hún wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa kó everything wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa kó everything so ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá ní nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé àkíní yìí mo ṣe láti fi dáàbò bo family mẹ́rin ṣé rí àwọn Fúlàní terrorist ń gbé ìbọn kiri wọ́n ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi wọn ò rí wọn wọn ò mú wọn wọn ò ṣe nǹkan kan sí àwọn àwa tá a jẹ́ aráàlú ni wọ́n tún ṣe kí ni wọ́n tún fẹ́ wá máa rí pé a ò lè defend ara wa ẹ̀jọ̀ nítorí tọlọ́run ṣé ìlú nìyẹn wọ́n ní a ò lè defend ara wa ṣé orí ìwọ tó bá ní nǹkan tó mọ̀ nílé tó mọ̀ pé àkíní yìí ìbọn mi lélẹ́yìí o àdá mi lélẹ́yìí o kíní kan mi lélẹ́yìí o mọ bó o ṣe máa tọ́jú ẹ̀ o mi ò ní sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa tọ́jú ẹ̀ lórí ètò o kí wọ́n má bàa dé kọ́ máa ní ó yá ibi àtìgbọ́ ibi ìbáyìí ló fi sí ó yá lọ mo jáde níbẹ̀ wọ́n ní ìbùkún ni fún ọmọ ọ̀dọ́ náà tó ṣe kí ni tó fi ọgbọ́n ṣe mo rọ gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí tọlọ́run ọba pánsá ò fura pánsá jẹ́ ewu ń bẹ lóko ló ń gẹ́ o ewu ń bẹ lóko ló ń gẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ tí mọ̀ gbogbo táwa ò bá rí tá a ṣe investigation ẹ̀ dáadáa àbí jáde síta láti wá máa sọ wọ́n pọ̀ o wọn kì í ṣe kékeré o àwa tá a bá wo program tá a ṣe ń jọ Tuesday ẹ lọ wo o ẹ lọ wo ìjọ Tuesday la ṣe ń sọ pé wọ́n ṣe kó wọn dé l'Ábùjá ni o náà wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní distribute wọn
wọ́n ti ń pín wọn káàkiri
ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká jí gìrì o ẹ jẹ́ ká jí gìrì o is more than 60, is 30 or 31. ẹ wo ìyá mi àti 30 kò tí ẹ in fact ṣe rí ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́ 31 yẹn wọ́n fi ṣe refresh ni starting lẹ́rí yẹn starting wọn ò tí ì dáwọ́ dúró wọ́n tún ṣì ń kó wọn bọ̀ wọ́n tún ṣì ń kó wọn bọ̀ ay.
Yes, okay. Ẹ ṣe mo gbọ́ yín now mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ṣe kíní kan fún mi ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀yin èèyàn a máa play àwọn fídíò kan fún yín sìn so àwọn máa padà wá Lady B máa padà wọlé sìn àmọ́ ká tó tẹ̀síwájú lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ọ̀rọ̀ tán sọ sìn kì í ṣe eléyìí kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ṣeréṣeré mo máa play fídíò kan àbí méjì fún yín alàgbà Adéjọ ti wọlé very good so kan tó tẹ̀ káwọn tó wọlé káwọn tó sọ̀rọ̀ sìn èmi máa sọ máa play ẹ jẹ́ ká play fídíò kan fún yín ká kọ́kọ́ rí n tó ń lọ so mo fẹ́ kẹ́ wo fídíò yìí ń dáná alàgbà Adéjọ káàbọ̀ mo ń bọ̀ o ẹ fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú kan báyìí mo kàn fẹ́ ṣe àwọn kankan ni so kí ni òun dà ok mo fẹ́ kẹ́ wo fídíò yìí bí mo ṣe ń sọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí mo ń bọ̀ o 1 second here we are. I think we got it here. So we should put that one there. It might be known. Okay, then go stop share now. I think I need to stop share. Share. So stop share. Mbo. Okay, right. Just give me a minute. Working on okay, worrying. So because mo fẹ́ kẹ́ wo fídíò yìí ó wáyé lórí ètò lánàá so mo fẹ́ fi hàn wá ẹ fún mi ìṣẹ́jú mi mọ̀ tẹ́ bá tẹ́ ń gbọ́ báyìí mo fẹ́ mọ̀ tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kankan wò ná ok ẹ ń gbọ́ báyìí máa kàn play ẹ àwọn tó wà nílé máa gbọ́ ìyẹn ni mo fẹ́ káwọn náà gbọ́ ẹ hold on o 1 more second share screen. Share screen. Go back again to the other one. Now, we just need to see that picture, that video out. That's all I'm looking for. So I'll share the sound. Below, I'll play and sing. Then we'll put that across, then you can see it. Share screen. Now, good. Ẹ máa gbọ́ lè sìn so mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ wá wò sìn now. So ní àná Koiki sọ̀rọ̀ nípa kínní mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí ó yé wa ó dẹ̀ tọ́ mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí Lady B tí wọ́n sọ ń sìn alàgbà Adéjọ náà wọ́n tún máa fi àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀ kan náà kú ẹni mi náà adẹ̀ ti ń sọ kínní pé àwọn aráàbí wọn ti ń wọlé sí wa lára mo ní fídíò kan tí máa tún play ẹ wá gbọ́ ilé ìsìn.
aláwọn pọ̀ ọmọ ogun tó kó wọlé sọ̀rọ̀ state lélẹ́yìí at least nǹkan tó fi kó wọn ó wọ mọ́ọ̀dà kínní ṣe pé wọ́n kóra wọn wọlé gan ni wọ́n kó wọn wọlé gan ni bẹ́ẹ̀.
ṣẹ́rí wọn pẹ̀lú àwọn gi ṣẹ́rí pé wọ́n kó gi dání wọ́n na igi nínú mọ́tò ṣẹ́rí kẹrin pé nǹkan tá à ń sọ kì í ṣeré o a máa tún pè é lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i.
aláwọn pọ̀.
ṣẹ́rí bọ́ ṣe jọ ṣẹ́rí igi ọwọ́ wọn ṣẹ́ ń rí igi lọ́wọ́ wọn nínú mọ́tò ṣẹ́ ń rí mo fẹ́ kó yé wa ni mo ṣe ń didi ṣe báyìí o.
ọmọ ogun tó kó wọlé sọ.
ẹ tún wò wọ́n ṣẹ́rí wọ́n ti wọlé sí wa láàrin wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ fún wa pé àwọn làwọn nílẹ̀ tá a bá ń sọ fún yín pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ṣeréṣeré àwọn kan máa ní pé wọ́n máa rò pé bóyá akàn sọ ni ẹ wò igi wọ́n pọ̀ nu mọ́tò gbogbo wọn ríbi jókòó wọ́n pọ̀ dé pé wọ́n kúnnu mọ́tò. ṣẹ́rí ọwọ́ wọn wọ́n ti pé wọ́n máa ná wọ́n dẹ̀ pa tí a bá ṣe ètò ìdáàbòbò fúnra wa.
at least nǹkan tó fi kó wọn ó wọ mọ́dà kínní ṣe pé wọ́n kóra wọn wọlé gan ni.
ṣẹ́rí pé wọ́n ṣí gbogbo wíńdò wọ́n yọ wọ́n gbógun bọ̀ sọ́dọ̀ wa èyí kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ eré mọ́ o ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ eré mọ́ o.
wọ́n kó wọn wọlé gan-an.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n padà sẹ́yìn mo tún fẹ́ kẹ́ réré náà ṣe rí gbogbo wọn ṣe rí pé gbogbo wọn wọ́n kọ ẹ wo bọ́n ṣe jókòó sínú mọ́tò ṣe rí mo dídì fẹ́ fi hàn yín pé kó lè yíra pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ẹ má fi ṣeré ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣe rí ṣe tí ó ní wọn ṣe rí pé àìmọye bọ́ọ̀sì mẹ́fà bíi márùn-ún mẹ́fà lárí sí wọ́n dẹ̀ wà nínú mọ́tò bẹ́yẹn. ariwo ogun dẹ̀ ló ń pa ṣẹ́rí bọ́n lọ́wọ́ eléyìí ṣẹ́rí èyí tó gbébọn wálẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí èyí tó wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn gbébọn. tabarẹ̀ ń sọ àwọn kan máa ní pé bóyá akọ̀ ń pariwo ni alàgbà bàbá wa Adéjọ ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí a padà sí main screen stop share sí iná so how am I gonna stop share for now. So now ẹ bá wa gbóhùn sókè bàbá Adéjọ ẹ káàbọ̀.
mo kì í jẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi.
à ń gbọ́ yín.
ẹ kú àárọ̀ a kú weekend.
ẹ ṣeun.
ibi mo kí yín o.
wọ́n bísí lọ́wọ́ bọ́tẹ̀ yẹn máa tẹ̀síwájú wọ́n ń gbọ́ yín.
mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà ẹ̀yin Yorùbá ọmọ ọkọ tí ń ṣọmọ àlè ẹ̀yin Yorùbá born and proud of Yorùbá people. mo kí yín mo kí ra mi mo kí Dr. Professor AY.
lẹ́sà yín ní akẹ́yìn náà akí yín ẹ káàbọ̀.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń sọ pé làláì ẹ̀yin tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún tẹ́ bá lọ wo àwọn fídíò tá ti ṣe sẹ́yìn àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tá ti sọ sẹ́yìn ẹ mọ̀ pé ní ìjẹ́jọ́ kọ́ la sọ ní last Tuesday kọ́ la sọ the upper one la sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó kó wọlé láti Mali àwọn tó kó wọlé láti Niger Niger tán kó aṣọ sójà sí lọ́rùn tán wọlé a tún ní fọ́nrán ẹ̀ a fi hàn yín but àwọn kan sọ pé làláì but ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ pé làláì yẹn lágbára Ọlọ́run lágbára àwọn alálẹ̀ Oòduà tẹ́ ẹ̀ gbàgbọ́ nù nǹkan tá à ń sọ tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ kógun kó lẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ̀yin lè máa kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ victim lágbára Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yin lè máa kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ victim àyè nínú ilé yín ni victim yẹn ti kọ́kọ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìyẹn lè máa fi gbàgbọ́ èmi gbà ládùúrà fún yín lágbára Ọlọ́run lágbára àwọn tó tẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá dó.
àṣẹ torí àwọn à ń sọ sìn pé kí a tètè pèsè dáàbòbò pé ẹ wá o ẹ sọ pé irọ́ là ń pa à ń parọ́ ni.
ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ sọ pé làláì tí ẹ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kán ṣe lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yin lè máa kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ victim ò bá jẹ́ ẹ̀yin lè máa kọ́kọ́ kó sọ́wọ́ àwọn sójà yẹn tó máa fi múlẹ̀ ẹwà lára wọn ẹ̀yin lè máa kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ victim àbí èèyàn yín tó mọ̀ yín dáadáa bẹ́ni tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ lè máa fi gbàgbọ́ because a ò wá ṣeré bí oníkálukú ló ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe oníkálukú ló ní time à ń fi time wá sílẹ̀ la fi ń wá bí ìfẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè wa la ní ìfẹ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá la ní but tá a bá ń ṣe tẹ̀yìn kan bá wá ń sọ pé nǹkan tá à ń ṣe rubbish ni lágbára Ọlọ́run ó máa kàn yín á kàn yín mi ò ní sọ pé ó máa kàn ràn yín kọrí ìran Yorùbá ni yín but tó bá jẹ́ pé ìwọ tó wà ń bẹ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó ń ṣe Yorùbá lágbára Ọlọ́run nǹkan tó máa kàn wọn náà tó máa fi gbà pé Nàìjíríà ń ṣe ìlú nǹkan tó máa kàn ẹ́ tó máa kan ìdílé ẹ Ọlọ́run á gbé lé ẹ lọ́wọ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run nǹkan burú ni o kì í ṣe nǹkan dáadáa o so èyí kàn yẹn mo dúró ṣẹ́rí ọ̀rọ̀ ta ti sọ fún yín pé kẹ́ ẹ múra kì í ṣeré o ṣẹ́rí àwọn sójà tán kó wà yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí àpẹẹrẹ ẹ kọ́kọ́ wo ilẹ̀ Yíbò ẹ wo nǹkan tó dá lára ńbẹ̀ àrà tó ń dá ń bẹ̀ ni pé wọ́n lọ sí fíléèjì kan wọ́n lọ sí abúlé kan wọ́n dẹ̀ lé gbogbo àyè tán pa wọ́n dẹ̀ yìnbọn sí gbogbo pásẹ̀jì sí gbogbo ara lé ṣé sójà tí orí ẹ pé ní ìlú tó dáa ìlú tá wà yìí wọn ò bí sójà kan rí ọlọ́pàá ìlú yìí ó máa ń àrẹ́sì sójà ẹ lè rí sójà mo rí sójà ní ìlú yìí látìgbà tí mo ti wọ̀ ìlú yìí past 15 years mi ò rí sójà ju bí ẹ̀ máa rún lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
mọ́tò wọn kàn kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ rìn káàkiri iṣẹ́ àwọn ọlọ́pàá ni so àwọn sójà yìí ń sìn wọ́n wá gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tó ṣe ń lẹ̀ yíbò wọn ń ṣe sójà nàìjíríà o àwọn french sójà tó lọ kó wá wọ́n ti wà lábújá ń rìn ó ti lé ní 2 months tó ti ń gba training tó ti ń kọ́ wọn most àwọn sójà yìí wọn ò gbọ́ english french ló ń sọ and àwọn young people ara àwọn sójà tó jẹ́ kinní wọn ní mali a gbọ́ pé wọ́n release wọn buhari lọ bá wọ́n release wọn kúrò ní prison wọ́n fún wọn ní pardon wọ́n gbà wọ́n wá sí nàìjíríà wọ́n fún wọn ní identity card wọ́n fún wọn ní nia wọ́n fún wọn ní passport wa. àwa sí bí aṣọ gbogbo ẹ̀ fún yín bọ̀tì àwọn míì ẹ̀yìn etí wọn ló ń bọ́ sí bọ̀ lágbára pé àwa ń fi tiwa sílẹ̀ à ń gbọ́ ti orílẹ̀-èdè wa pé àfẹ́ kó orílẹ̀-èdè wa parun àdẹ̀fẹ́ nǹkan tó máa mú ìtàjẹ̀ sílẹ̀ wá bá àwọn èèyàn wa ìwọ tó ń sọ pé làláì lágbára ọlọ́run oòdùà yóò ní ṣojú ẹ̀ o because tó bá o fẹ́ kí a tẹ̀síwájú láti máa ṣe tó bá ń sọ pé làláì ni o fẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú láti máa ṣí àwọn èèyàn wa létí o fẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú láti máa ṣe nǹkan tó tọ́ àti nǹkan tó yẹ but lágbára gbogbo àwọn tó ń jáde tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó ń fi tiwọn sílẹ̀ tó gbogbo wa ló ní nǹkan tó yẹ ká ṣe gbogbo wa ní ìlú òyìnbó la wà yìí time is money so fi nǹkan wa sílẹ̀ nígbà míì a máa ń dá orun mọ́jú nígbà míì a máa wà lórí ètò títí 12 a dẹ̀ máa wọṣẹ́ nígbà míì nìkan bíi 4 o'clock 6 o'clock ẹ wo orú oorun tá a máa sùn yẹn ìwọ wá dé o wá ń dìbùkù airport wa lágbára ọlọ́run nǹkan tí ò dá máa kàn ẹ́ o.
bóyá ṣẹ́rí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀sán ṣe àṣewà mo kàn fẹ́ fi nǹkan kan kún ni ṣẹ́rí àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe kinní yẹn wọ́n ti gba àwọn alátẹnujẹ làwọn yẹn wọ́n ti gba nǹkan kan ní ṣọ́rọ̀ mi yẹn yín ọwọ́ ti kan wọ́ lọ́dọ̀ wọn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ṣọ́rọ̀ mi yẹn yín ọwọ́ ti kan wọ́ a dẹ̀ ń sọ fún yín àsìkò ṣì wà fún yín o kẹ̀tẹ̀tẹ̀ agbára yín là o àsìkò ṣì wà fún yín ẹ jẹ́ kí áwúyé wa nǹkan tí àwọn alàgbà ń sọ ń sìn à ń tẹnumọ́ fún yín pé ó ń bọ̀ kì í ṣe pé ó tẹ̀ tí ń bọ̀ ó ti dé ó ti wọ̀lú ẹ yé sọ pé à ń parọ́ ẹ pèsè ìdáàbòbò kí lẹ̀ ń ṣe ládùúgbò yín ètò ìdáàbòbò wo lẹ pèsè kàkà kẹ́ máa sọ pé rọ́ ó dìgbà tá ó ṣe wá jẹ́ pé ìgbà táwa bá ń sọ pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ fura o ẹ gbáradì o ìgbà yẹn lẹ máa jáde ẹ wá máa sọ pé rọ́ ìgbésẹ̀ wo lẹ̀yin gangan ń gbé ládùúgbò yín ìgbésẹ̀ wo gangan kẹ́tẹ́ wọ́n máa sọ pé àwa parọ́ ṣe ti wádìí gbogbo àwọn fúlàní tó wà ní gbogbo ọ̀nà tó wà ní gbogbo junction ṣe ti rí sí wọn ṣe ti lé wọn kúrò àwọn fúlàní tẹ̀ ń gbà bí ọdẹ ṣe ti rí sí wọn àwọn fúlàní tó yẹ pé wọ́n náà àwọn ṣe àwọn kankan lẹ̀ àwòrán ni wọ́n jókòó sí iwájú àwọn ilé pàtàkì ṣe ti rí sí wọn. ara ètò ìdáàbòbò tá à ń sọ nìyẹn o torí náà nǹkan tí àwọn bàbá Adéjọ tó ń sọ ó tọ́ mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí a ká ṣí etí wa ká gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀ jẹ́ ká gbé lápapọ̀ wa ẹ ṣe wọn tẹ̀síwájú mo dúpẹ́.
gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí mò ń sọ lọ ẹ ṣe wà ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa wọ́n ní ìfura lóògùn àgbà ẹ fura ṣẹ̀rọ àwọn sójà tó wà yẹn wọ́n wá láti wá gbà ẹ̀rọ tí ìjà tó jà máa fún yín ní àwọn àpẹẹrẹ ẹ̀rọ tí ìjà tó jà ní LASU nígbà yẹn pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ agbèrò ẹ wo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n mú ìgbà tí ọwọ́ àwọn èèyàn wa àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó tẹ àwọn àbókí ọlọ́kadà wọ́n pe sójà láti inú barracks àwọn sójà yẹn wá kì í ṣe pé wọ́n fìlàjà o wọ́n stop àwọn tó ń pààyàn yẹn àwọn Fúlàní pé ẹ má jà mọ́ kọ́ máa mú pìsì níbí kọ́ máa mú pìsì níbí wọ́n ní kí Fúlàní máa fọ́ mọ́tò àwọn mọ́tò tó pààkì síwájú LASU yunifásitì àwọn Fúlàní ń kọlù àwọn sójà dẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ náà bọ́ sí àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń bọ̀ pàápàá náà yìnbọn mọ́ wọn wọ́n fi ń lé wọn àwọn Fúlàní dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí wọn lọ ẹ la etí yín o gbogbo àwọn tó wà yẹn wọn ń ṣe Nàìjíríà sójà àwọn sójà Saudana àwọn sójà Yíbò wọn wà nínú igbó Sambisa àwọn náà ń kó lọ fèsì Boko Haram náà ń pa àwọn náà ń kó lọ ṣẹ́ra àwọn tó kó wá sísàlẹ̀ àwọn tó kó wá ní Mali ni wọ́n dẹ̀ mú àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá míì náà tó mọ̀ nípa ojú ọ̀nà yẹn wọ́n fi wọ́n hábẹ̀ tẹ bá máa wo lídà àwọn tó tìmọ̀ àwọn pípù yẹn wọ́n ń ṣe Yorùbá o ẹ jẹ́ kí wá bọ̀ sí búbu yín ṣe rí àwọn tó ń kárí operation Èkó Dangote Sanusi àti àwọn ọba sẹ́ríkì tán fi jẹ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àwọn ló wà ní ìdí ọ̀rọ̀ bí Èkó ṣe fẹ́ wó bọ́n ṣe fẹ́ gba Èkó wọ́n ti plan ní wọn gbogbo kíní tó lọ dá sílẹ̀ láti kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ Libya Saudi Arabia àwọn tó ti wọ Èkó tó ti accommodate síbẹ̀ tó ti ṣe bọ́ǹbù tó ti ṣe everything wọ́n ti wà ń bẹ̀ already but Dangote ẹ mọ̀ pé as a businessman ó fẹ́ sọ Èkó di Èkó Fúlàní kó jẹ́ pé òun ló máa jẹ gàba lórí ibẹ̀ ó fẹ́ gbà á ó dẹ̀ ná owó ó dẹ̀ ń finance àwọn terrorists tán wọlé àwọn tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn tó ọ̀yàn ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ bá ń sùn ẹ jí Èkó number 1 ẹ múra Èkó ẹ tighten security yín ẹ jáde eléyìí ò ń sọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú o ṣe rí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ sọ pé ń tẹ̀lé Tinubu wọ́n ń lò lára Tinubu ni hate Tinubu o àwọn olóṣèlú wa tẹ bá láròjinlẹ̀ wọ́n ń fẹ̀mí yín play politics ni o tó bá délẹ̀ tán wọ́n ní private jet láti sá lọ tó bá wùn yín kẹ́ gbọ́ tó bá wùn yín kẹ́ gbà àwa sọ tiwa fún yín wọ́n ní private jet tó máa gbé tó máa sá lọ tó máa kó àwọn ọmọ wọn kóyàwó wọn ìwọ ò ní private jet o ò ní kẹ̀kẹ́ dépò tó mọ́tò ẹ gan o ò lè gbé ni o ẹ ṣọ́ra yín ṣe ra àwọn sójà tó ń kó wá sísàlẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n wá pa ni wọn wá gbà láwọn òkè kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní south ní south west tó fi kó sójà wá wọ́n dẹ̀ kó àwọn bíi 30 bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn wọ́n kó wọn wá 30 yẹn dẹ̀ ní bíi bọ́ọ̀sì kọ̀ọ̀kan máa gba bíi 100 people so wọ́n ti kó 15 sí kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ sí Ìbàdàn 15 lọ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àwọn báàṣì míì tó máa wá tó máa lọ Abẹ́òkúta tó máa lọ Ọ̀ṣun state èyí tó máa lọ sí Oǹdó tó máa lọ sí gbá so ẹlẹ́tí yín kí n tó ṣe àpẹẹrẹ fún yín àwọn tó tún gbé wá nígbà kan ní Oǹdó state tí wọ́n wá lóru tí wọ́n mú tán nínú báràsì ló wá bọ̀ wọ́n báràsì lọ kó wọn sí àti àwọn obìnrin tí wọ́n múra tán ní Fúlàní làwọn tí wọ́n lè sọ English tó jẹ́ French ló ń sọ inú báràsì ní Oǹdó state lọ kó wọn sí. So ẹ wò pé wọ́n ṣó fọ́nrán Akérédolú wọ́n ṣó fọ́nrán yẹn tí wọ́n fi ní káwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn ní kán lọ mú wọn jáde tán fi kó wọn jáde tán kó wọn padà àwọn bí bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn bíi 15 náà wọlé ń jọ yẹn sí Oǹdó state tẹ bá rántí ẹ máa fi nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí ẹ máa fi wéra wọn. àwọn tó ń kó wá yìí wọ́n fẹ́ wá sáàṣì gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ bá ní ìbọn ńlé wọ́n dẹ̀ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní early next month alẹ́ náà dẹ̀ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí operate ẹni tán bá àdá nílé ẹ̀ tán bá ìbọn nílé ẹ̀ ìsáyédà kan pa ọkọ̀ gbé lọ kẹ má rí mọ́. pláàni wọn nìyẹn ẹ share program yẹn share ètò yìí gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ má wo àwọn sójà yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rẹ́ yín o because wọ́n mọ̀ pé nǹkan ti wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá náà wọ́n mọ̀ pé à ń ṣe lásán ẹ̀rù ń bà àwọn náà bọ̀tọ̀ ọ̀nà tó lè gbà ní pé kán ṣàṣì gbogbo lé ẹni tán bá nǹkan lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kàn ní tó bọ̀ sílé ẹ sọ́ dogun mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ ẹ sọ́ dìjà mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ ìṣẹ̀ tó máa fi parí lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ní sójà Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n gbọ́ English àwọn eléyìí wọ́n fún wọn ní other country uniform Nàìjíríà ìgbàna kó fún wọn àwọn military kan tún wà wọ́n dẹ̀ ń san owó fún wọn owó tó ń sọ fún àwọn sójà wa kan náà ń sọ fún àwọn wá in the base of contract wọ́n fẹ́ gbàlú wọ́n fẹ́ sọ ìlú di ìlú àwọn Fúlàní ni so fún wọn wá láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń san owó fún wọn daily olówó tó ń gbà.
owó wa náà fẹ́ sanwó fún wọn owó ti wá ní o.
wọ́n dẹ̀ ń san fún wọn uniform tó wà lọ́rùn wọn uniform sójà ni sójà Nàìjíríà náà kó fún wọn wọ́n ti bọ́ tiwọn wọ́n ti wọlé sí Àbújá láti 2 months ago tá a ti pariwo fún yín information yẹn ti wá wọ́n ti wọ obìnrin náà wà láàrin wọn àwọn obìnrin àwọn ọmọdé mi náà wà ní wọn tán ti train nípa tẹ bá ń fojú wọ ọmọdé Fúlàní nǹkan kan gbogbo wọn náà ti train ẹ̀yin kọ̀ọ̀kan yín tẹ̀ rìn láàrin àdúgbò ẹ gbọ́ táwọn Fúlàní máa ń lérí sí yín pé díẹ̀ ló kù táwọn àwọn kàn fẹ́ ọ̀dà tí ọ̀dà bá ti dún díẹ̀ ló kù a dẹ̀ tún sọ fún yín nípa táǹkà epo ẹ pé àwọn ọlọ́dẹ àdúgbò yín àwọn ọlọ́dẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá Ìbà Gani Adams ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sùn o ẹ̀yin OPC ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sùn Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sùn àsìkò yìí ò ń ṣàsìkò oorun o àsìkò yìí a máa èní ní
18th oṣù kẹfà.
So on the 18th 2022 a máa rán yín létí lórí ètò yìí ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sùn o ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sùn ẹ̀yin OPC ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sùn wọ́n máa wa táǹkà wọlé lóru sáwọn kí point nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n dẹ̀ máa sọná sí i. Gbogbo ilé epo tó wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n ti mọ̀ àwọn ọlọ́kadà Fúlàní wọ́n tán kó wá àtàwọn ọlọ́kadà káàkiri tó jẹ́ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọn tó máa wọlé epo yẹn tó máa sọná sí i. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé iná tó ń jó nínú epo kì í ṣe iná kékeré, oníkálukú wọn máa fọwọ́ gbárí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ń lọ wọ́n máa ṣúùtì yín, wọ́n máa yìnbọn, àwọn sójà náà máa jáde máa rò pé wọ́n wá rẹ́sù ni wọ́n rẹ́sù yín. Kẹ múra kẹ lè mọ nǹkan tó ń bọ̀. Nọ́mbà 1 Èkó gbogbo fẹ́ gbà. Dangote mọ̀ nípa nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ó mọ̀.
Ẹ lọ wá. Ó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Sànúsí ó mọ̀ gbogbo àwọn sẹ́ríkí tó fi jẹ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n mọ̀ ń pẹ̀, wọ́n ní leader, wọ́n ní àwọn tó ń ṣe sọ́fì fún wọn, wọ́n níbi tó ń rìpọ́ọ̀tù sí every blessed day. Lọ́sí yẹn so ẹ jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run bá mo fi bẹ̀ yín. Ìdí táwọn sójà yẹn dẹ̀ fi wá mission wọn pọ̀, wọ́n fi pé ọ̀rọ̀ declaration tá à ń sọ gbogbo ètò tá à ń ṣe àwọn náà ń wò ó pé tí Ìgbòho bá wọlé wọ́n á àtàkẹ́ wọ́n máa dáná sunlé ẹ̀ ìyẹn ni wọ́n kọ̀ yọ ọ́. Tí Ìgbòho bá wọlé wọ́n máa padà lọ àtàkẹ́ wọ́n máa dáná sunlé ẹ̀ tó ẹ múra. Number 2 wọ́n ń wò pé tá a bá ṣe declaration táwọn èèyàn bá jáde wọ́n máa ṣe gbá wọ́n máa ṣàwọ́gbọ́n ẹ má bẹ̀rù ẹ jáde togun.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o
bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Wọ́n dúró pé kò sẹ́ni tó lè gbalẹ̀ àwọn. Gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ló ń dúró ẹ má ṣojo ẹ jáde wọ́n dẹ̀ ní ká gbàwẹ̀ ọjọ́ 3 gbogbo yín ẹ gbàwẹ̀ fẹ́ gbóhùn sókè Ọlọ́run kó gbè wá níjà. Ọlọ́run tó yọ Joseph lóko ẹrú ayọ̀lẹ̀ Yorùbá kò lọ́wọ́ àwọn Gòláyátì.
Àmín àṣẹ.
Ọlọ́run ayọ̀ wá kò lọ́wọ́ àwọn Gòláyátì. Wọ́n á jẹrun ara wọn, wọ́n á para wọn, wọ́n á dẹ̀ ṣera wọn báṣubàṣu àṣírí wọn á tú. Àwa nìkan kọ́ o, wọ́n tún lọ sílẹ̀ Yíbò kọjá ní ìjẹta lọ́ gbé ní àwọn Fúlàní darandaran lọ́ lọ sí fíléèjì kan tó ń pa àwọn èèyàn 70 lọ́ pa ní fíléèjì yẹn. Èèyàn 70 nígbà tó ń rí pé àwọn fíléèjì yẹn náà wọ́n ń ṣe raburabu ẹlikọ́pítà gbé àwọn Fúlàní sójà rú àwọn tó kó wá sílẹ̀ wa wọ́n gbé wọn dé. So ara àwọn tó escape ní fíléèjì yẹn ló lọ fídíò yẹn mo send ẹ̀ sí Lady B. Ara àwọn ọmọ Yíbò tó wà ní fíléèjì yẹn tó escape àwọn ló lọ pe ESN. Àwọn ESN bó ṣe wọ yẹn nọ́mbà wọn pín káàkiri gbogbo fíléèjì pé tẹ́nìtì bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ fún àláàtì àwọn. Wọ́n pín nọ́mbà wọn káàkiri pé anything tó bá ti ń pass through anything Fúlàní ẹ pé àwọn. Mo rò bí kan nú wọn ló sáré ló pe àgbà táwọn ESN dé náà fèsì àwọn pípù yẹn. Tẹ bá wo fídíò wọn náà the same video ọ̀tọ̀ ní fídíò yẹn wọn ti sẹ́ni yẹn sí mi. Tẹ bá rà àwọn sójà àwọn Boko Haram tán pa yìí wọ́n kó wọn sínú mọ́tò wọn ń wà wọ́n lọ gbogbo àgbàdo pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn ni. Àwọn ESN fèsì wọn wọ́n dẹ̀ wọ́n pa púpọ̀ lára wọn wọ́n kó òkú wọn sínú mọ́tò wọn ń wà wọ́n lọ bóyá fẹ́ lọ tún jẹ ní ìmọ̀ o. So ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ìbẹ̀rù number 1 another prison another slavery ní ìbẹ̀rù ní ọgbọ́n wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Another slavery ní ìbẹ̀rù tẹ bá ti ń bẹ̀rù wọ́n máa gba nǹkan níyín lọ́wọ́ yín. Báyín kọ́tà ẹjogún ẹ máa wá sanwó tenement rent fáwọn Fúlàní tí ò ń ṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Wọ́n ṣe mọ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá o.
Ẹ ti nǹkan sílẹ̀ fáwọn ọmọ yín àwọn bàbá yín ti kú bàbá yín ti kú kò sí pátáwa náà ti kú o. Kò sẹ́ni tó ń ògùn kú ṣe gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tán káàkiri yẹn wọ́n fẹ̀mí wa play politics ni o.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n.
Ẹ̀mí wa play politics o tán bá ní ìfẹ́ wa gbogbo wọn yẹ kán dìde nílẹ̀ ní káàárọ̀ òjìrì ilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
Kán dìde kán pé ìpè ó yá ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà yóò ti débi tí gbogbo wa ti máa ṣe pàdé àpérò kó tó di pé àwa tẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ agitator kán dìde kán ṣe pàdé àpérò pé òkè ṣá ìfẹ́ bára wa gbé kí ni nǹkan tó yẹ ká ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ibi tí Nàìjíríà yìí lọ yìí kò yé wa bọ̀ sí. Wọ́n ti fi contract wọ́n ti fi owó wọ́n ti fi dí wọn lẹ́nu wọ́n ti promise wọn ipò tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò ní tọ́ bá débẹ̀ gan wọn ò ní ìsinmi so wọ́n ti promise wọn wọ́n ti ń fẹ̀mí àwa takáìtì wọ́n ti fẹ̀mí wa ṣètì contract ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń tẹ̀lé wọn lágbára Ọlọ́run tó bá jẹ́rọ̀ là ń pa àdàbí tí ò bá jẹ́ pé a nífẹ̀ẹ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá jẹ́ pé à ń dẹ́rù báyìí ni àdàbí ẹ̀yin lè máa jẹ́ títì mo gbogbo àwọn tó gba ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nìkan tó fẹ́ kí Yorùbá bọ́ lóko ẹrú nǹkan kan oníkan wọn olúwa ti lẹ sí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń dá òtún wa ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń dá òtún tẹ́ ń sọ pé rán ni tẹ́ ń tẹ̀lé àwọn olóṣèlú tẹ́ fẹ́ kí Yorùbá yìí wà lóko ẹrú ẹ̀yin lè máa jẹ́ títì mo lágbára Ọlọ́run tó ń bá fẹ́ jiyàn gbé ẹ̀yin lè máa rìn sásìkò ẹ̀ tó ibẹ̀ lẹ ti máa gbàgbọ́ tọ́lọ́run bá yọ yín ẹ̀ padà wálé ẹ̀ gbàgbọ́ tọ́lọ́run dẹ̀ bá yọ yín ó gòkè ọ̀run tó ẹjọ́ tó kí gbogbo ọlọ́run bá bẹ́ gbogbo wa ẹ pa àwọn ọmọ yín létí ìrìn òru ẹ má rìn ìrìn òru ẹ má rìn ìrìn òru ẹ má jáde kẹ̀dẹ̀ máa wọlé lásìkò wọ́n lè máa ṣọ́ yín ara àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá máa bá àwọn pípò yìí ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀dàlẹ̀ olóṣèlú tó ti promise wọ́n máa bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ wọn máa tọ́ka ẹlòmíì àárín ìrìn òru àti ìrìn òru lẹ́tí máa gbọ́ pé kò wálé mọ́ àwọn sójà yẹn lè gbé wọ́n wò pé ara àwọn Yorùbá nation ní ẹ wà very very careful ní táìmù yìí ẹ̀yin òfìsì ẹ wà very very careful ẹ sọ fáwọn ọlọ́dẹ yín adẹ̀sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà Badagry náà ẹ jọ ibẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ti lé ambush síbẹ̀ yẹn gbogbo bẹ̀ yẹn lẹ́yìn ìgbà ká ṣètò tán náà tún ní polytechnic ní ọ̀nà àti máa lọ sí Atan ní ọ̀nà Gbẹ̀sà àwọn ọmọ skul yẹn gbogbo wọn sá kò mẹ́ nítorí pé wọ́n ń jiyàn gbé wọ́n kó wọlé wọ́n rí wọn gbogbo àwọn ọmọ skul náà wò lọ.
ṣé mo ká dárúkọ gbogbo bẹ̀ yẹn náà.
gbogbo bẹ̀ yẹn la dárúkọ tó nàlá ẹ lọ ṣèwádìí yín ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ bá fẹ́ pèsè àwọn sójà yìí tẹ́kọ́ bá ti gbé jáde ẹ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn ẹ múra ìkúrẹ́ la ti ń pè yín ẹ múra ẹ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn wọ́n máa wa táǹkà wọ àdúgbò yín táǹkà epo wọ́n máa wà wọ àdúgbò yín òru náà máa bẹ́ná sí àti bọ́ǹbù wà lára wọn iná wà lára nǹkan tó fẹ́ fi jà iná wà lára nǹkan tó fẹ́ fi jà mo ti ń sọ yẹn láti
àti sọ.
iná wà lára nǹkan tó jọ máa páàkì táǹkà yẹn káàkiri mọ́ọ̀sì àwọn wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé àwọn high person wa tó wà ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ni number 1 victim jẹ́rí gbogbo àwọn aráàlú yẹn wọ́n ń wò wá gbígbà pa jẹ́ ìràpá wọn lè pa wá ní anytime but àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn olówó wa wọ́n á mú wọn kúrò ọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín ẹ gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ election ò lè wáyé o ẹ má jẹ́ ká tàn yín ètò yìí ẹ tún rántí ẹ̀ mo ti sọ déètì tá a ṣe ètò eléyìí ẹ máa tún play ọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín if what come to the world interim government wọ́n á gbé síbẹ̀ but kó tó gbà yẹn àwa máa ti jáde bá fẹ́ wà nù Nàìjíríà yẹn lójú yín máa rí rádaràda gbogbo yẹn sì máa sunkún gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ pé náà láì ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń dá òtẹ́ ń tẹ̀lé olóṣèlú tẹ́ ń lọ káàkiri ẹ̀ sì máa sunkún ẹ wo bọ́n ṣe kó sáwọn ẹ́ńsàsì lórí tán ní kọ́ máa lọ ṣe gbá òbí wọn ò lè gbé fún rísìn táwọn lè fi gbé fún pọ̀ òjòrò máa wà nú ẹ̀ wàhálà máa wà nú ẹ̀ rísìn táwọn lè fi fún ó pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ number 1 Fúlàní wọ́n hètì yíbò ju àwa Yorùbá lọ wọn ò fẹ́ yíbo ń bẹ̀ wọn ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ kírísì òbí tún wá lọ mú Yorùbá.
hold on ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ fún mi ìṣẹ́jú kan mo fẹ́ kí arákùnrin kan ṣàlàyé èèyàn kan wọ́n ní mo fọlọ́run ṣọ́ Jamiu bàbá ó sọ kíní kan mo fẹ́ ká wo fídíò yìí bàbá yẹn gangan mo fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ mo fọlọ́run ṣọ́ bàbá fúnra ẹ̀ gangan mo fẹ́ kó ṣàlàyé kíní ìfúnra wa kó ṣàlàyé ẹ̀ fún wa mo ń bọ̀ o mo fẹ́ kó wo fídíò yìí ẹ fún mi ìṣẹ́jú kan kò tó ó ń jiyàn pé à ń purọ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí eléyìí kan ṣàlàyé fún wa ntí ó wà ní fídíò yìí gangan.
Ní explanation fẹ́ nìyẹn ẹ jẹ́ kó là ń kúrò ẹ̀ fi sílẹ̀ ìgbà tó bá tí Nàìjíríà bá visit ẹ̀ á mọ̀ wípé eléyìí ò kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ irọ́ ọ̀ sọ fún yàn wọ́n ní wọn kì í sọ fún abuké kó má dẹ́tẹ̀ arọ kó má dẹ́tẹ̀ tó bá ti lè dá igbó gbé ni òun ni ẹ ní láti máa ṣàlàyé fún ojú tí ẹ fọ́ òkú rí nà ojú ẹni yẹn fọ́ ojú ẹni yẹn ò rí nà ókè nígbà tí wọ́n láwọn sójà ẹ wò ó lè rán wọn lọ sí Mozambique ló jẹ́ pé inú ìlú ni wọ́n rán sójà wá ibo lẹ́yìn ti rírú ẹ̀ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ibo lẹ ti rírú ẹ̀ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀
àwa ti sọ fún yín ẹ gbàgbọ́ o.
hold on ẹ kọ́ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ hold on ẹ kí n ṣe gbọ́n ọyà gbóhùn sókè.
ṣé tí ń gbà pé wọlé ni.
èèyàn kan pè mí sí ni but amẹni náà àmọ́ ẹ bá ti gbóhùn ẹ mọ̀ ẹ má bínú 1 second.
Okay.
àmì àṣẹ.
gbọ́ dáadáa.
tí mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ sọ ni pé ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn sójà tí wọ́n kó wọlé yẹn àti gbogbo bí ọ̀rọ̀ wípé àwọn Fúlàní pa ṣẹ́rí kò sí tó ṣẹ̀yìn Tinubu nú ẹ̀ níwájú Ọlọ́run àtẹ̀yàn because ó fẹ́ ṣe kínní by force ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ wípé ìgbà tó wọn àti Buhari tó kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ wọ bẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti sọ wípé kán kó àwọn kínní wọlé ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tó jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn ṣe ni pé wọn ò lè pa àwọn èèyàn tán o káwọn èèyàn kan jáde.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni o
enough is enough.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
wọ́n rí pé àwọn èèyàn náà ṣe ń fi ilé náà ṣe ń fi threat wa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣe understand. ṣé wọ́n pọ̀ tó wá ní.
wọ́n pọ̀ tó wà.
wọ́n lè kó bọ́ọ̀lù wọlé wọ́n lè halẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
èèyàn bí ti wá lọ ni wọ́n nà á.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣe understand.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
nǹkan tó ní kálukú bá ní kó mú jáde lóhùn ìjà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
enough is enough.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ ṣeun.
tó bá gbàyàn lójú lé ní pé
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tẹ́lifíṣà wọlé tó bá tó wá dọ̀là á tún wá gbá méjì.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
á tún gbá mẹ́ta.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
everybody must stand up àwọn èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ fọ́n síta.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kọ́ máa
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
tó kù náà àwa náà ní èyí tá a máa ṣe lábẹ́lẹ̀
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
láti dúró stand
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
and ebi ò mọ àwọn tó bá ṣe àwọn student ayé ìsìn àwọn ayé student wa ò rí báyìí
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀ ń rí àwọn èèyàn wọn kó kíní wa ẹ̀ lè yábò bẹ̀ èmi ò mọ nǹkan tó ṣe àwọn student ayé ìsìn yìí ìtọ́ fi ya ọ̀lẹ́ báyìí wọn ò ní láti sákò òbí tó wà náà káwọn náà bó ń bá di bẹ̀rẹ̀ káwá kí àwọn àgbáyé wá wò ó ṣé wọ́n tún máa pa wọ́n ni but the only thing tó jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé kí gbogbo wa ká dìde nǹkan tá a lè fi resist kínní nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ sípà ń sá à ń ṣojú yẹn and mo lè fẹ́ sọ kínní kan ẹ jọ enough of ẹ ti respect ọba ti tó gẹ ọba tí ọba ti mọ wá rẹ ẹ gbé ilẹ̀ kọ́ fojú ẹ̀ nílẹ̀ ó ti tó ṣé rí àlè má sọ pé àgbàlagbà àgbàlagbà dẹ̀ máa wò kí nǹkan máa rí báyìí wọ́n lè mọ ọmọ kọ́ máa gbà àwọn ọmọdé lójú wọn kọ́ máa káwá máa sọ pé ọyọ́ ọba wo nìyẹn kò ní dáfẹ́ tó bá sọ pé kọ́ máa rí àgbà kọ́ máa rọ̀ onítọ̀ àdébùkọ́ ní ìwà àwọn sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ tó máa wá tó máa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kò ní dá fún onítọ̀ wọn àti rán ẹ̀
bẹ́ẹ̀ni o
nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn
ẹ ṣeun gan ni ẹ ṣeun mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ ṣeun asọ́ọ̀lẹ̀ tí a lọ́gbà ẹ ṣeun right mo monitor wọn ni so yes.
make a good point.
very very good point. Yeah, máa tẹ̀síwájú. So
nǹkan tí àwa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa ni pé ẹ worú àwọn tẹ́ ń bẹ̀rù pé wọ́n máa pa yín kẹ́ máa bá a ṣe gbá. torí ìbẹ̀rù yẹn ló máa jẹ́ kókó tí wọn lọ́wọ́ tó máa fi mú ẹ̀dá Àbújá tó yẹ pé wàá wà ń bẹ̀ ní underground. bọ̀tẹ́ bá kó ayé jọ òṣùṣù ọwọ̀ ó máa ń gbálẹ̀ mọ́ ni bọ̀tì gbálẹ̀ yọ kan gbogbo ìrántẹ́ wò náà fi pa bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ní tán fi dáná sun nílẹ̀
David Mo tán pa ní Lẹ́kì bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
tẹ́ ń wò pé Yorùbá yín wọ́n dẹ̀ ń dáná sun ẹ̀dẹ̀ ń ya fọ́tò ẹ̀ ń wò ó gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń sọ̀rọ̀ àǹdí ti yẹn tó yẹ kẹ́ rẹ́sù ẹ̀ tẹ́ rẹ́sù ẹ̀ ẹjọ́ yín wà lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run.
Ọlọ́run á béèrè ẹ̀jẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wọn.
ẹjọ́ yín wà lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń bẹ̀. ṣe rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn tó kú ní Ọ̀wọ̀ gidi gan ìmí ti da láì ní bàbá ti da láì níyàwó gan ò lérò tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ikú yẹn máa wá o wọn ò ṣáàjà wọn ò dẹ̀ ta ikú yẹn lọ ká ọmọ ibi tán wà ní. tó bó bá máa kú wàá kú bó o dẹ̀ ní kú o ní ẹni tó máa kú níjọ́ Sunday kò lè kú níjọ́ Sátidé ẹni tó dẹ̀ máa kú níjọ́ Àlàmísì kò lè kú níjọ́ Wednesday. tó bọ́rọ̀ Ọlọ́run ṣe ìyẹn tọ́rọ̀ mi yé yín ibi tọ́lọ́run kọ kú oníkálukú mọ́ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni ẹlòmíì wọ́n ti yìnbọn fún tí ìbọn wọnú àti ẹ̀ jáde tí òkú tó survive ẹ̀ àti rí Ọlọ́run sọ pé òun ò kọ kú ẹ̀ mọ́bẹ̀ ni ẹ má bẹ̀rù ìbẹ̀rù number one enemy ni nínú ìgbésí ayé wa ìbẹ̀rù number one enemy ni ẹ kóra yín jẹ jáde àwọn sójà iṣẹ́ burúkú náà ń bọ̀ wá ṣe o iṣẹ́ burúkú náà ń bọ̀ wá ṣe àǹtí Tinubu dẹ̀ ni ó wà desperate láti gba ipò yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀gbẹ́ni yẹn ṣe sọ do or die ló fẹ́ fi ṣe. do or die ló fẹ́ fi ṣe.
èmi ó ń sọ pé èmi ló kàn àwa la máa láti sọ ohun tó máa kàn kì í ṣe òun ló máa sọ fún wa.
ṣe rí pé wàhálà ti wà ṣe rí Peter Obi ó lọ mú Yorùbá àti igbákejì Doyin Okupe Tinubu lọ mú Muslim Àtíkù lọ mú Niger Delta ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò ní lè wọ gbogbo ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti lérí sí Peter Obi pé kò gbọ́dọ̀ wá campaign north ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò ní lè wọ̀ kájá dúró kẹ́kùn dúró ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò ní lè wọ̀.
ṣe ẹ jẹ́ mo fẹ́ ṣàlàyé nǹkan kan fún àwọn èèyàn olórí nǹkan ti sọ wọ́n ti sọ fún Peter Obi pé kó má wá campaign ní north ṣé wọ́n Nàìjíríà ṣó tẹ́ yín lọ́rùn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n sọ fún ọmọ ìlú pé kò lè dé ibì kan nílùú ǹjẹ́ kò yẹ kó jẹ́ àpẹẹrẹ fún wa pé ẹ̀ka tètè yá so mọ́ Yorùbá nation wa káwọn máa lọ ti wa àwọn dàbí wọ́n fẹ́ kó wa sínú oko ẹrú pátápátá ẹ tẹ̀síwájú ẹ ṣeun.
so ṣe wá rí gbogbo àwọn tí gbogbo ẹ̀yin yóò tún tẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé wọn sìn gbẹ bá lọ ó dàbí pé ẹni tó lọ sí Ọ̀yọ́ tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lọ gba Kotonu tó gba Mali tó wá jáde sí north tó wá ń gba ọ̀nà Kwara bọ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ náà lẹ́sìn ń padà bọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ wa lẹ́sìn máa padà sí nǹkan táwa ń sọ fún yàlúta yẹn revolution yẹn òun náà lẹ́sìn ń padà bọ̀ wá bá because Peter Obi rísìn tọ́ràn lè fi gbé fún pọ̀ ẹ gbàgbé pé ẹ máa dìbò fún massively ẹ̀yin yóò tó ẹ gbà díẹ̀.
INEC mo fẹ́ kó yé wa ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ kí nìyẹn ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú kó yé wa kó yé àwọn èèyàn wa mo fẹ́ sọ ẹ má bínú pé mo ń dọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ ẹlẹ́nu àmọ́ ó ṣe pàtàkì ṣe rí àwọn èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ kó yé wa ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí mo fẹ́ kí ẹ fún mi ṣẹ́jú kan ẹ wo mo rọ̀ wá ni ṣe rí INEC àwọn Fúlàní ló darí ẹ̀ wọ́n ń pe orúkọ máà náà ní Mahmood Yakubu Fúlàní ni iyekíye ìbò tẹ́ bá dì bóun kó pọ̀ tó bá di ọjọ́ tó máa pè kéde ìbò yẹn àwọn Fúlàní náà máa sọ pé ó borí torí àwọn náà ń darí INEC láì sí pé tí ò bá ti sí ibi pé gbogbo wa a ní ojú nínú ọ̀rọ̀ INEC ẹ gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ ìdìbò kankan ẹnta máa fẹ́ kó ẹnta àwọn bá fẹ́ kó wọlé náà gbé bẹ́ẹ̀.
àwọn ohun ló wà ń di INEC.
ẹ ṣeun so yẹn ni mo náà mo fẹ́ kí kàtẹ́nu mọ́ àwọn tó ń sọ pé ká lọ dìbò INEC òjòrò àwọn Fúlàní náà gbé INEC lé wa lórí through ìwé òfin 1999 constitution ẹ jẹ́ kó yé wa ó lè gbé ní INEC ó lè gbà ní constitution ẹ jẹ́ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ó lè gbé òun ní INEC ó lè gbà òun ní constitution torí nǹkan tó máa ṣe ni pé INEC bá ti tán ni constitution máa ní òkè o àwọn náà tún gbà o wọ́n máa fẹ́ gbé ìwé òfin yẹn lé wa lórí ìpàdé ẹ jẹ́ ó yé wa ẹ tẹ̀síwájú ẹ ṣeun.
ẹ ṣe olóòtú ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tẹ́mi ń sọ fún yín ni pé ṣẹ́rí ọ̀nà táwọn lè fi mú Peter Obi pọ̀ number 1 wọ́n hètì Yíbò débi pé kọjá anybody nílẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire Peter Obi wọn ò lè gbé fún ẹ mọ àwọn kàbá tó wà ńbẹ̀ yẹn wọn ò nígbà kó oúnjẹ bọ́ lẹ́nu wọn they can do anything sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín Tinubu ní ó ní plan láti débẹ̀ o.
kò lè wọlé ẹ gbàgbé ẹ kò lè wọlé.
ẹ wò gbà tí àwọn ensars tán fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn Tinubu àwọn olóṣèlú yìí ló yan àwọn youth ara yín tán wá bá yín jà tán wá da nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe rú so the same thing náà ló máa ṣe ń jẹ́ tẹ́ bá ń dìbò wọ́n máa ní ìbò bí wọ́n cancel ẹ̀ ìbò bí wọ́n cancel ẹ̀ wọ́n jà ń bẹ̀ àwọn náà ló máa fẹ́ tí wọ́n wá. eléyìí wọ́n cancel ẹ̀ ìbò tá a dé kọjá yẹn Àtíkù ló wọlé yẹn sáré gbogbo kọ̀níkọ̀ní tán ṣe wọ́n cancel tán bá rí i pé ìbò yẹn ti ń lọ wọ́n máa dájà lẹ̀ ní àwọn kíkí pọ́ìntì kan náà máa sọ pé òkè ìbò yẹn wọ́n tún pòlùfóònù ẹ̀ sígbà míì gbogbo èyí tẹ̀dí wọ́n máa dànù wọ́n máa sún yín ẹ fi pé à ń parọ́ fún yín ni ẹ̀yin tẹ́tí ẹ̀wà illiterate educated people ní Nàìjíríà tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ́tí náà kàwé tó jẹ́ pé at the same time ẹni tí ò kàwé gan ó lọ́pọlọ jù yín lọ gbogbo ẹ̀yin yùtù tẹ́ ń fò sókè àwọn tó ń gbàbọ̀dì fún yín jù gbogbo àwọn tó ń bá àwọn INEC ṣiṣẹ́ àwọn student ni wọ́n wà náà àwọn tó ń gbàbọ̀dì fẹ́yìn yùtù gan àwọn tó ń ṣe youth corps the same thing wọ́n ń gbàbọ̀dì àwọn professor yín tọ́nà àwọn kàwé wọ́n wà náà àwọn tó ń gbàbọ̀dì fún ìbò dídì nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wọ́n ń ṣe professor gidi wọ́n wà náà àwọn tó ń bá wọn manipulate ìbò ẹ̀kọ́ ń gbẹ́dà mọ́ ara yín PVC tẹ́fẹ́ gbà ṣé òun lè máa fi defend ara yín PVC yín Ọlọ́run níjẹ́ kó jẹ́ ìwé ọ̀run ìwé ikú lẹ́nu gbà ẹ dúró lórí ẹsẹ̀ yín wọn ò lè pa yín tán ẹ ò fẹ́ kú ẹ fẹ́ wọ̀jọba ọ̀run àánú yín ṣe mí èmi ò ní kẹ́ bá dìbò ẹ lọ dì í kẹ́ lè já wa rọ́ dìbò kan tí wọ́n ní tí ọmọdé ò bá tẹ́ àgbà òkè níyì tó o dìgbà tọmọdé bá tẹ́ àgbà máa wá níyì àgbà wá jèrè ọ̀rọ̀ lára ọmọdé tó nǹkan tí táwa dúró dè yín fún nìyẹn kò sí ni àwọn Fúlàní nọ́mbà 1 àwọn ń sọ páwà páwọn ò lè gbé páwà lẹ̀ ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé Tinubu táwọn bá kẹ tó bá ṣe nǹkan tó máa ṣe àwọn fúnra wọn ló mọ plan tó ti ní lórí Tinubu gan gbogbo èyí tó fi ń kò sílẹ̀ lóòótọ́ burú Tinubu wà intelligent but kò wà intelligent àwọn tó wà desperate nípa power wọ́n dẹ̀ ní backing àwọn UK tó ń support wọn pé nǹkan báyìí ní kẹ́ ṣe nǹkan báyìí ní kẹ́ ṣe so èmi ń bẹ̀ yín mò ń rọ̀ yín reason tó lè fi gbé Peter Obi ẹ lè dìbò fún kíbu ẹ mú yes but ẹ rí magician tó máa lò fún yín ìjà tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ jà yẹn nǹkan táwọn á sọ fún yín pé kẹ́ ṣe yẹn òun lè máa padà ṣe àwọn pátápátá ẹ̀ protest nǹkan tó máa ṣe wọ́n ti ṣe wọ́n kàn fi yín rẹ̀rin wọ́n á ní kẹ́ gba kóòtù lọ tó ta ló wà ní kóòtù àwọn náà lè máa bá ní kóòtù.
of course.
tẹ́tà àwọn olówó àwọn máa ní kẹ́ lọ kóòtù pé tí èèyàn bá dìbò election wọ́n á fi àwọn nǹkan kan ṣàpèjúwe fún yín tí ò bá tẹ lọ́rùn tẹ́ni tí ń bá wáyé kóòtù náà ti máa ń yanjú ẹ ṣáà rí nǹkan tó ń dì níbí kóòtù náà ẹ wá lọ sí kóòtù wọ́n máa yé yín ẹ wá lè ní ẹ wá lọ́la ẹ wá lọ́túnla ẹ wá níjọ́ mẹ́ta kóòtù yẹn ló dẹ̀ tí mo ibẹ̀ náà ti máa sọ fún yín pé ẹni president ti wà ń bẹ̀ jẹ́ kó parí tẹ́nu ẹ̀ wọn ò ní dá ẹjọ́ yẹn ẹ máa gbọ́ pọ́n gbádájọ́ yẹn kó o mẹ́ a lot of things máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ ń sọ pé referendum la nídìí àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣe referendum fún yín ṣé òyìnbó ni ṣé ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni wọn ò ní tòótọ́ ẹ wọ àwọn election observer kan kó wá láti ìlú òyìnbó ní gbogbo òbò bí méjèèjì tá a dì àwọn òyìnbó tó wá àtàwọn dúdú Amẹ́ríkà tó ń wá rọ̀ sáàpù election wọ́n máa ti gbé ìjọba fún ẹni tó fẹ́ kó débẹ̀ wọ́n tó jáde pé rìsọ́ọ̀tì yẹn kò dáa ẹni yẹn ti ń ṣèjọba lọ ṣé wọ́n ṣàtúnṣe ẹ̀ wọ́n lè ṣàtúnṣe ẹ̀ because wọ́n gbọ́n wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹrú ni yín ọ̀dẹ̀ fẹ́ kẹ́ bọ́ àwọn ọ̀sápà tó wá láti tó jẹ́ òyìnbó tó wá ọ̀sá pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì wọn á ti ṣe swearing fún á ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ́fíìsì káwọn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó mú èsì wá wọn ṣe mẹ́sì wá kó tó di pé wọ́n ṣe swearing fún pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì wọ́n ṣe mẹ́sì wá kẹ́lẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn òyìnbó yìí náà wọ́n ń gbà bọ̀dẹ̀ fún yín bọ̀tì táwa bá ń sọ fún yín ẹnu wá ń rùn bọ̀tì ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kẹ́ jádọ̀run mú tọ́ ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kẹ́ jádọ̀run mú tọ́ ẹ múra ṣẹ́ra àwọn sójà yẹn wọ́n ló kàn sáré ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá because wọ́n á pa ẹlòmíì nípa púpa gbogbo mọ́tọ́ ẹ máa wojú wọn ẹ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn fún gbogbo nǹkan tẹ bá ní ẹ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn ẹ jáde tẹ́nìkan bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn tó kù máa gbà ẹ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn gbogbo ẹni tó dẹ̀ bá jẹ́ Yorùbá tó bá gbàbọ̀dè lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn sójà tó wáyé tó bá gbàbọ̀dè lágbára Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run á pa ilé ẹ̀yà á pa ọ̀nà ẹ̀yà gbogbo nǹkan tó ní pátápátá Ọlọ́run á pa ya á wọlé níṣẹ́jú òun gan kò ní.
Babádéjọ wọn kì í ṣe sójà tẹ́rọ́rìsì ni wọ́n kaṣọ sójà tí wọ́n lọ́rùn.
òun náà ni mò ń sọ wọ́n kaṣọ sójà torí sójà làwọn èèyàn máa pè é àwọn bá sójà jà sójà lẹ́ ń bá jà ní òsì bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá lọ kóra wọn wá wọ́n ń ṣe sójà ẹ̀la etí yín ara intelligence wọn nìyẹn ara àwọn ọpọlọ tó fẹ́ lò fún wa nìyẹn wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé àwọn ìyá yín gan ló máa sọ pé ọlọ́pàá ló ń bá jà sójà ló ń bá jà wọ́n ń ṣe sójà o tẹ bá ní àǹfààní láti mú nǹkan ẹ ṣáà mú nǹkan kẹ gbé lọ sí kọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ kẹ béèrè orúkọ ẹ̀ French ló máa bá yín sọ French ló máa bá yín sọ kò gbọ́ English kò gbọ́ nǹkan kan à ń sọ fún yín ẹ gbóhùn alóore ẹ pa àwọn èèyàn yín nílé kan múra ẹ dẹ̀ gbóhùn àdúrà sókè kẹ pé Ọlọ́run dojú ìjà kọ wọn gbogbo ìmọ̀ wọn kó bàjẹ́ lórí ìran Yorùbá gbogbo ìmọ̀ wọn kó bàjẹ́ lórí ìran Yorùbá yé paga náà dàm ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá bá ọmọ yín sọ níta èyí tẹ máa bá wọn sọ nulẹ ó yàtọ̀ ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ má jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bàjẹ́ ogbó ẹ̀yin náà ó yé yín ẹ mọ gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ kì í ṣọmọdé nílẹ̀ ní inú kinní tá à ń sọ yìí ó yé yín gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó ń wọlé yìí ẹ mọ̀ dájúdájú ẹ̀yin gan mọ̀ wípé káwa tó mọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ jù wá lọ́gbọ́n ẹ mọ̀ bọ̀tì ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣera wa lọ́kan ẹ ṣe nǹkan tẹ bá fẹ́ ṣe ẹ bá àwọn ọmọ yín náà sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má gbáradà rẹ̀ dé láyè ẹ má gba jákujàku láyè má jẹ́ káwọn kan kó sójà kan máa fi pa wá kan máa fi pa àwọn ọmọ wa kan máa fi pa àwọn ìyá wa kan máa rèpù àwọn sójà yìí náà ń rèpù àwọn tó kó wá wọn ń ṣe sójà Nàìjíríà àwọn tó jẹ́ sójà south west àwọn tó jẹ́ sójà south east àwọn tó jẹ́ sójà middle belt wọ́n ń fèsì ogun Boko Haram lọ wọ́n wà ní north so àwọn tí wọ́n lọ kó wá sísàlẹ̀ wọ́n ti change ẹ̀ nítorí tẹ bá ní rẹ́ni tètè rescue yín ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run nígbà wáṣẹ̀ àwọn bàbá wa wọn ò lajúlẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá fi ń jẹ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá o ni wọ́n fi gbà á mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ ó níye ọmọ ogun tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní ó níye ọmọ ogun tí Ọ̀yọ́ ní ó níye ọmọ ogun tí Èkìtì parapọ̀ ní ó níye ọmọ ogun tí Ìjẹ̀bú ní ó níye ọmọ ogun tó wà ní káàkiri ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó kọjá ọmọ ogun tí Nàìjíríà ní millions ní àwọn tó wà nílẹ̀ tí ní Nàìjíríà ń sìn wọn ọ̀pọ̀ mọ́ gbogbo àwọn sáúdánà tó ń ṣe sójà ní nọ́ọ̀tì gbogbo wọn náà ti lé àǹbùsì fún èlọ́tọ̀ fún wọn náà ti padànù ẹ̀mí gan ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ mọ́ ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run mo bẹ̀ ẹ̀yọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá àwọn sójà yìí wọ́n wọ́n wá pa ni ẹ̀rí pé àwọn yányán boys ló pọ̀ nù wọn àwọn yányán boys àwọn Boko Haram àwọn rìpẹ́tà Boko Haram tán kú sílẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tán kò nínú tírénì tó yẹ pé iṣẹ́ wọn náà wá ṣe àwọn tó jọ jẹ́ méètì wọn wà ní underground wọn wà ńlẹ̀ tó jọ jẹ́ méètì wọn tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn ò gba sójà àwọn èèyàn ọ̀kadà náà ní kó máa gùn kó máa sọ́fì torí a ti sọ fún pé kẹ́ má máa gun ọ̀kadà wọn ti mọ lé yín ibi tán ń gbé yín dé ibi tán máa já yín sí wọn gbogbo ibẹ̀ náà ti mọ̀ ẹ fura o.
ẹ ṣe jàre bàbá Adéjọ mo fẹ́ respond sí àwọn kọ́mẹ̀ntì wa kọ̀ọ̀kan tí àwọn èèyàn type sí bí kó má dà pé bóyá wà lápò ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn ń kọ sí orí ìkànnì. Màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ brọ́dà wa kan tí wọ́n ní election we not hold in Ekiti, election we not hold in Osun, election we not hold in 2023 is like you people are deceiving us. What is happening in Ekiti now? reply to this. Good. Mr. Ọlánrewájú. Àwọn Yorùbá máa ń pa òwe kan, wọ́n máa ní nínú eyín òun nìjà wà. Lóòótọ́ là ń pariwo wípé election ò ní hold ní 2023, election ò ní hold ní Èkìtì. Àwọn ìlànà dẹ̀ dìde, wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí wípé kí àwọn ìjọba pé wọn ò gbúdọ̀ ṣe election ní Èkìtì. Mo mọ̀ pé torí pé èmi jẹ́ ọjọ́ election, primary election lẹ́kìtì, òun lẹ ṣe béèrè question yìí. It's a good question. Àwọn èèyàn try láti wípé kí election kó má hold. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ owó nǹkan ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ná, gba lọ́ọ̀yà, ṣe everything. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣì wà lẹ́nu kéèsì yẹn. Yes, wọ́n ṣì wà lẹ́nu kéèsì yẹn. Tí primary bá hold, ìyẹn ò ní wọ́n máa ṣe secondary, ṣe get. And àwa fúnrara wa, iṣẹ́ yìí tún wá wà ní ọwọ́ wa fúnrara wa. Ṣé rí nígbà míì a máa ń believe wípé bóyá àwọn kan kò sẹ́ni tó máa wá help wa, àwa fúnrara wa la máa help ẹ̀. Bí àwọn ìlànà ṣe gbé kéèsì yẹn dìde wípé election ò ní hold ní Ọ̀ṣun, election ò ní hold ní Èkìtì. Àwa gan fúnrara wa tá a jí aráàlú, kí ni nǹkan tá a ṣe? Kí ni ipa táwa gan fúnra wa tá a ti kó láti pé kí election má bàa hold, ká jẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀ wípé this 1999 constitution pé fraud ni. Àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé nà láì gbogbo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí, wọn ò rí, ojú wọn ò rí wípé 1999 constitution fraud ni. Wọn ò rí. Àwa tá à ń ja ìjàngbara, oníkálukú ń try kí election má hold. Yes, election ò dẹ̀ ní hold. Ṣé fẹ́ gbọ́, we are not deceiving you people. Deceive yín, dẹ̀ tàn yín. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ là ń sọ fún yín. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá wà lé ní kẹ́ wá múra dáadáa. Ẹ̀yin ní kẹ́ múra dáadáa. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá yẹn ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan wípé òṣùṣù ọwọ̀ òun ló máa ń gbá ilẹ̀ mọ́. Táwọn bá ní òkè ẹja fi ti kéèsì, ẹja fi tìjọba tó. Tí wọ́n ní rárá wọn ò gbà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lo físíkà, ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká fight kẹ́tọ̀ tí gbogbo bá jáde síta. Àní dìbò sẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n pariwo PVC. PVC wo ni wọ́n fẹ́ di ìbò lé lórí? PVC wo ni wọ́n fẹ́ di ìbò lé lórí tí wọ́n fẹ́ lò láti fi dìbò ẹ̀sìpẹ̀ẹ̀tà? Wọ́n fẹ́ lò láti fi dìbò, ẹ sọ fún mi. So ìtawà fúnra wa gan ṣe nínú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, òun ló pọ̀ jù. Á dá kí gbogbo wa ká lọ mọ̀ wípé kinní yìí kò kí ń ṣe kinní ẹnìkan o. Kò ń ṣe kinní àwa tá à ń jáde síta nìkan láti máa jà fún Yorùbá nation. Kinní yìí, kinní gbogbo wa ni, ìjà gbogbo wa ni. So gbogbo wa ló yẹ ká jọ fi ọwọ́ sowọ́pọ̀ ká jọ jà fún. Gbogbo wa ló yẹ ká jọ fi ọwọ́ sowọ́pọ̀ ká jọ jà fún. Yes, that is true. Election is going on now. Go on. Àwa tá a wà lé káláwa dìde láti ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ ká ṣe ni. Election go on. Àwọn tí court ń ṣe. Ṣé ẹ mọ iye ìgbà tí wọ́n postpone court? Ẹ mọ̀ pé gbà tí wọ́n ní wọ́n fẹ́ gbé wọn lọ sí court. Èmi gan wọ́n jẹ́ ẹni àkọ́kọ́ tó wọ́n kọ́ takò pé ẹ fi ẹjọ́ ìsùnkà fún ìkà. But wọ́n ní ara ìjà, ara eyín òun ni ìjà wà. Àwọn tá a mọ̀ pé àwọn ni wọ́n máa dá ẹjọ́ yìí. Àwọn ló máa dá ẹjọ́ yìí fún wa. A dẹ̀ wá tún mú ẹjọ́ wọn. Àwa fi ń sùn wọn. Báwo la ṣe expect kí wọ́n dá wa lóhùn? But àwa máa ṣe àjẹ́ kí we let the whole world láti rí wípé yes. Ajá wípé no, election yóò ní hold lórí constitution because constitution yẹn pé fraud ni. Pé constitution yẹn fraud ni. If Ekiti people do not rise up and take the fight upon themselves, election will hold and Ekiti people will continue to suffer. Exactly, ẹ ṣe ìyá mi. Òun ni mò ń sọ, ṣẹ́rí kíní yìí. Kíní gbogbo wa ni ẹ má dá pé àwọn tó ṣe Yorùbá nation ti sọ wípé election ò ní hold. No. Ipa tẹ́yìn bá kó òun ló máa ran ipa táwa ń kó òun ló máa ràn lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n ní ká fi ọwọ́ wẹ rọ́bà òun lọ́wọ́ fi ń mú.
Òkú wà tọmọdé yín lẹ́nu. Ṣé rí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ election Èkìtì Ọ̀ṣun state? Àwa Yorùbá nation á gbìyànjú. But àwọn kan wà láàárín wa. Ìtorí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe kọ́kọ́ fi ìbẹ̀rù síwájú. Àwọn kan wà láàárín wa, má jẹ́ àṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀, má jẹ́ àṣẹ gbá. Mo sọ fún yín nígbà kan. Mo sọ fún yín lórí ètò yẹn lọ padà wo ṣóò wa. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Kítóyè, lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Sunday.
Ẹwà ẹ̀ kí lẹ ṣe sójú kíní yìí?
Wọ́n ti gbé kúrò.
Constitution, hold on. Constitution ni hold on. Constitution ti ìlú burúkú yẹn ni mo gbélé. Tí ṣe rí àwọn nǹkan ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìbọn yẹn fún yín. Ṣe rí lórí ntí ẹ̀rí lórí tẹ̀rí lórí kinní yẹn lórí afọ́nrán tí mo fi hàn yẹn ẹ jẹ́ sáré fi hàn fáwọn èèyàn kó lè yé wa. Mo kàn fẹ́ sáré ṣàlàyé ẹ má bínú. mo dìídì fi hàn torí pé àwọn èèyàn wa ẹ rò pé constitution lẹ́ni àmọ́ mo ń fi yé wa pé àwọn tẹ́ ń rí lórí kinní yẹn àwọn Fúlàní gbogbo àwọn tó ń darí ìlú wa gangan èmi ni Buhari o ẹ rí pé ẹ rí Abacha nínú ẹ rí Buhari ẹ rí Babangida ẹ rí Abdulsalam so constitution Nigeria la fi hàn yín promulgation decree number 24 of 1999 eléyìí ni òfin tó gbélé wa lórí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìbò irọ́ ló bá dé àwa ń sọ fún yín irọ́ ló bá dé kódà àmọ̀pọ̀ wọ́n ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ìdìbò sí àwọn ìlànà wọ́n ti ṣe oríṣiríṣi láti rí pé ìdìbò yẹn wáyé àmọ́ wọ́n ti bò tó kéèsì yẹn so.
àní George wọ́n tún máa propone ẹ̀ George òfin ní wá.
yes àwọn ìjọba tó yẹ kó wá síbẹ̀ wọn wá kí ni wọ́n ti pè Malami kó yẹ kó wá wọn ò yọjú wọ́n ṣàn postpone yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ gbélé wa lórí tipátipá tí kò tí ì yé yín ni tó yẹra fi ń fi eléyìí hàn wá pé ìwé òfin rọ́lọ́ gbélé wa lórí àwa ò lọ́wọ́ nú ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ káwa máa lọ ẹjọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí Lady Bide ṣe sọ gbogbo wa aláti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lápapọ̀ ni o kì í ṣe pé èèyàn kan kì í ṣe pé eléyìí kì í ṣe iṣẹ́ èèyàn kan gbogbo wa láti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lápapọ̀ wa sọ̀rọ̀ mi yẹn yín báwa ṣe ń gbé ìgbésẹ̀ ńlé níta lẹ́yìn náà ẹ máa gbé ìgbésẹ̀ ètò ìdáàbòbò tẹ́ bá ń pèsè ìdáàbòbò fúnra yín àwọn arábí wọn á bẹ̀rù láti wọ̀dọ̀ yín àmọ́ tẹ́ bá ń dúró Ọlọ́run gbà wá o kíní kan o tẹ́ ń dúró ń gbà wo jọ̀ọ́ ẹ lè kàn máa wò ẹ lè káwọ́ lẹ́rù kẹ́ máa wò ẹ láti gbégbèsè ńlé ètò ìdáàbòbò tẹ́ bá ti rí pé ẹ̀ ń pèsè ìdáàbòbò ládùúgbò yín wọn ò ní wọlé yín wọn á rò pé irọ́ o wọ́n ti múra lédè wa o àmọ́ tẹ́ bá dúró ẹ dúró tẹ́rẹ́ ẹ wò wọ́n náà máa jáde ní burúkú ẹ tẹ̀síwájú ẹ ṣeun.
ẹ ṣe pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tẹ̀mí fẹ́ sọ fún yín ni pé nípa ọ̀rọ̀ Sunday Igboho àti bàbá Akíntóyè nọ́mbà one nǹkan tí mo kọ́kọ́ sọ lórí ètò yìí ni pé ìbẹ̀rù Ìgbòho ò bẹ̀rù o bàbá Akíntóyè ò bẹ̀rù but àwọn wèrè kan fi invest sínú Nàìjíríà àwọn àtẹ̀ǹpè lágbàgbà yín àwọn ọba tó yẹ pé àwọn olórí yín tẹ̀ ń hànà àwọn ló ń pa àwọn bàbá Akíntóyè ẹ má jẹ́ kíkí ní báyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ tí ogun bá ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ọwọ́ ẹ̀ láti máa bèrè ìwọ ló pa ọmọ Yorùbá gbogbo tírẹ́tì yẹn náà ń fún wọn náà fún bàbá Akíntóyè tó nígbà tó ń gbé sọ́tún gbé sósì pé kíkí la lè ṣe làwọn èèyàn ní ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ọ̀nà òfin tọ̀ ọ́ kì í ṣe pé àwọn èèyàn wa ò rẹ́dì kì í ṣe pé àwọn èèyàn wa ò dúró but àwọn olórí yín tẹ̀ ń gbọ́rọ̀ sí lẹ́nu tó ti ta ọjọ́ ọ̀la yín àwọn olórí yín tẹ̀ ń gbọ́rọ̀ sí lẹ́nu tó ti fi owó tó ti mọ́gẹ́ẹ̀jì fúnṣọ gbogbo àwọn yúùtù ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ló ń fẹ́ tàwọn bàbá àwọn gbọ́ báyìí ẹ má jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ o ẹ má jẹ́ kó ṣe gbá o tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tó mọ̀ pé kinní kan tó mọ̀ pé gbá Sunday Igboho gan òun tó bá fi dáadáa Sunday Igboho ní fún láti gba rálì àkọ́kọ́ yẹn yìí nǹkan ti scatter bọ́ ṣe ń pe bàbá ni bàbá ń pe Sunday Igboho ọmọ mi jọ o má ṣe báyìí o nígbà tán wọlé Sunday Igboho pe bàbá níjọ mo ti sọ fún ẹ o sáà wọ ọ̀nà tó máa fi kó ń bẹ̀ ni bàbá ń sọ fún wọ́nà tó máa fi kó ń bẹ̀ má dá wọn lóhùn o jáde wọn fẹ́ ṣe gbá wọn fẹ́ ṣàwo ẹ mú bẹ̀rù kó lọ́kàn kò sí nǹkan tó máa kò síkú tó máa pàgbà ìyà tá à ń jẹ yìí tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mú bẹ̀rù kó tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mú ọkàn yín le láti máa lísìn sáwọn bàbá olórí burúkú tó ti mọ́ géèjì fúnṣọ wa àwọn ọba wèrè àwọn àgbààgbà pọlitíṣà wèrè tó mọ́gẹ́jì fúnṣọ wa tẹ máa gbọ́rọ̀ sí wọn.
mo máa sẹ́ẹ̀dì kinní kan sí yín sìn kẹ́ẹ̀ka fáwọn èèyàn.
wọ́n á pa wá wọ́n á sun wá jẹ wọ́n á gba ìlú wa tó èmi ń sọ fún yín lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Èkìtì kì í ṣe pé a ò rẹ́dì kì í ṣe pé a ò gbégbèsè bọ̀tì àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan ni mo yìn tí yìí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ọ̀nà òfin tó fi tọ́ nìyẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tán bá ti dìbò náà ń sìn tán bá ti ṣe gbàǹdàrú wọn á ní kẹ́ gba kóòtù lọ àwọn lẹ́ ń lọ bá ní kóòtù àwọn lẹ́ ń lọ bá ní kóòtù gbogbo yìí ẹ̀ ń lọ kóòtù ẹ̀ ń ṣe kóòtù Nàìjíríà ń sìn tó bá ń lọ́kàn ń dààmú ara ẹ̀ ní ẹni tó bá lóun gbé ìjọba.
bàbá mi ẹ bá tiẹ̀ dá mi lóhùn ṣẹ́rí
Tinubu tẹ́ ń sọ pé ẹ dìbò fún yẹn Tinubu selfish interest ni ẹ sọ di Tinubu dáadé lọ́wọ́ ìgbà wáṣẹ nǹkan tó ti ṣe tí Tinubu ò bá rí gèní lára ẹ kò ní ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn kan sọ pé ó tún èpo ṣe ó tún gbá ṣe ó tún àwo ṣe Tinubu ò tún Èkó ṣe, Jákàndé ló ṣe Èkó láyé ìgbà Awólọ́wọ̀ ló tún Èkó ṣe. Èkó ń ṣe mega city, ó kù díẹ̀ kó mi gbé gbogbo yín lọ́sìn. Ẹ wo ibi tí Tinubu kọ́ TVC sí yẹn, polytechnic ló wà ń bẹ̀, ó gbé wọn lọ sí Kòròdú. Àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ tó wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn tó ń jàpá níléèwé yẹn, wọn ò lè lọ iléèwé mọ́. Wọn ò lè lọ sí.
Àní tẹ́ bá bàbá Adéjọ, tẹ́ bá rí bí George bó ṣe ń yí wọn báyìí, tó ń yí wọn báyìí, tó ń yí wọn lọ sọ́tún. Ànígbà míì kò ní wá, ìgbà míì ó máa ní òun kéwà ìka kí ni statement yẹn fún un. Ẹ rí Jerry, ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa nílé, mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí sọ fún wa, ẹ má jẹ́ kó sú wa, ẹ má jẹ́ kó rẹ̀ wá ṣì wà lẹ́nu. Jerry, is not that pé bóyá wa gan fúnra ara wa a ò mọ̀ wípé wọn ò ní gbà, àmọ́ àìṣe lè kí gbogbo ayé lè rí wípé a ti fi ọwọ́ ìjọba kọ́kọ́ mú wọn ìgbà tí wọn ò gbà. In case anything bá máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣẹ́gẹ̀ a máa ṣe kí ni, a máa lẹ́nu òòrùn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ṣe máa ń sọ pé Yorùbá gbọ́n, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọgbọ́n yẹn làwa fẹ́ lò, àmọ́ kò yí àwọn ni. Àwa náà fúnra ara wa ti mọ̀ wípé wọn ò ní dá wa lóhùn, but àwa ṣe nítorí pé ká lè fi hàn gbogbo àgbáyé wípé ẹ wo ìgbésẹ̀ tá a ti kọ́kọ́ gbé o tí wọn ò gbà fún wa. Ìdí rèé, if anything happen, so wọn ò ní sọ pé bóyá Yorùbá ló dógun sílẹ̀ àbí nǹkankan, àbáwọn tí wọ́n ń jà fún ìjàngbara àwọn ni wọ́n dógun sílẹ̀. Ìdí tí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣògbọ́n tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣì wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ náà, wọn ò tí ì jáwọ́. Ẹ ṣe ẹwà ẹ lè tẹ̀síwájú.
Okay, now mo máa ka statement yẹn fún wa. Statement tí wọ́n kọ màá gbìyànjú tí máa lè fi sórí kíní yìí tí bá ṣe é ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n wá statement yẹn síta 1 second. So in fact màá ṣe báyìí, màá kà á statement látọwọ́ ó máa gùn díẹ̀ báyìí o, so ẹ mú sùúrù díẹ̀, ó máa gùn díẹ̀. Okay, wọ glasses just nǹkan ní kan mi bá tí mo lè mú dání. Now press statement látọwọ́ Ìlànà Ọmọ Oòduà, Ìlànà versus the federal government and INEC. Ṣé mo sọ pé INEC. Judge strikes out the suit challenging the making validity of the 1999 Constitution. Conduct of Ekiti-Guba poll over lack of locus standi jurisdiction. Ruling a miscarriage of justice. Judge erred on locus standi jurisdiction. We shall appeal against the ruling. Ìlànà Ọmọ Oòduà's lead counsel Tolu Babaleye, Tuesday June 14, 2022. So ntí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé àwọn George wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n gbé kíìsì àwọn Ìlànà wọ́n gbé sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tọ́rọ̀ mi yé yín. So torí náà àwọn Ìlànà sọ pé àwọn máa appeal, wọ́n máa padà wá sí court, but ẹ jẹ́ ká tún kà á síwájú díẹ̀ sí. Justice Banji Ikwewumi of Federal High Court sitting in Ado Ekiti has struck out the case instituted by the apex body of the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, Ìlànà Ọmọ Oòduà worldwide, challenging the making the making and validity of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria for lack of jurisdiction and local standing. The judge ruled on the case despite the fact that respondents in the case, the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and the Independent National Electoral Commission are yet to file a defense statement nor appear in the court since the inception of the case. Ìtumọ̀ yẹn ni pé gbogbo àti INEC o àti ìjọba o wọn tí wá sí iwájú adájọ́ láti wá gbọ́ ẹ̀sùn tí àwa ọmọ káàró jírí ta fi hàn wọ́n nítorí ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ o. Torí náà èyí tẹ̀ sọ pé àgbé ìgbésẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kó yé yín o, àgbé ìgbésẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú. Justice Ikwewumi declared Yeah, Justice Ikwewumi declared. I'll do this here. Yes. Justice Ikwewumi declared that INEC and AGF are not based nor situated in Ekiti State, even though they carry on business in Ado Ekiti. Therefore, the case ought to be instituted in Abuja Division of the Federal High Court. ṣe ní gbogbo kíní àrékèrèké ní gbogbo kíní yìí.
wọ́n fẹ́ gbé kéèsì yẹn kúrò lẹ́kìtì tí wọ́n wá gbé lọ sábùjá.
wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n ní pé àwọn ò lè gbọ́ ní Àdó Èkìtì pé wọ́n máa lọ gbé lọ sí Àbújá gbogbo yẹn wọ́n fi falẹ̀.
bí wọ́n tó sẹ́ẹ̀dì mẹ́sẹ̀gì yé láti sọ meeting ẹnìkan wá dá oníṣẹ́rí gbogbo bí wọ́n ṣe ń postpone kíní yìí ó ní bàlẹ̀ táìtì wọn bá máa fi dá wọn lóhùn tó wọ́n máa ní wọn ò lè yí ẹ̀ kéèsì yẹn níbẹ̀ pé wọ́n máa gbé lọ sábùjá.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni òun náà ni. So he also ruled out the 6 plaintiffs who instituted the suit on behalf of Ile Yoruba worldwide did not show a sufficient proof that the 1999 constitution and that the conduct of a Ekiti governorship election affects them in any way more than it affects others 2 million eligible voters in Ekiti. In Ekiti. Anyway, according to a statement signed by the communication secretary of Ile Yoruba worldwide, Mr. Maxwell Adeleye, the judge ruled that the 6 plaintiffs are not enough to present over 2 million Ekiti voters to institute a suit to challenge the making and the validity of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, or demand for Ekiti state governorship election to be stopped. Ṣé rí gbogbo kíní yìí gbogbo ọ̀n wá gbogbo ọ̀nà 2 million ṣé mọ̀ pé petition wa 5 million 5 million ni ó sign petition wa so ìyẹn lásán pàápàá ó tó láti make pé ohun wa wọ́n gbọ́ ohun wa nù kíní ẹ̀bọ̀ yẹn ká tẹ̀síwájú. In his reaction, the lead counsel to Ile Yoruba, Tolu Babaleye, described the verdict as a miscarriage of justice. Babaleye said the judge has turned himself to a Father Christmas who now strikes out a suit based on a local standing when the respondents have not even appeared in court since the inception of the case in April. Ìtumọ̀ yẹn ni pé di bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí o lórí ẹjọ́ tí àwọn ìlànà tó gbé tó fi sùn àwọn ìjọba àpapọ̀ àti INEC di bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọn tí ìwọnú ilé adájọ́ kò dé torí náà kò yẹ kí adájọ́ kó dá ẹjọ́ yẹn bó ṣe dá torí àwọn tí wọ́n tán fi ẹ̀sùn kàn pé wọ́n ṣe báyìí o wọn wà ní ọjọ́ kan ṣoṣo báyìí ìtumọ̀ yẹn ni pé adájọ́ ó ń gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n ń gbé àwọn ìjọba lẹ́yìn láì gbọ́ ṣẹ́rí agbọ́ ẹjọ́ ẹnìkan dájọ́ àgbà òṣìkà ni bó ṣe máa ń sọ òun ni ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín torí gbogbo ẹ̀yin náà sọ pé wọn ò gbégbèsè ìjọba ara ta ṣe fẹ́ máa lọ nìyẹn tá bá lọ gbé kínní lọ sí court òun ó ti àfihàn yín sìn ẹ di pé wọ́n ti dá kínní dúró n tó kù fáwọn sìn káwa ṣe é sìn pé ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀ ká gba òmìnira wa.
àwa náà ti mọ̀ pé wọn ò lè gbọ́ àmọ́ a ní láti ṣe nítorí ọjọ́ òun.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni. The Abuja-based constitutional lawyer said the case came up this morning for ruling on issue of forum and local standing raised suo motu by Honorable Presiding Judge. The court came to conclusion that the 6 defendants cannot represent the over 2 million voters in Ekiti, that the claimants have not shown they are affected more than the other Ekiti people if the election is allowed to go on, and if the constitution is invalidated as they prayed for. The court also held that INEC and Attorney General of the Federation are not resident in Ekiti, and as such, the court in Ado Ekiti is not the appropriate forum for the suit to be instituted. Based on these reasons, the court struck out the Ilano case pending at the Federal High Court, Ado Ekiti, this morning. I am taking immediate steps to get the ruling, study it, and determine the next line of action after due consultations with my client. But to be specific, we shall appeal against the ruling, which in my opinion is a miscarriage of justice. The judge should not have turned himself to a Father Christmas. He should have transferred this matter to Abuja instead of striking it out. The struggle continues. So, okay, ṣé o ń gbọ́ ní alàgbà? Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Okay, agbọ́ yín.
Ẹ bá wa kílé tẹ tó máa lọ káwa lè tẹ̀síwájú.
Ẹ bá kílé. Ẹ sọ ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú. Mo ń gbọ́ yín. Ẹ tẹ̀síwájú. À ń gbọ́ yín alàgbà Adéjọ. Ẹ bá wa kí wọn kẹ́ tó lọ ẹjọ́. Alàgbàdéjọ.
Kí wọ́n ní kọ́kọ́ o, ẹ bá wa sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa nílé ìdí tá a ṣe jáde ọ̀rọ̀ comment ló mú wa lọ sórí ọ̀rọ̀ ti constitution tá a wà lẹ́nu ìsìn. Ìdí tá a ṣe jáde gangan ẹ bá wa sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa nílé kó ní kálukú wọn mọ bí wọ́n ṣe máa dáàbò bo ara wọn. Láti tọ́jú àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n mọ̀ wípé kinní yìí òun làwọn fẹ́ fi protect ara wọn láti mọ bí wọ́n ṣe máa fi pamọ́. Ẹ ṣé.
Mo kí gbogbo yín o pátápátá, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, ẹ ṣé o. Ẹ má bínú pé mi ní bá wọn parí ètò yìí, kì í ṣe tikú, kì í ṣe tàrùn. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ní Sátidé, so a lot of things wà téèyàn fẹ́ ṣe, so ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nǹkan tá a sọ fún yín, ẹ jẹ́ kó gbé tí ọ̀tún yín wọlé, ẹ má jẹ́ ó gba tòsì jáde. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ pa àwọn èèyàn yín nílé, ẹ sọ fún wọn, àwọn sójà tó wà yẹn, àwọn atiláwí ni o. Tẹ́ bá lọ fàyè lẹ̀, tẹ́ bá jẹ́ káwọn ìyá wèrè kan ládùúgbò deceive fún yín, wọ́n á pa yín, àwọn eléyìí wọ́n ti pààyàn, wọ́n ti rí ẹ̀jẹ̀, ó ti sú wọn. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run fún Ọlọ́run bá bẹ̀ yín, ẹ ṣọ́ra, ẹ dẹ̀ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn, any slime ṣe ẹ jáde tì wọ́n lọ́rùn. Ẹ má jẹ́ káwọn àgbàlagbà kan búlù yín o pé ẹ̀yin ọmọdé wọ̀nyí ẹ̀ kíní kan, àgbàlagbà ẹni kẹ́ kọ́kọ́ mú kẹ́ wọ́ mọ́ra, kẹ́ fagbádẹ́ yìí lọ́rùn, kẹ́ dá sèríà fóun náà, tó bá dijọ́ mi kò ní dá sí nǹkan tí ò kàn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀, but ẹ pa àwọn èèyàn yẹn pera yín jọ, ẹnìkan ò lè dá kíní ìṣe, èèyàn méjì ò lè dá ṣe, ìfẹ́ ni ká fi ṣe, ẹ jẹ́ ká unite. Ẹ gbàgbé bóyá kíní ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá lélẹ́yìí, bó ṣe kan Ibà ló kan Ìgbòho ló kan Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà ló kan gbogbo àwọn OPC lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́ lọ́gbà sẹ́ni tí ò kàn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tó Ọlọ́run mo fọlọ́run bá bẹ̀ wá, ẹ ro tàwọn ẹ̀jẹ̀ aláìṣẹ̀, ẹ ro ti ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ Yorùbá o, ẹ má jẹ́ kó tọwọ́ wa bàjẹ́. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tó Ọlọ́run, àwọn sójà kan kó wà tán pè ní sójà yìí, àwọn atiláwí ni o, tẹ̀dẹ̀ bá nírọ́ ni very soon ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń sọ. But ìyá àfẹ́ kí wàhálà yẹn ti lọ pọ̀ jù kó tó di pé ẹ get to reality. Táǹkà, wọ́n máa wá táǹkà sádùúgbò yín lóru, ẹ sọ fáwọn ọlọ́dẹ yín, àwọn tó wà lọ́nà, fóònù yín ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ pa o, ẹ jẹ́ kán máa pè yín time to time. Tẹ́ bá ti rí táǹkà tó tò wọlé, tó ń gbé wọlé, àbí èyí tó ti páàkì síbẹ̀ látàárọ̀ àbí rọ̀lẹ́, èyí tó ń gbé wọlé, ẹ ṣáà tètè fi gbé ta, ẹ fi gbé ta, ẹ má sùn. Ibi tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé ẹ máa mú fún ẹrù yín sí, àti pé ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, gbogbo ibi tí pipeline yín bá gbà, pipeline yín epo, ibi tó bá gbà, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lágbègbè yẹn wà very careful. Gbogbo ibi tí pipeline epo bá wà gbà, ibi tí gáàsì bá gbà, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ wà very careful. Gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó fẹ́ lòrè o, gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó fẹ́ lòrè, gbogbo ibi tí pipeline inside Agége, gbogbo ibi tí ibi epo bá wà, ibi tí ilé epo bá wà, ẹ sọ fún àwọn tó ní ilé epo kọ́ńdọ́ọ̀bù security wọn. Ibi tó ń gbé epo sí kọ́ńdọ́ọ̀bù security wọn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ àwọn èèyàn yín tó bá nílé epo àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ tẹ́ bá mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ńbẹ̀, anybody, gbogbo ibi tí pipeline epo bá gbà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, epo kò ń jó níjó kerosene o, ó máa ń jó lọ àti lédélé ni o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, àwọn kan tó fẹ́ lòrè, ẹ jẹ́ ká wà very careful. Ojú lalákan fi ń ṣọ́rí, ẹ dẹ̀ má pa fóònù yín. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé lè máa ṣe shift iṣẹ́ ọdẹ lóru àdúgbò yín, ẹ ṣáà secure ẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ dẹ̀ bá sùn, ẹ má sùn àsùnpìyà àsìkò oorun kọ́ lélẹ̀. Mo mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ní Nàìjíríà ló ti ní PP nítorí pé àìsùn mọ́jú àìlè sùn, wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá pa, wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá ṣe gbá. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, àwọn kan sọ pé nítorí security wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni ò jẹ́ kí nítorí Tinubu ó ṣe security tó dá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni ò jẹ́ kí ajínigbé pọ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Kì í ṣe Tinubu ò ṣe security fún yín o, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ fún yín, kékulé gbọ́ kó sọ fún toko. Kì í ṣe security o. Igbó tí ò sí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó máa gbé àwọn tó máa jí gbé wọ̀, òun ni ò jẹ́ kán wẹ̀ mọ̀ pómi ló sọ̀ráǹdì Èkó, òun ni kì í ṣe security o. Kò sí igbó lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó fẹ́ gbé àwọn tó fẹ́ jí gbé wọ̀, wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé wọ́n á mú wọn. Kò sí igbó. Ọ̀nà Ìbàdàn tí gbó wà, ibẹ̀ náà ti ń operate. Ọ̀nà Ìbàdàn sí ọ̀nà Ìjẹ̀bú tí gbó wà, ibẹ̀ náà ti ń operate. Ibi tí ò bá ti sí gbó, wọn ò operate ń bẹ̀. Ibi tí ò bá ti sí gbó, tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn olóṣèlú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe òótọ́ ni, ó yẹ kán pera wọn jọ. Ìlú yìí, ìlú ta wà yìí, ìlú òyìnbó ta wà yìí, kò sí gbó lọ tí igbó wà o, bọ̀tì kì í ṣe irú gbó tí àwọn èèyàn jiyàn gbé sí. Ó yẹ kán ṣán igbó yẹn, gbogbo igbó tó gbà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títí ibi tó ti ń tráfù, ó yẹ kán ṣán igbó yẹn kán gbé caterpillar lọ́bẹ̀, kán ṣán ibẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé tẹ bá rí èèyàn tó ń bọ̀ lọ́kàn ẹ̀ ti rí, inú mọ́tò lẹ́ máa wà ẹ̀ ti rí lọ́kàn. So iṣẹ́ ibi yẹn máa dínkù, but wọn ò ní ṣe wọ́n mọ̀, wọn ò ní ṣe fún yín. Gbogbo igbó tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títì, ẹ̀gbẹ́ títì, ó yẹ kán ṣán gbogbo ẹ̀, kán fi caterpillar wú gbogbo igi tó wà ńbẹ̀, kán ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀, kán ro kó jìnnà sí títì. Ìké táwọn ará bí bá ń bọ̀, driver tètè rí, ẹ̀ tètè mọ nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe.
ẹ ti mute o, ẹ ti mute
ẹ ti
lọ́dọ̀
mute
yín.
àgbọ̀n yín mọ́ o. Ẹ ti mute, ẹ on mute. Èmi gan mi ní pé ní tètè bá
ẹ ti
kásẹ̀ tó
mute
lẹ̀.
lọ́dọ̀ yín.
Ok, wọ́n ti padà wá sí i ẹ̀rọ tí à ń gbọ́ ṣe lè gbọ́ wá sí i ó yẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ó yá ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ à ń gbọ́ yín sí i ẹ̀rọ kan à ń gbọ́ yín ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sẹ́ẹ̀.
ṣé mi lẹ ń sọ.
Ok à ń gbọ́ yín sí i.
ok nǹkan tí mò ń sọ ni pé ẹ máa yànde mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
torí èmi ti sọ tèmi sẹ́rí gbogbo igbó tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ igbó tí ò sí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni ò jẹ́ kí.
ìtẹ̀sọ náà tó àbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ là ń sọ fọmọlúàbí tó bá dénú àdó.
mo rí pàwọn kan jiyàn
gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìránṣẹ́ fúlàní tẹ́ ń kọnà láìsí bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi àwọn ò ní ohun tá a fẹ́ sọ fún yín ṣe rí fámìlì yín ìran yín ló máa ń kọ́ lọ visit ìran ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ nàìjíríà tẹ́ ń pariwo yẹn ó máa visit kọ̀ọ̀kan nínú yẹn méjèèjì mo fọlọ́run ṣọ́ Jamiu àti kí lorúkọ the other one nìyẹn àti Ọláwálé Ọládélé ẹ̀yin méjèèjì àwọn fámìlì yín òun ló kàn ẹ̀yin ló kàn á ní sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ fún yín tẹ́ nírọ́ ni wọ́n pa ojú yín á já ń gbò báyá ẹ ṣeun jàre bàbá Adéjọ ay ẹ̀ka constitution yẹn tán káàkiri.
a ti kà á tán mo ti kà á tán.
so ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ ti gbọ́ yẹn ò ṣe ti rí kò ṣe pé bóyá àwa fúnra wa náà a ò mọ̀ wípé bóyá wọn ò ní gbà tó rà mọ irú orílẹ̀-èdè ta ní ẹ mọ̀ wípé tí Yorùbá bá máa jà wọ́n ní téèyàn bá máa jà èèyàn máa ń fi àyè ìjà sílẹ̀ níṣẹ́ get so a ti fi àyè yẹn sílẹ̀ tí anything bá tiẹ̀ máa wá ṣẹlẹ̀ o wọn ò wá nílé sọ pé àwa tá à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation àwa la dógun sílẹ̀ àwa la kọ̀ sílẹ̀ àwa la kọ̀ sí tọ̀hún so a ti mọ̀ fúnra ara wa pé òkè o a ti gbé wọn lọ sílé ẹjọ́ àwọn ni wọ́n postpone tí wọn ò wá àwọn ni wọn ò dá wa lóhùn kó tó bá di pé wọ́n dé gòkè o kí wọ́n rí fún àwọn sàbújá Àbújá yẹn náà àdẹ̀ máa tẹ̀lé wọn á jọ wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀mí a máa tẹ̀lé wọn lọ ṣé ẹ rí mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí sọ fún gbogbo àwa tí a bìlífù nínú wípé orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ti dúró kò tí ẹ ṣe pé a fẹ́ dúró ni yes orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ó ti dúró fún ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ ẹ lè tẹ̀lé yóò ní Nàìjíríà yín lọ you can go to hell with your Nigeria who cares care àwa ò care orílẹ̀-èdè ti wá ti dúró tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ ká gbà á lójú yín à gbà lẹ́yìn yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ní àwa tá à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation irọ́ là ń pa pèlè ṣe a máa gbà á lẹ́yìn yín tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ká gbà lójú yín kọ́sẹ̀ mi máa ń ṣàdúrà kan fún yín wípé kẹ́ ẹ gbélé wòran kéyìn náà máa sọ pé àkẹ́wà máa kábàámọ̀ pé àmì ìbádẹ́mọ̀ kémi náà ti sùpọ́tì o bọ̀ tó bá ti wá ń di wípé ẹ wá ń mú wa lọ́wọ́ dání àwọn lẹ́ni tó bá mú yàn lọ́wọ́ dání pé kéèyàn máa jẹun kí lèèyàn máa ṣe èèyàn máa gé owó ẹ̀dánù ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni èèyàn máa gé owó ẹ̀dánù ní gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ní àlègbà Yorùbá lè ṣe àlèṣe kínní tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ ká gbà lójú yín ó di dandan á gbà lẹ́yìn àwọn tẹ́ ẹjọ́ wá ń pariwo Nàìjíríà yẹn ni wọ́n máa wá gbẹ̀mí yín pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run àwọn ọlọ́mọ agbẹ̀mí yín ṣẹ́rí ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà tí ẹ̀ jà fún orílẹ̀-èdè yín tí ẹ̀ ò fẹ́ kí ìran yín parun ẹ̀yin làwa bá lọ́rọ̀ o bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀yin làwa bá ní ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fi àsìkò yìí rọ gbogbo wa mo rọ̀ wá mo bẹ̀ wá pàápàá jùlọ àwa tá a wà ní location 9 ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa la ti rí gbogbo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ pé lórí ètò yìí tá ò bá rí àrídájú ká ṣe òfin tó a ò ní gbé wá síta fún yín so mo fẹ́ rọ̀ wá mo fẹ́ bẹ̀ wá lórí information tá a gbé wá yìí ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ẹ jẹ́ ká pa ara wa mọ́ stafẹ́ mọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ń nà tì ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká pa ara wa mọ́ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo àwa tá a bá wà ní location 9 gbogbo àwa tá à ń pera ológun ni wá kéde kan ni wá ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí tọ́lọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká pa ara wa mọ́ àwọn terrorists yìí kan ṣe bí òní bá wọn kò wọ́n ní sójà
terrorist ni wọ́n
yes àwọn terrorists wọ́n kó aṣọ sójà sí lọ́rùn yìí wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ ilé sílé láti lọ máa wo nǹkan táwọn èèyàn nílé láti tí wọ́n mọ̀ because àwọn náà mọ̀ wípé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kọ̀ọ̀kan tí kò ń ṣe gbogbo wa yes wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n ti ń pìpì ara wọn because wọ́n mọ̀ wípé something is going to happen very soon tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń pìpì ara wọn so àwọn náà mọ̀ ìdí rèé ibi tí wọ́n ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn láti lọ máa àtàkì wọn kí wọ́n lọ máa kó gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ní tí wọ́n tọ́jú sílé láti lè fi defend ara wọn láti lè lọ máa kó tó ẹ jọ̀ọ́ èmi ò ní sọ wípé báyìí lẹ ṣe máa ṣe o ẹ lọ tọ́jú ẹ̀ sí báyìí ẹ̀yin fúnra ara yín lẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ṣe
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀yin ojú ìfúnra yín
ẹ̀yin fúnra ara yín lẹ mọ̀ bí tẹ́ máa to the extent pé tí wọ́n bá ṣàṣì gbogbo yàrá yín tó ṣàṣì gbogbo lé yín wọn ò ní rí torí tí wọ́n bá ti rí wọn kò ní o tó bá tún kó ibo lọ tún kó lọ ọwọ́ wọn náà ló tún padà dé sí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo rọ̀ wá mo bẹ̀ wá mo dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kan ní ọjọ́ kan lórí ètò mo ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbogbo wa tí à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation tá a bá ní ká máa dá owó gbòkè owó yìí la fẹ́ fi ra nǹkan tá a fẹ́ fi jagun ẹ má jẹ́ ká kanra wa owó yẹn ò lè tó gbogbo àwọn ohun táwọn ti kó wọlé tó ti wà ní ilẹ̀ wa àfi tá a bá fẹ́ tanra wa lókù so ìdí rèé táwa náà fi máa wá lo òwe ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n máa ń sọ wípé nǹkan téèyàn bá ní òun ló fi máa gba nǹkan tí ò ní jẹ́ ní gbogbo ojú ọmọ yẹn àwa la máa mọ bá a ṣe máa gbà
ẹ ṣeun ẹ ṣeun
tá a máa fi kọjú ìjà sí wọn because we don't have ní owó ẹ mọ tẹ bá mọ nǹkan tí wọ́n ti kó wọ ibẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n pléènì ọkọ̀ òfurufú òun ni wọ́n fi lọ já sílẹ̀ fún ọkọ̀ òfurufú
ẹ jẹ́ kí
orí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì yá mi kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan wọ́n ní káwa náà pariwo tí wọn bá ti gbà wípé Buhari kọ́ lè ìyá mi ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ fún yín àti Buhari ló wà níbẹ̀ àti Buhari kọ́ ló wà níbẹ̀ o àsìkò ń bọ̀ tí ò tiẹ̀ pẹ́ mọ́ ṣe bí nǹkan tí gbogbo wọn gbò tí lè fi jó tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo wọn sì máa padà wá síta nígbà tákòókò bá tó wọ́n ní tó bá tójú ṣúṣú fùrọ̀ máa là ẹ ṣàjẹ́ káwa máa wòran ká rẹ̀ focus ibi tá à ń lọ Yorùbá nation tá a gbé dání yẹn òun ni kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe kí ni òun ni kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká dúró lé lórí ẹ jẹ́ ẹ dánu dúró báyìí fún ìwà ẹ ṣe.
ẹ ṣeun mo kọ láfikún ọ̀rọ̀ sí nǹkan tẹ́ sọ lórí bẹ́ẹ̀ mo fẹ́ kí ó yé àwọn èèyàn wa pé kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ yẹn náà ni kò sí bá ṣe lè tuwó jọ tó gbogbo àwọn nǹkan ogun tí àwọn aráàbẹ̀ kó lẹ̀ a lè ní tó kì í ṣe rọ́ òótọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n wá sọ̀rọ̀ fún yín ìdí ẹ̀ tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe rí nǹkan tí àwọn owó kan lọ́ fi ń gba kínní yìí o lọ́ fi ń gba àwọn kínní ìwọlé o àwọn nǹkan àlùmọ́ọ́nì wa ni wọ́n ń lò lọ́ ń kó fún àwọn tí wọ́n ń gba nǹkan ogun yìí lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan àlùmọ́ọ́nì wa náà ń kó àmì ní góòlù o àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n á kó wọ́n á ní ok ẹ má sanwó fún wa nǹkan yín la fẹ́ ntẹ bá fẹ́ iyekíye nǹkan ogun tẹ bá fẹ́ a kó fún yín àmọ́ ẹ fún wa níye báyìí àwọn nǹkan tẹ nínú àlùmọ́ọ́nì yín ìyẹn lọ́ fi ń ṣe torí náà mo fẹ́ kó yé wa pé ọ̀rọ̀ pé a fẹ́ tuwó jọ àmà náà máa kó níta bá ṣe a máa lo ohun tá a ní àfigbantí àní gẹ́gẹ́ bí Lady Best bó ṣe sọ ibi tọ́rọ̀ yẹn wà àwọn ọ̀nà wà a dẹ̀ ní àwọn ọ̀nà tá a máa ti ṣe àwọn kinní yẹn àmọ́ ìgbésẹ̀ wa ó já sórí pé ètò ìdáàbòbò ní gbogbo ìgbèríko àdúgbò ìpínlẹ̀ ìdílé sí ìdílé gbogbo wa pátápátá báyìí ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe ètò ìdáàbòbò yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí Lady Best ṣe sọ ọ̀rọ̀ pé àwọn arábì yẹn fẹ́ wá sáré sọ́dọ̀ wa láti wá ṣe nǹkan ẹ ti mọ tẹ́ máa fi àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ nílò láti fi dáàbòbò ara yín ẹ wá bẹ́ ṣe máa ṣe àwọn ètò kẹ́rí pé àwọn kan yẹn ó wà níbi tẹ́ máa ti gbé lè fi ṣe tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe ní sọ fún yín pé kẹ́dọ̀ fi síbi báyìí ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ gbogbo yẹn lára yín torí náà ṣẹ́rí ìdáàbòbò ní agbègbè sí agbègbè àdúgbò sádùúgbò títì sí títì abúlé sábúlé ìgbèríko sí ìgbèríko gbogbo àwọn ọkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ká ṣe àwọn ètò ká máa sọ léraléra mo dẹ̀ rọ̀ wá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ má kàn dúró kẹ́ máa wo àwọn Fúlàní bó ṣe ń kó sí yín láàrin ẹ máa lé wọn kúrò Alàgbàdéjọ ti sọ fún yín ọ̀rọ̀ táǹkà ẹ má wọn gbọ́dọ̀ wà nítòsí yín torí wọn máa gbé wọn síbi tẹ́ pé àwọn èrò pọ̀ dáadáa wọn á juná sí wọn bá juná ọlọ́màjáre kan ẹ má jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ torí náà wọ́n ní bọ́yìn sọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí alàgbà Adéjọ sọ bàbá Adéjọ sọ ojú lalákàn fi ń ṣọ́rí ń tà ń sọ yìí kì í ṣe ṣeré gbogbo ẹ wo ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi kíní hàn yín mo fẹ́ fi eléyìí hàn yín ní ká tó máa lọ mo fẹ́ fi kíní hàn yín ń dáná ń bọ̀ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ rí fúnra yín kẹ́ ẹ lè mọ̀ pé ń tà ń sọ yìí ó ti kọjá eré ó ti kọjá apá à ń ṣeré ṣe àwọn tó wá sọ pé wọ́n kàn tọ́ra wọn ni wọ́n ń ṣe bá.
nípa ẹ sáré fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú kan mo ní èmẹ̀ tí mo táìpù síbẹ̀ olóko sí mi lẹ́nu. ṣé ẹ rí mo rí kọ́mẹ́ǹtì kan sí ní tẹ́lẹ̀ kan sọ pé yẹn Yorùbá pípa àwọn ní ọ̀tá ara wọn kiri ẹ má jẹ́ ká parọ́ tọrọ wa kò síbi tí ṣe ò sí tó bá láwa Yorùbá ní ọ̀tá ara wa ẹ̀yin ń kọ́ ẹ̀ kì í ṣọ̀tá yín ọ̀tá sílẹ̀ ìwọ tó ń sọ yìí pé one nation ní kí gbogbo wa fight do you really know the meaning of one nation ṣé o mọ definition one nation ṣá ṣé Nàìjíríà tó ń rí yẹn ṣé one nation ni ṣé one nation ní Nàìjíríà ṣé o mọ definition one nation ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn máa pariwo one nation ìmí inú Igbo mọ history ẹ̀ mọ nǹkan kan ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ní fẹ́ lẹ́yìn Ewa, you can go ahead. Ní pẹ́lẹ̀ kí ló ń pè ní one nation.
ẹ ṣeun.
Nígbà yẹn fún wa níbẹ̀ kó sọ tún mọ́ one nation fún wa nonsense.
Ẹ wo ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wo kíní lọ́wọ́ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ máa wo àwọn ọkọ̀ yẹn kẹ́ máa wo ṣe rí wọ́n ṣí ọkọ̀ yẹn lẹ̀ àwọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí alàgbà bàbá adéṣọ́ ṣe sọ wọn kì í ṣe aráàlú wa o àwọn ọmọ wa wọ́n kó wọn sí Sambisa forest kọ́ lè máa pa wọ́n lọ́hùn wọ́n máa kó àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe aráàlú wọn wọ́n á kó wa sínú ọ̀rọ̀ wa kọ́ máa pa wá ńlé àwọn òde lè máa wò kọ́ máa pa wá ẹ jẹ́ ká gbégbèsè mò ń fi hàn yín ẹ jẹ́ ká máa play kíní máa tún wá fi hàn yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí máa ṣàlàyé àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan lórí ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́dọ̀ àyè.
aláwọn pọ̀ ọmọ ogun tó kó wọlé sọ̀rọ̀ state lélẹ́yìí at least nǹkan tó fi kó wọn ó wọ more than kínní ṣe pé wọ́n kóra wọn wọlé gan ni wọ́n kó wọn wọlé gan ni.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ bí ní ìbéèrè kan gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ kínní tẹ́ ń sọ pé bóyá kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ti fojú ara yín rí àwọn ọkọ̀ yìí kí ni gómìnà Mákindé kí ló ti ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn aráabí wọ́n kó àwọn èèyàn wọnú ilé nínú ìlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ báyìí ẹ wò wọ́n ẹ wo tó gbé dání wọ́n kógi wọ́n ń pariwo tẹ́ bá gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ gbọ́ bó ṣe ń pariwo ọ̀rọ̀ bó ṣe ń pariwo ariwo ogun náà pa fún ibẹ̀ ariwo yẹn mo fẹ́ kẹ́ gbọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ariwo ogun nìyẹn o tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ o pẹ̀lú àìmọye ọ̀dẹ̀ kó iṣẹ́ dání.
inú wọn dùn fáwọn fẹ́ lọ mú jẹ.
wọ́n fẹ́ lọ mú jẹ à ń fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ kíní fún yín àwọn kan tún jiyàn nígbà bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yẹn máa ní àwọn tó ṣẹ́rí nígbà tí kíní yẹn bá ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn tó ń sọ pé ó lè bá gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ kí àwọn alálẹ̀ kan bá wa ṣe kó jẹ́ pé ilé wọn ló máa kọ́kọ́ dé.
Èmi ò wá níbẹ̀ lọ́hùn kọ́kọ́ pa wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wà máa kọ́kọ́ gé wọn lápá gé wọn lẹ́sẹ̀ kó tó di pé wọ́n máa pa wọ́n tán so wọ́n lè wà ní àwọn dẹ̀ wo prógráàmù kan tí wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o táwọn ní náà láìwo kí wọ́n tó wá jásẹ̀ bó ṣe máa rí fún wọn ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ wo ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ òkú agbọ̀bẹ kí bí lady b ṣe máa ń sọ.
ẹ̀sálì yẹn ṣe ohun ìdánayọ̀ mi dé wọ́n ní wọn ò kó wọn pẹ̀lú mọ́tò mílítírì ṣé yẹn nìkan kò tó proof. àbí mílítírì ò ní mọ́tò wọn ò ní mọ́tò tó yẹ kí wọ́n fi kó wọn kọ́ bá tẹ̀ ni wọ́n fẹ́ kó wọn lọ sí ìlú. ṣé yẹn kò tó proof so what are we saying? kí la wá ń bára wa sọ.
tó lady b bóyá èmi gan bóyá mo láti gbé àwọn gbèsè kó mo láti lọ ṣe àwọn kankan náà fúnra mi àmọ́ máa mẹ́nu tó but mo fẹ́ kí ẹ bá round up so kẹ sọ fún àwọn nǹkan fáwọn èèyàn wa náà ká tó máa lọ ẹ ṣeun.
okay àsìkò yìí mo fẹ́ fi bá gbogbo èèyàn ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà sọ̀rọ̀ kó ṣe àwọn kan tí wọ́n sì believe nínú wọn ní Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tá a jọ gbé Yorùbá nation yìí dání tá a dẹ̀ ní ìgbàgbọ́ nínú ẹ̀ pé a ti gba Yorùbá nation ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí tọlọ́run àwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n bá wà nílé ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ fún wọn kí wọ́n má sún àsùnpara kí wọ́n má sún àsùnpìyè pàápàá jùlọ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tá a gbé wá ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ fún wọn pé àwọn tẹ́rọ́rìsì yìí tí wọ́n kó aṣọ sójà sí lọ́rùn wọ́n ń bọ̀ láti máa wọ ilé sílé láti máa gba gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n bá nílé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí tọlọ́run ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ fún gbogbo wọn kó ní kálukú mọ bí wọ́n ṣe máa ṣe kíni bí wọ́n ṣe máa play safe Ọlọ́run ràn gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ o a ò ní ṣe lásán lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation ayọ̀ ló máa já sí.
àmì àṣẹ ẹ ṣeun okay hold on okay good all right now mo fẹ́ èmi gan náà ká tó máa lọ àti máa kọ kémi náà ká tó máa lọ àkànṣe máa tún máa ràn àrò gbogbo gẹ́gẹ́ bí lady b ṣe sọ àti alàgbà bàbá Adéjọ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o ibi tá a wà yìí àsìkò tá a wà yìí ewu ńlá ń bẹ àmọ́ ṣe rí a gbọ́dọ̀ jáyà lórí ilé bàbá tàwa o tá a bá jáde tán fún wọn àwọn lẹ̀rú máa bà mo fẹ́ kó yé yín wọn ọ̀pọ̀ tó wà ẹ má gbàgbé wọn ọ̀pọ̀ tó wà kò sí àwọn èèyàn tán lè kó sínú ọkọ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ fi dẹ́rù bà wá pé wọ́n ti wọlé àmọ́ tí gbogbo wa bá jáde tán tá a bá dúró lápapọ̀ wa wọ́n máa sáré kàbàkàbà ní mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ní ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀ yẹn àmọ́ ìgbésẹ̀ wá ń sìn ètò ìdáàbòbò àwọn ọmọ wa àwọn géńdé wa àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀ máa láti lò fi ṣe ètò yìí àwọn géńdé wa báyìí ní ká gbé papọ̀ pé wá o àwọn náà máa láti ṣe iṣẹ́ yìí àwọn àgbà ọlọ́dẹ wa ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ pè gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa ní àdúgbò kẹ́ fi àwọn kankan kẹ́ fi tó wọn létí kẹ́ ṣe àlàyé fún àwọn kankan tẹ́ máa láti ṣe lórí ìgbésẹ̀ ìdáàbòbò fẹ́ fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ ó ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí àmọ́ pé à ń bẹ̀rù ẹ̀jẹ̀ yẹn kúrò n ta máa ṣe ní ká kọjú sí a máa lo ohun tá a ní fi gba ohun tá a ní a máa lo ohun tí a ní a máa fi gba ohun tí a ní àní sọ àní jù báyìí lọ a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ọmọ káàrọ̀-oòjíire a dúpẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe darapọ̀ mọ́ wa a máa pín ètò yìí lórí Citizen lórí YouTube later ṣe gbọ́ àmọ́ ibi tá à ń lọ sìn ni pé kí ó yé wa pé gbogbo ohun tó ń lọ yìí ẹ má jẹ́ ká jáyà ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ lápapọ̀ wa ká gba òmìnira yìí á dẹ̀ ṣe é ṣe ẹ jọ gbogbo àwọn tó ń sọ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ a ti gbọ́ ẹ̀yin kọ́ni ní bá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tá à ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ni àwọn tó ń nígbàgbọ́ nínú òmìnira tá à ń ṣe yìí ká dẹ̀ ṣetán láti gbé gbèsè láti pèsè ìdáàbòbò ní gbogbo àgbègbè wa àdúgbò wa ìgbèríko títì ìpínlẹ̀ sí ìpínlẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe ètò yẹn ẹ má fi falẹ̀ gbogbo ilé tó ń ṣe tán ní sàpá àwọn ń dìbò kìnnìkan irọ́ ló bá dé mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó yé wa àwa ló kù sí ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tá a máa gbé pàtàkì jùlọ ní gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́jẹ̀jọ ilẹ̀ káàrọ̀-oòjíire ilẹ̀ òmìnira Yorùbá á dẹ̀ ṣe é ṣe fún wa o ẹ jọ̀ọ́ a tún máa padà wá ná a kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o orúkọ tèmi ni Citizen AY Ayọ̀ Ògúndèmú ní orí Odùduwà TV radio Lady Best àwọn náà wọ́n jáde àdébà sọ̀rọ̀ àti bàbá wa náà bàbá Adéjọ ṣeun gan ní lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí kò ní sí wa kò ní rẹ̀ wá o gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ ètò yìí ẹ bá wa pín ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí kí n sọ̀rọ̀ ṣeréṣeré ẹ ti rí àwọn àwòrán tí ẹ pé àwọn aráàbí wọ́n ti wọlé pẹ̀lú ogun lọ́gbé wá wọ́n ti gbé ìbọn wọ́n ti gbé oríṣiríṣi dání gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́jẹ̀jọ gbogbo ń tẹ́ máa fi pèsè ètò ìdáàbòbò ẹ ṣètò pé àwọn aráàbí wọn ò ní rí níbi tó máa ti gbé lè fi gbà lọ́wọ́ yín torí nǹkan ètò èròǹgbà ọkàn wọn ni pé káwọn wọlé kí wọ́n máa gbà wọ́n máa lọ́wọ́ wọ́n á gbà wọ́n á padà wá ṣiṣẹ́ ibi wọn a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kó wáyé tí wọ́n mi yẹ yín a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kó wáyé Yorùbá nation ẹ ti dúró kò dẹ̀ sí n tó máa yẹ ìgbésẹ̀ wa ló kù a ṣe ṣe láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹ ṣeun akígbe wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o ká tó máa lọ ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ orin ìbílẹ̀ wa a tún máa padà wá láìpẹ́ yẹn ṣeun tó a máa kọ ní láì lo orin sẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa fún orílẹ̀ ibi wa kágbéga fáyé rí ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa tẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára ọmọ Oòduà dìde bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. tó ẹ ṣeun gan ni o nígbà kan náà àti màá rí yín bá ẹ ṣeun láìpẹ́ yìí àtún máa padà wá tún sọ àwọn kan gbọ́dọ̀ kan àbí méjì ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá a máa pé ètò yìí ẹ fi tó gbogbo ọmọ káàrọ̀-oòjíire létí ó ti ṣeé ṣe fún wa ìgbésẹ̀ wa lápapọ̀ ló máa gbé wa délẹ̀ lérí ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ó ti ṣeé ṣe àdẹ̀ ti rí ṣe Yorùbá nation ó ti dúró ilẹ̀ wa ilẹ̀ òmìnira ó ti dúró gbogbo wa àdẹ̀ máa rí pé gbogbo àwọn gbogbo àgbáyé ọmọ láti mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn òun ni a pè ní ìpínlẹ̀ ilẹ̀ àwa ọmọ káàrọ̀-oòjíire kò dẹ̀ sí tó máa yẹ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kò sí nǹkan náà tó máa yẹ àṣeṣe o ẹ ṣeun ó dìgbà kan ẹ ṣeun ó dàbọ̀.
And today, like every other day, we have a lot of information to share. What are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be talking about Bernard Henri Levy and his findings when he did investigative reporting. Are you listening, CNN and BBC? He did investigative reporting into what's going on in Nigeria, and he determined that there was genocide. And the Buhari government was complicit. It went beyond just not acting against it, but was complicit. And he's calling for sanctions against the Nigerian government, specific sanctions that would stop it. So today we're going to be talking about that, and we're going to be talking about what actually is going on. Is genocide really going on? And look at independent assessments of what's going on. What's the world talking about? What are the others saying about what's going on in Nigeria? Then we'll talk about what genocide actually looks like and who are the perpetrators, who are doing this. I mean, how can so many be killed and yet there are no consequences, and then it continues? Then we'll talk about what is the world doing about it. Has the world done anything to stop it? Is the world on the verge of doing something to stop it, especially the West? Then we'll talk about indigenous Nigerians. What do they need to do to protect themselves and to see that this genocide and jihad and also one that is not being talked about by the West, the invasion of the Fulani, trying to take over the land that they claim that Atman Dan Fodio bequeathed to them as their inheritance.
Yeah.
So today, we are going to have quite a few folks here that are going to be pitching in, but mainly we will have Citizen AY. Hello, Citizen AY. How are you today?
Hi there. Good evening to you all. Good evening to all my Middle Belt friends, my Biafrans, Odudua, and everybody in between. I want to say it's a pleasure to be back on the platform again and discussing on freedom from Nigeria. I've been aired on Ginger Media and of course on Odudua TV Radio. For purposes, we will stream it again on YouTube, but for now you're getting on Facebook. What is really important now is for us to really address the issue. The central issue is the safety of our people, the lives of the people of Middle Belt and the South. The lives of the people of Middle Belt and the South. All of us, that is really where we're going. We need you to be safe. Whatever else is being discussed now, your safety and security must be your top priority. We are trying to ensure that the people in those hinterlands, in those Middle Belt areas and in the South, that we emphasize and get people to wake up and realize that their safety is more important than any cow that the so-called food that the Fulanis are going to be protecting in the land that doesn't belong to them. This is our land, our people. We need to protect our people. So that is where the discussion is. And of course, it's very good. We will go into detail about the man that Jean spoke about now.
Bernard Henri Levy.
Bernard Henri Levy. And that is an indication that the world knows what is going on. And there's no harm in reiterating this point, but it drives home the point that we are saying that now we, the indigenous people, we must defend ourselves by all means. If the Fulanis are allowed to carry AK-47s to protect cows in our indigenous land, we must be able to defend ourselves. So we'll go to detail about that one. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So welcome everyone again. I just realized that we actually were not live. We weren't quite there. But welcome everyone again. And this is Freedom from Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about a very important subject, because at Freedom from Nigeria, what we do is to bring information together for you so that you understand the things that are going on in Nigeria. Frequently on the news, we have desperate information because they're all looked at individually, but here we bring it together for you. And today we have a great information, and as some of you already heard from Citizen AY talking about some of the things, we're going to be focusing on the West should sanction Nigeria for the genocide that is ongoing. And this is a book, The Will to See, by Bernard Henri Levy, who did investigative reporting. Hello, CNN. Hello, AJ English. Hello, BBC, and all those world newspapers out there, magazines. investigative reporting is required to be able to determine what's going on. But he did his investigative reporting, and we're going to be talking about what he presented to the U.S. Congress regarding what's actually going on in Nigeria, and the fact that he called the government complicit. So we're going to look and see what's actually going on in Nigeria. What are independent sources talking about? Are they indicating that there's a genocide going on? Are they talking about jihadists? What about the U.S. intelligence? What are they saying about it? Then we'll take a look to see what is actually going on. What does genocide look like, so that we can look at some of the numbers and we can look at things that the International Criminal Court is talking about, the UN, and various other organizations. And then we will really hit upon, well, who are these perpetrators? Who are killing the Christians? Who are killing the moderate Muslims? Why is there certain pockets where this is happening? And then we'll also finally, we are going to talk about what you and I as indigenous Nigerians, and no, Hausa Fulani are not indigenous Nigerians. Hausas are indigenous. Fulanis arrived in the late 18th century. And in time, that means yesterday. So they are not indigenous to Nigeria. And Hausa Fulani is a false narrative. There is no such tribe as Hausa Fulani. This is important for people to know. So, as I said earlier, we have Citizen AY. Welcome, Citizen AY. We have Honorable Ogaraku, who is in the UK as well. Welcome, Honorable Ogaraku. So they're going to be the principal participants today. And we are going to now, we will also call on others who would provide, commentary to what's going on. We've got Balade, we've got Dr. Emeke Ofor, we've got Ruby, and we've got Chidi. And I know there's some other people who are struggling to come in, but are not able to come in. But we are going to get started. So I am going to let Citizen AY give a brief introduction again, and then I'll go to Honorable just on this topic. And let's just kind of stick with the topic without, going into the details so that we can kind of walk through that. But if you can kind of just talk a little bit about, is there genocide going on in Nigeria, Citizen AY? And then I'll come to you, Ogaraku, to give your perspective on that.
Thanks again, Jean, and good evening to you all. You're watching Citizen AY. What we are talking about tonight, in association with Freedom from Nigeria, is the central point. Is there genocide going on in Nigeria? I think it is patent. It is patently clear to everybody. It should be by now that there is no doubt, no matter how much the Nigerian government is trying to hide this information, that we have, there's a clear case that genocide has been going on, and perhaps it's been going on for even a long time than we realized, as far back as 2015. We're going to state the case tonight. 2012, yes, of course, yes. So, and that is what we're stating here, and we've been, it's been hidden by so many narratives. They're designed to hide it, to mask it, to make it look like it's really, they call it harder farmer clash. No, there is no farmer harder clash. The indigenous people own the land, the farmers, and the terrorists are using the cows as a means to come in and attack the farmers using AK-47 provided by the federal government. And the federal government disarms the farmers from taking using their own homemade arms. As we speak, there is plans to go into southwest, from what I understand, to actually take arms from people. So, but anyway, that is a clear case of preparing ground for genocide. So there's genocide going on in continental Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'll come to Ogaraku. What are your thoughts on the subject? We're talking about the West should sanction Nigeria's genocide by Bernard Henri, where he also indicated that the government is complicit. Ogaraku, you need to unmute.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody on the forum. Thank you, all listeners worldwide. To state that there is genocide in Nigeria is not necessarily an announcement I'm making. It is a fact that is there for your verification. One renowned general in Nigeria once made it very clear to us that That is genocide, and the military is complicit. I'm reporting General Theophilus Danjuma.
Yeah.
There's no better way to say this.
And we will
And
see
he
that
asked
video a little later on.
Yeah.
So what?
We'll see that video a little later on.
All right. We also see the former deputy manager of Central Bank, who told us clearly what has been going on. And how does this happen? Because the institution with the military is trying to cover up this. Sometimes their hideout is under even near their camps and near their barracks and near their where they're supposed to be, where people should call safe haven for the people. Instead of being safe haven for the people, it becomes safe haven for the terrorists.
Yep.
The funny thing is when people attack them, you see this military coming into their airs immediately. However, when they attack the people, you will not see them around. This is a clear sign of complicit, and this is a clear sign of organized genocide. I'm not making a new announcement. It's a fact that is there for you to verify. And the world community knew this and seems to not to be doing something much, much right. I want to announce to the world once again, putting my voice to that of many, to inform you that with the evidence of what the killings that have been going on from Borno down to Taraba, down to almost every part of Nigeria.
Kaduna has been
it happened there. It's not even 2012, but that's when we started noticing.
Exactly. Probably back in 2009.
Exactly.
Really,
so it's not something new. And how come the government seems to claim incapable of doing something about this? How come? These people who promised us security, stability, this and that, over now. In fact, I had Obasanjo a few days ago. He said, if anybody expects more from Buhari, that person is making a mistake. But he has done his best. Whether his best is done enough for us or not is for us.
If he is complicit.
Yes. So,
I'm just saying, Bernard Henri Levy is saying the government is complicit.
So,
and we know that Buhari is Sharia Buhari, right? Okay.
So it's not a new announcement. We are confirming what is already in place for a good number of years now running, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So, given that we all feel that this is information that Nigerians jihadists, given the complicity of the government, in the government, if we were to look at it in the totality across all of Nigeria, we'll be talking about pretty much every government, right? Because if the federal government is not doing anything about it, are the state governments doing anything about it either? So as we are rushing into hold off because it renews this constitution that we implemented a constitutional force majeure back in 2020 and would continue to hold us hostage to the Fulani oligarchy and caliphate and giving them time to be able to take over Nigeria. We need to be focusing on...
Whoops. What's up? There's something happening.
We must do, because I don't think it's fair, for instance, for us to believe that all the international communities understand what's going on in Nigeria. We need to be putting that information out there. We need to be walking it into their offices.
Well, there is some sort of technical delay. Do bear with us. There is some sort of technical delay going on, and we're trying to resolve that as quickly as possible. Jane, are you there? Very much I will carry on a little bit more. There is some sort of delay, but what Jane is saying is absolutely right. There is we need to be working this into the offices. I think at this point in time, we shouldn't rule anything out in terms of what we're going to do. We should not be ruling out anything in terms of what we can do. I hope she's back. Oh, this may be a problem here. I'm not too sure how. Let's stop the sharing for a minute. No, let me just, I'm not going to stop her. Oh, yeah, we just lost it. So I'll be back in a second. We just lost her. I'm hoping she will come back in.
Recording in progress.
The very high level summary
Okay.
of what Bernard Henri presented to the U.S. Congress. Honorable, if you want to kind of go through this, that would be fine.
Yeah.
You can walk us through that.
Am I? Oh, yeah, okay. So the summary of the Brendan Henry Levy's inquiries. He said, 1, genocide is going on in Nigeria. 2, the Nigerian government is complicit in the genocide. 3, West should sanction Nigeria with targeted sanctions. The Nigerian government is not only tolerant, but complicit in the violence in the Nigeria. Levy told a press conference at the Haida Regency Hotel on October 27, where I, a congressman in the United States, I would study targeted and well-proportionate sanction against Nigeria, which encourages such crime. I accuse the regime of Muhammad Buhari, of complicity of the Islamist Fulanis. It's clearly stated.
Those are very powerful words.
Very
right?
powerful.
Very powerful.
Very powerful.
And he's a French philosopher, right?
Yeah.
That has taken upon himself to seek justice for all, right? And he was contacted by a Nigerian telling him about what was going on in Nigeria. And this, folks, this is not from years back. This presentation that he made was in October 27 of 2021. This is very recent. And I know that a lot of our people don't even know that this has happened, right? And this is where information dissemination amongst individuals becomes incredibly important. This is huge.
Yeah.
This is huge because he came with documentation. And as we saw in the prior, in our beginning slide, the UN has identified what is going on. There are others asking, is the government involved, right? And we've heard people actually saying the government involved, right, in this. And look, down here, the federal government is to establish 119 ranches in Benue, Taraba, and others in the Middle Belt. What are these ranches? Is this not Ruga? Is this not where they're bringing in foreign Fulani to take the land?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So again, this is powerful information, and we're calling on all indigenous, and we'll talk about this as we're going through. Reactions, Citizen AY. What are your reactions to this information?
Well, I mean, first thing to say is we've been. It's good to see that the noise what they call noise that we've been making. We've been raising an alarm about this for quite a number of years collectively. You know, as Yorubas, as Igbos, as Middle Beltans, and collectively in various organizations that we have together, we've been clamoring. I remember at the time when we talked about the fact that we're saying, UN, do something. Your silence is killing us. UN, do something.
Well,
all of these things, last year. So we were there. So this is simply a confirmation or reconfirmation of what we've already been saying. Yeah. Now, the key thing is this: to have it in words, written in stark words. And I say the words again. I accuse the regime of Muhammad Buhari of complicity of the Islamist Fulanis. I mean, that is open and shut. I have to say, this is damning evidence if one needs one, and we need to make sure that this is all over our social media, in terms of whether or not, whatever, be it the Middle Belt, be it the Southwest, be it the Southeast, this should be all over our news.
Belt, the South.
Exactly. We should be really blasting this news, making sure our people know. So that, because the reason why I'm saying that is because when the people are aware that their government has been accused of this complicity of the Islamist Fulanis, they will be emboldened to ensure that the steps they need to take to free themselves, that they go forward and do it, and they protect themselves. why we're saying all of this is our people still have some kind of a belief in what you call a federal government of Nigeria, which we all know is a promulgation decree government, a military decree government. But by bringing down this kind of information to you, to us, or to the general public, we are hoping the awareness goes into the hinterlands, so people can have a new understanding and a new urgency about the current situation that we all are in. Don't forget, in the T community, about 2 million are living in this in IDP camps, chased away by these same Fulanese, and now we now have the confirmation that Muhammad Buhari is complicit of the complicity of the Islamist Fulanese in genocide. So again, and there's so many killings going on in Igbo land as well, and of course now you also the Owo incident. Over 40 people were killed, 102 people were involved in it, and over 40 were killed. 60 are still in hospital in bad way. These are things we need to talk about. So there is no doubt that this is a confirmation of what we have been saying all along. We do hope that people will take that on board as something that we should share right now. And I will say, just put a hashtag, you know, with the just put the words that you saw on the screen. Put it on there and highlight the fact that the Muhammad Buhari is complicit in genocide, and you know those are the kind of things we should do. But anyway, I'll stop there for now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Now, Noah, I see that you've joined us. Are you able to speak where you are, Noah? Because we just want to get some reaction to, you know, yes, we are educating our people. Are there others that we need to educate about this information? Because this is pretty damning information. And we're going to look at other damning information. And as we continue to ask the question, why isn't the West reacting? Right? We're going to need to continue. We're going to get to the section where we'll talk about what is the West doing, right? But for right now, let's talk about, you know, with this information out here, should indigents be doing something other than just sharing this amongst themselves? What else should they be doing? You know, so I'd like to kind of hit it. Bolade, if you want to unmute and address, what should citizens be doing with this information besides, you know, talking about it in their fare in Nigeria?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here talking to you again through this modern medium. For me, this thing started some time ago when I went back to Nigeria, and then we have Igbo friends, and my cousin saying, "Oh, the Igbo saying they're going again, you saying they're going again." I said, "What's the problem?" He says, "You don't know, you just hear, you don't know." I said, "All right." So I come over, I get a map on my phone saying, "Oduduwa Nation must stand." What are you talking about, Oduduwa Nation must stand? Then you look into all the things that have been going on. Boko Haram, who are they? How they knew them. Then one thing I found out was when Hillary Clinton was the foreign secretary for America, Boko Haram came around. Boko Haram were not prescribed. In fact, I think they encouraged Boko Haram at the time. So basically, what it is our friends, their friends, and what did they get up to? Because we're talking about this thing of the British and all that. They've all got their own interests in Nigeria that they would defend.
So can we kind of focus on talking about what the indigents need to do with this information
what the indigents need to do?
Outside of Nigeria.
I think it was Governor Rufai who said it, or was somebody else. The Nigerian government, army, ain't providing security for us. So they should let the indigents do it. And the indigents should not be waiting for the government to say, you can now go and do that. No. They should be already getting organized, having their organizations, going into their farmlands.
Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to kind of focus on the message, the Bernard Henri Levy information. What should the citizens do with that information outside of Nigeria? with the information that says that the Nigerian government is complicit and that there is genocide going on in Nigeria? What should indigents do with that information?
I think Indians outside Nigeria, I think we can write home and petition the government saying, well, look, we know what you're up to. It's not right. Could you desist? But then everybody has got to get on right and know we've all got to do something. It's not going to be down to a section over there. No. It's all of us, because we know back home our people are suffering, and we've got to be able to say, right, I know what I can do. I can give you some handout. There it is. Go and use it. And it might be that some people might have to break the law and now start supplying certain ingredients with
okay,
weapons.
Let's not go there, please. We do not we are not into any breaking of laws, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So I'm going to move on and to really talk about, you know, some of the things that we're talking about that the indigents can do with this information, because it's very important. We're going to have a section where we'll talk about this, but we want to be able to kind of hit on this. Okay, I see Dr. Emeka wants to make some comments as to what the indigents can do with this information outside of Nigeria. Citizen AY has given us a brilliant rendition of what they can do inside of Nigeria. And we'll talk about some more of the other things that they can do. But Dr. Emeka, go ahead, you can unmute and talk to us about what should indigents be doing with this information.
Thank you very much for organizing this live talk show, and I really appreciate it, and I appreciate everyone here. It's obvious what indigents are supposed to do. They have to defend themselves. They have no other choice.
Right.
Because
we focus on what they should do with this information. We have
what they should do
with this information specifically.
Good. What they should do with this information is that it confirms what is actually going on in Nigeria. They too should educate themselves to understand that the government they have is not for them, that the government they have is complicit. They're actually conniving with the Boko Haram, with the terrorists. Buhari himself said that a fight against Boko Haram is a fight against the North. And the Boko Haram they arrested, they call them repentant terrorists. Nigeria is now repenting terrorist. How can a nation repent terrorist? If I take you back to memory lane, there's a terrorist guy called Mutala in 2009, Christmas Day bomber. He's from Kaduna State. From these people that Nigerians are having problem with right now, he was in a plane. He's called underwear bomber.
Underwear bomber. Yeah.
He tried to explode himself with everybody in the plane, but thank God he failed. That young guy is serving a 3-term lifetime jail in the United States of America. If America could not repent terrorists, they put them in Guantanamo Bay. How come Nigeria is repenting terrorists and the whole world is sitting down watching? These terrorists, they repent them and enlist them in the Nigerian military, security forces, and deploy them to the south to be killing people. Who do you think that are killing people in the southern Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move on. So let me address this issue of, citizen.
Oh, the network's gonna go again. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear Jean? I can't hear Jean. Is she
no, we can't hear Jean. We can't hear Jean.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Jean, okay.
We have to take.
Oh, there it goes.
Jean, there was some problem. We couldn't hear you. No, but none of us could hear you before as we were talking. It froze for some reason.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I did see that there was a freeze, but I thought it was coming from his side. But I just wanted to address this because, Citizen AY, you addressed the fact that of what we do in Nigeria, but it's very important.
Yes.
We need to look outside. It's not the responsibility of the world to actually know the details of what's going on. If we have taken the time, especially those of us in the diaspora, to educate our lawmakers, so everyone in the U.S., for instance, needs to be reaching out to their lawmakers in their state and making them aware, the House of Reps and the GOP, right, the senators and the House of Reps, making them aware of what's going on, because a lot of them don't really know this, right? Because this presentation would have been made to the security, and it's only a handful of senators that would be in there and a handful of representatives. What about the rest? We need to be sending this information out. They all have Twitter handles. They all have email addresses. They all have offices. It is our responsibility. Those in the UK, you need to be talking to the UK and saying, listen, we know that you supported these Fulanis and used them in the beginning, and it appears that you still are, because you're not doing anything, right? And we'll talk about that as to what they're doing. But it's up to us. In Germany, in Asia, in other African countries, in Ghana, in South Africa, in Jamaica, everywhere that indigenous are, this information needs to be hitting the airwaves, needs to be hitting the radios, needs to be hitting the newspapers. You need to make commercials and put it on the network news. If they don't want to show it, you make a commercial that talks about it. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, and put it out there. Billboards. So that's what we need to do. So we're going to move on now. Excuse me a second. Let's talk about what are others saying. Let's take a look and see what others are saying. So, Citizen AY, what are others saying? I've got some up here that you can kind of talk to, and we have a couple of slides.
Yeah.
So that we can make sure that the world actually understands that it's not just Nigerians that are saying this, right?
Exactly. I mean, what we're looking at, thank you, Jean. We're looking at the write-up there. Nigeria described as world epicenter of jihadi violence, Christian persecution at catastrophic levels. These are statements being made by organizations outside, country from Nigeria. And these are the kind of things that we as people must really take on. ICC prosecutor visits Nigeria to discuss war crimes against humanity with the Nigerian government, 2022, 4th of May 2022. These are obviously the things that we should really be making sure that within our diaspora community, we are making this aware to our people, to embolden us, to empower us, and share this with, again, like Jean said, in the UK here, the MPs, our MPs, we should be flooding their emails and Twitter handles and all of that with this information. I certainly will be doing that. And I've done that before. Although the MPs they tend to be having a ready-made answer of, right, okay, yes, we believe that Nigeria is a democracy, they are complying with rule of law, and they completely ignore the reality that we're talking about. But nonetheless, we will still continue, because it will be on record. The reason why we should continue to do this and talk and make them aware is that it will be on record. So that if they come and say, oh, we didn't know. No. You did know. We did give you the information, but you chose not to act on it. And those are the kind of things, when we see that happen, it is more likely that more of us will get involved in this struggle in diaspora and ensure that our people can get what they need to protect and defend themselves. Because this is what is going on is genocide. So you can see the discussions that's going on there. Even the ICC visited Nigeria and discussed war crimes and crimes against humanity with the government. I mean, this is shocking and sickening. So I want to urge you all to please let us not relent. These kind of things should be on all Twitter handles of all the organizations or all the people who are in government, senators in America, and in all the people, like, I don't know what they call them in Canada, MPs in the UK, wherever you are, all of the government officials and all the government institutions that you have, something is going on. Sorry about this. Let me just see what's going on. Something is really happening now. I don't know what's going on. That is up and running there. So do beg your pardon. There is some sort of a problem with the link, and we're trying to sort it out. There's something that's dropping out, and I'm very, very sorry about this. We will get it back up and running. We're trying to address that. I know you can hear me, but we're trying to reconnect urgently with what is with the broadcast. Something just happened now, and I don't know why it's happened, and we need to address that. it is going to be very difficult to continue if it keeps breaking like this. And that is quite a concern. I don't know what's happened. So we're going to bring them back up. We will continue with the broadcast in due course.
Recording in progress. Walk us through this so that
Jean.
I know we lost you.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. There seems to be a link seems to be dropping out for some reason, and I don't know. The connection is fine here, but it seems to be the I don't know. It's the Zoom link seems to be the one that's causing the problem. I'm not quite sure how to explain this, but I was talking and then suddenly it just dropped me out completely. Then I had to go and I had to go and log in, and that's the second time it's happened now, and that's a bit of a concern because I cannot really. To continue when that's happening is difficult because it breaks your flow and you cannot really. But anyway, let's carry on and see how we'll go through this broadcast as best as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you watching us on Oduduwa Radio Citizen AY, we do apologize for the break in transmission. We're not quite sure what's happening. There's a technical issue we're trying to address. We're going to be looking into that, but we will continue with the broadcast. Jean, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Honorable, if you can walk us through some more of the independent observations on genocide of Nigerians. And then we'll look at some videos coming up of what international people are saying as to what's going on. Ogaraku.
Yes, I'm here. If you can see through this video, even in wartime, I don't think burials are carried out in this manner. Even in Ukraine, where we know that there is a serious invasion, I've not seen this type of mass grave and mass burial. The Independent Observer on Genocide on Christians, the killing of Christians and burning of their churches in Nigeria have gone beyond international
rebuttal.
Okay? So, UK lawmakers and world religious leaders letter to UK Minister for Africa. But where is the action? At least 3,400 Nigerian Christians killed.
Okay, we seem to be having another freeze. I'm not really sure why that is happening.
Exactly. That's what I mean. You can see it's really, yeah.
3,000 abducted
so
far.
You're frozen again. Yeah, Gene is frozen again. So something is wrong. So ladies and gentlemen, just bear with us. Something is wrong. We're not quite sure. There is a technical issue. It may be that we may have to end this broadcast abruptly and come back and redo it at some point. Yeah. So Gene, are you there? Gene?
Yes, there's something going on with my stream as well.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I think there is
I looked at it and it said it was healthy, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we need to be watching that. It could be, I'm not quite, well, anyway, there could be a myriad of things that I'm thinking of, but let us monitor it and see what's going on, because it seems to be, is the Zoom link, is it a secured thing? Because sometimes...
Yeah, it is secured, but I'm not sure why. It seems to be, even like the stream link, seems to be... so I might have to kind of reach out to my providers, because I have, very powerful internet here. So you shouldn't be doing this.
You
might
shouldn't
have a chat with them.
No.
On that.
No. Good evening.
Okay, welcome, Stephen. How are you?
Yes, fine, thank you. I apologize for coming late.
We can only see your mouth, Stephen.
What do you say?
We can only see your mouth.
No, yeah, we have to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can we identify every participant that's online just for security purposes?
Yeah, let's take a quick look. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anyone here. Let's see. Hello, Sam. How are you? I'm just wanting to make sure that everyone, if we can have everyone, please come on video.
Just come on video for a second, please, so that we can. Yeah. Because the link is...
if you can come on video, Sam, if you can come on video.
Yeah, just because the link twice it's broken 3 times now, and it really is not. It's not going to allow us to continue with this broadcast if we don't resolve that urgently. Good evening to you, my elder Stephen.
How are you, sir?
Naomi and Sam, could you please come on video so that we can see who you are? Because if we remove you, you would not be able to come back in, and I would hate to remove someone that, that is here. Sam, Melissa Mary, could you please come on video?
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And then Naomi as well. Okay.
Okay, I cannot see them. There, you guys are in the dark. I can't.
Yeah, you got. Why are you in the dark for? Is this in Nigeria?
We need
Okay.
to be able to see you, so we know.
Yeah, now we can see their face. Now we can see their face now. Good evening.
Okay.
I think I can. Yeah, we can see. Yeah, and then, yeah. That's better. Good evening. Okay.
Okay. Well, sorry guys. It's just that sometimes we're having a lot of breaks today and not really sure what's going on with that. Welcome, Sam. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Okay. So we're talking about honorable. You're talking about the
the numbers of killings, and abductions, and burning of churches, and the silence of international community. This really a letter written by the lawmakers to the Minister for Africa, and asking where is the action.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the things that we're seeing, and that's the question, right? There's been a lot of petitions, there's been a lot of letters written, but we're not really seeing the action going on, right? So let's take a look at some videos. We're going to look at some of these videos that's talking about what is actually going on. So we're going to look at 3 videos that is going to be talking about what's actually going on in Nigeria. So give me a second so I can share the screen with those videos, because it's important for the world to know that we're not just the ones that are saying this, right? There's a lot of other people that are talking about what's going on, and the world needs to be paying attention. Yeah. So here is, let me go ahead and share the first video. We're just going to kind of look at quickly a few of them, and then we'll kind of discuss what's going on. Okay, here we go.
Campaign of ethnic cleansing against Christians in Nigeria. One America's Neil McCabe has more from Washington.
National security expert Frank Gaffney told One American News that all over the world, people are targeted because they choose to follow Jesus Christ. But right now in Nigeria, it has become a slaughter.
Nigeria is in the midst of an incipient civil war in which both indigenous forces, some from far removed, who have in common what I call Sharia supremacism, are engaged in a ethno-religious cleansing of Nigeria.
Gaffney said the ethno-religious attacks on Christians had many layers. One is geography, with the country's heavily Muslim northern states officially governed by Sharia law. It is also in the north where terrorist groups where Boko Haram and West African ISIS operate freely. Then there is also the local anti-Christian militia called Husa Fulani. Roughly half of Nigeria's 200 million people are Christian, but they are clustered in the center of the country and along the Atlantic coastline. These Christian regions are also where the oil and natural resources are located, meaning that the anti-Christian jihad is fueled by a quest to seize these riches. Gaffney said the humanitarian crisis for Christians can no longer be ignored.
The trouble with this scenario is not only the bloodletting of innocent people simply because they follow Jesus Christ, but large numbers of those people will be fleeing the resultant mayhem.
The graduate of Georgetown's Foreign Service School said, the ongoing destruction of Nigerian Christians will go down as one of the worst genocides in history.
We're witnessing a persecution of Christians on a scale that makes what Pol Pot and Hitler and Stalin and Mao did in their day combined by comparison.
The human rights watchdog Open Doors USA ranked Nigeria as the 12th most hostile to Christians in their 2018 report. There was, quote, a seemingly constant violence, unquote, against Christians that so far this year has already cost hundreds of lives.
Okay. Now, this was information that was provided a few years ago, 2018. And in 2022, Nigeria is now the #1 most hostile place for Christians. Okay, so that's one video. Let me get to the next one. Again, we're talking about the independent views on what's actually going on in Nigeria. And this is important because the international community, as we talked about, need to understand that this is not just something that Nigerians are saying.
Warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagvin Anderson says Muslim terrorists have set their sights on Nigeria's southern and northwestern regions, and the U.S. is now sharing specific intelligence with the country.
So this intelligence sharing is absolutely vital, and we stay fully engaged with the government of Nigeria to provide them an understanding of what these terrorists are doing.
Their goal? Eventually turn Nigeria into a Muslim country and force Christians, who make up half the country's population, to either leave or convert.
Christians are in the eye of the target, and they're coming after them.
And the numbers are staggering. August 6th, Muslims stormed 4 remote Christian villages in Kaduna State, killing 22 villagers. July 24th, 21 dead, scores injured, and several Christian homes destroyed by militants. July 19th, 19 people killed when assailants armed with guns and machetes attacked a wedding reception. And the list goes on. Leading human rights groups say what's going on in Nigeria is a genocide.
If you look at what's happened on the last 20 years, George, it's just a massive number of attacks against Christians. Look, 50 to 70,000 have been murdered.
For years, the main terror group was Boko Haram, which seeks to overthrow the government here and create an Islamic state.
They go after Christians and moderate Muslims. They push a hardline Muslim agenda. It is their intention to establish a caliphate and to just rid all of Nigeria and West Africa of any Western influence whatsoever.
Now, there's a new actor on the scene. In Nigeria's so-called Middle Belt region, where the Muslim North meets the Christian South, a terror group made up of Muslim Fulani herders are killing thousands of Christians. More than 1,400 Christians were hacked to death in just the first 7 months of 2020 by Fulani herders.
Unfortunately, the secular media are quite often biased and trying to present this as a tribal conflict rather than religious.
Nigeria's president, a Muslim, has so far done very little to stop the bloodshed. His police and army are also mostly made up of Muslims.
The attackers are never captured. They are not prosecuted. The security services respond very slowly. A full day can go on with attacks happening and no security shows up. And frequently, the government officials will provide cover.
Helpless and vulnerable to almost daily attacks, leading Catholic bishops are now urging Nigerian Christians to defend themselves. Human rights groups are asking the White House to appoint a special envoy to help end the persecution of Christians in Nigeria.
Unless the world takes note and puts pressure, economic pressure, sanctions, visa bans on the officials who are responsible for this travesty and for not reining in the terror, then Nigeria will continue to be a bloodbath.
Meanwhile, King's Group is helping more than 3,000 Christians who lost their businesses, homes, farms, or land to Boko Haram and Fulani militant attacks.
Okay. So I will now go to the third one. But as you can see, it's not just Bernard Henri Levy, right? This is back in 2020. Yeah. They're calling for sanctions and special envoy as well. So Citizen AY, I'll let you kind of comment on that while I go to the third video, because I think this information, just bringing them together back to back, allows our people to really understand that we need to be forefront in pushing this information far and wide around the globe and not quit until our voices are heard. So, Citizen AY, go ahead while I get ready.
Yeah, I again the video plus the Bernard Levy comment about genocide. It simply confirms again what many of us have been saying and reiterates that. Now, the thing I want to say about this is that in the end, we must take that collective action ourselves on ground in our own land. But of course, there's no harm in those of us who are in diaspora in getting this message packaged in and consistently sending them to all of the MPs, all of the senators. Keep sending this thing out. Keep making sure that it is in their faces, so that they know that we are not going to let them rest, because that is part of the strategy we'll need. It's good that we talk about it, but if we're making sure that they see that, look, even past members of your own community are talking about this as well, you need to take action. That can be another strategy that will help, because all the while we are still putting pressure at home to make sure that our people now start resisting and pushing back by defending themselves. I mean, that is what I think we need to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because they need to understand. I'm like, you've already talked about the government complicity, right? And all this video after video and all the newspapers coming from the independent sources are saying the same thing. So our people, they are talking about one Nigeria, where they have a government that is not one Nigeria face, but they are full-on jihadist face, Sharia face, right? And if we go back to history, all the way back to Uthman Danfodio that came, in the late 18th century, right? When he got there, what did he try to do? He attacked the houses in the north, right? And killed the emirs. Then he attempted to come through the middle belt and they were stopped. Then I'm sure Citizen AY, remember when we talked about that they also attacked the Yorubas, right?
Yes.
And they were stopped.
They were stopped.
And so I'm not really sure how you bequeath something that you did not conquer, you don't own, to your descendants, or how anyone can have that mindset. Right?
It's crazy.
But even that narrative, right, Citizen AY, how can the world say that it's herd farmer conflict when we know that Buhari, the Fulanese, are descendants of Uthman Danfodio, and their stated purpose, that they have not made any, they're not hiding it, is that they want to Islamize Nigeria, but worse still, take it over for the Fulanese, as we will see in the Bala Mohammed interview, that we'll see that again. But I mean, this is very important for our people to know. That's why we're bringing it all together.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to that next video, the last one.
Whilst you're doing that, let me just quickly make a comment. The Nigerian government tell you to believe in one Nigeria, but isn't it interesting when they take the lives of the people in the community? They don't even keep the records. They're carrying out mass burial.
Absolutely.
Mass burial.
Absolutely.
That means, and they try to do the same thing in Owo now, and some people are saying, no, we want to bury our people back home. That's where they belong, and they are preventing them. That's how they see, indigenous people. They don't care about our lives, our belief system, our way of life, our culture, nothing. This one Nigeria is the imposition of this Islamic Fulani agenda at the expense of us, the indigenous people. And this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to make people be aware. Those of you who are in government, who are Southerners and Middle Beltons working with the government, this is what is being done to your people in the name of that religion and the Fulani agenda. This is why we are telling you all, the only solution is to break apart from these people, because they want our land. It is shocking. I just wanted to state that there. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's watch this next one, and then we'll give some people. I can see that it's disturbing, but this is the reason why we're putting this together and bringing this information together, right? Because these things happen at different times, and we're so busy running after the most recent horror. You know, we had the train horror, then we had the church horror, then they abducted the Catholic priests who were freed, and then they made the revelation that some of the army was involved. They made the revelation that when the young people wanted to go over, the perpetrators, the army prevented them from going. So we've got so much horror going on, but if we don't bring together the fact that, you know, what we're seeing, what we're not seeing, because the suppression of the actual numbers, which is why last year in 2021, the UN came up with new numbers for the Northeast. They were previously reporting like 35,000 in the Northeast, and they came back with 350,000 killed. That tells you how many are not being reported. So let's take a look here at this next video, and then we can continue chatting about it. But it is important for the world to see this in one place and understand what's going on.
Look at that.
Mainly by Islamic radicals. The attacks included the killing of several hundred Christians in at least 3 African countries, from South Sudan to Cameroon. One nation where the church is facing a serious threat is Nigeria.
Muslims are waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now, human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage. After losing ground in Syria and Iraq, the top general of U.S. Special Operations Command in Africa is warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagman Anderson.
Okay, as we can see, we have a concerted effort. And I'm going to come to Stephen Filati to make some comment.
Oh no, the screen is gone again.
These are top level independent sources, intelligence in the US and around the world that are making these comments. We have Bernard Henri Levy. We've got the ICC, and we're going to see that shortly, you know, what they're saying about, you know, what's going on. But Stephen, let's come to you.
Thank you. Matter in all this. Now, before I even go to Black Lives Matter, I cannot overestimate the British monarch's complicity in all these issues that we're discussing, and I just refuse to be silent. I'm not one to give any credit of superior aptitude to the Fulanis in carrying out these atrocities on their own. They couldn't have been able to do it without the continuing complicity of the British monarch and the British government. Somebody a few minutes ago just echoed the White House. Before you get to White House, go to 10 Downing Street, Kensington Palace. Where is the British government in the midst of this? They held very recently, the British Parliament had a hearing on the Awon massacre. Before the Awon massacre, there have been several other massacres of a global notoriety. The point is, the British government needs to be taken to task on all these things. Why? For one of several reasons. Number one, Nigeria used to be, I'm sorry, let me take that back. Nigeria was not created by God. God created Yoruba land. God created Igbo land. And all the other ethnic groups. Then the British government, in the Lugadian experiment, decided to create a country called Nigeria to continue to foster its slave trade into what is now called Unilever. So the British government has a whole lot of questions to answer. Now that its creation has gone awry, that creation used to be a member of the British colony. of the British Empire. Nigeria used to be, I think so, a member of the British Commonwealth. Most of the development that have taken place in recent history in the United Kingdom were taken out of Nigeria. So my question is, why is the British government and the British monarch standing quiet? I know why, and it explains why the global community is silent. The global community is silent because the United Kingdom is a big power player in global politics. The United Kingdom is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. So if it winks at anything related to Nigeria, the rest of the UN community keeps quiet. Historically, and I can tell you affirmatively that the United States traditionally has deferred to the United Kingdom in all matters relating to sub-Saharan Africa and in particular Nigeria. So, because of that policy standing, that's why the White House is not doing anything until the 10 Downing Street says something. And 10 Downing Street is pushing the narrative that it's a tribal conflict. No, it's not. We just need to take the British monarch to task. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Let's hear from. I think it's Lola Bolade. Yes, Bolade, please. Yes, thank you. We can't hear you. On mute, please.
Oh,
thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
By the way.
I'm here again. There's one thing I was trying to find out. Now I haven't done this because I found it happening with South Africa. The banks down there have put the black Africans in a precarious place where you cannot get money from the bank to do anything. So those same banks now do the same thing in Zimbabwe. Well, what I'm calling with Nigeria is this. The British and their agents, when they left, what economic, social commerce operators did they leave in place? Because I bet they left in place something that is not in the benefit of Nigerians, but in the benefit of the British and the people acting for Britain. Because if you look at it, some people say, oh, Nigeria is working. It's great. Yes, it is great for those people who are towing that line. Anybody that's not in that group, it's not good for them.
Right. I don't believe that anyone is saying right now that things are going well for Nigeria, because they are not. Because we have 100 million Nigerians who are living in poverty. 100 million. And this has increased, we used to have maybe 30 million or less before Buhari came. He has driven over 60, close to 70 million people into poverty. And one wonders, I'm like, it's not really difficult to see. I don't know how many of you saw this, and I will bring it up before we end, where they spent 5.9 billion naira to educate 117 northern youth in fixing smart
phones.
That is enough money to send over 1,000 people to go to Oxford, to go to Harvard. I'm talking schools that are really, for 4 years, you get their masters, get their PhDs, right? But they spend 5.9 billion. 5.9 billion. And I don't even want to talk about a political process, right? Where it's 100 million, right? It was 100 million to get an APC presidential ticket. 100 million people are dying of hunger, but the politicians are paying themselves exorbitant amounts and having 100 million just for the application form. And I don't even want to go into how much was paid to delegates to buy their votes. to buy their votes. Now you know where that 5.9 billion is going, right? So this is what's going on in Nigeria. But let us continue with our program and talk about some more of the things that are going on. Independent observations. We've got the human rights group that is decrying the Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. We've got another age group that labels the persecution of Christians in Nigeria as a genocide. These are all things that are happening in 2022. So let's go to our next subject. Government complicity. Right? Government complicity. We saw back when we talked about what Bernard Henri Levy had to say. He said, the Nigerian government is not only tolerant, but complicit in the violence in Nigeria. Levy told the press conference at the Hyatt Regency Hotel on October 27, 2021, where I, a congressman in the United States, I would study targeted and well-proportionate sanctions against the regime which encourages such crimes. He went on to say, I accuse the regime of Muhammad Buhari of complicity of this Islamist Fulanese. Okay, so we're talking about government complicity, right? And I'm just going to show some things. We talked about this. If you guys remember, in July 4 of 2018, this is Buhari through his minister, right? Giving land for ranching better than death.
Presidency.
Yes, this is from the presidency. This is in the vanguard.
And when they do death, we're mass buried in our own land.
Exactly.
Oh man.
And then, as we mentioned earlier, Ruga was rejected by lawmakers, but in May of 2022, federal government to establish 119 ranches in Benue. So they're establishing this Benue, Taraba, and other ranches in the places where they have displaced the indigents. So they have killed indigents, and Buhari is now putting ranches on their land. Isn't that what that seems like?
Yep.
So it seems like to me. Stephen, I see you raise your hand. You can chat, and then I'm going to go ahead and show the video, the Ruga video, which is the roadmap of what the Fulani are wanting to do in Nigeria. This very glib and very disingenuous governor talking about pasteurization. What does pasteurization have to do with calling all Fulani, foreign Fulani, to come into Nigeria and possess the land of the indigents? But I'll let you go ahead and speak, and we're going to take a look at a few other videos that talk about the government complicity. Go ahead.
Well, merely accusing the Nigerian government of complicity is actually glorifying them with a simple malfeasance. I will use the term continuing complicity in the sense that it's the Buhari government, Muhammad Buhari himself, that invented the atrocity in an attempt to win the election of 2015 by force. Yes. So continuing complicity is a better word, because essentially we cannot afford to forget history. Otherwise, we will repeat the mistakes of the past.
Yep.
Muhammad Buhari is the one who imported the Boko Haram in 2015 in a preemptive attempt to undermine the election of 2015 if he did not win. But then he won the election, and then they turned on him. So we need to put that in there, that the head of the government, and not just him as a person, also him as an agent of the caliphate. And what he started and he seems to have completed is what the current election is trying to put like what can I call it, a stamp of approval, just to round up now. So the government is not only complicit, the government invented the atrocity.
Yep.
And it's now looking the other way. Its hands are tied. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. This is absolutely unbelievable, when we look at what's going on in Nigeria, right? And I'm going to show, we're going to be moving into some of the other areas that we're going to be talking about today that relates to, the complicity. So I would want to go to, I'm going to be going to some of the videos that we're going to be showing. We're going to show, when we're talking about government complicity, we're going to look at the Danjuma video. We are going to look at, the video that talks about the Fulani brought in to change the dynamics of Nigeria, and Sheikh Gami. What did he say? Federal government knows bandits' hideouts. The federal government knows the bandits' hideouts. And do you know who else actually said this? El Rufai. El Rufai also said that they know exactly where these bandits are. And I'm trying to remember the name of the governor that says, we know who these bandits are. They are Fulani, right? We showed that in our last broadcast.
Yeah.
Where the headline said that we know who these terrorists are. Who these bandits are. They are Fulani. So all these kidnappers, bandits, unknown gunmen, they keep trying to use different names to describe Fulani militia, most of them not Nigerian. And we're going to hear that when we look at the video. But let's start the video talking about, we're going to look first at T.Y. Danjuma, then we're going to look at the one where the Fulani are saying that the government gave them the AK-47, and then we'll look at the one where they're changing the demographics. Again, we're trying to bring all this information together so that everyone can really understand what's going on. So it is easy for us to take note of what's actually happening so we know how we respond to it. So just give me a second while I start with the Danjuma, and then we will move on to the other three, and then we'll have a bit of a discussion. But again, this is a huge sharing opportunity for us to really understand what is going on. Okay? So here is a very short piece of this.
It's a mini state. It's a mini Nigeria, composed of various ethnic groups living together reasonably peacefully. But the peace in this state is under assault. There's an attempt at ethnic cleansing in this state, and of course in all the riverine states of Nigeria. We must resist it. We must stop it. Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral. They collude. They collude with the armed bandits. They kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one. The ethnic cleansing must stop. In Taraba State, must stop in all the states of Nigeria. Otherwise, Somalia will be a child's play. I ask
Mhm.
God bless our country.
Wow. Those are very powerful words. And the sad part about it is that a lot of our people, Citizen AY, I see you're getting very emotional. A lot of our people don't even know this. It is coming from the highest level because he was a military man, right? So he knows.
He was part of the whole thing. He knows the ins and outs. He knows.
Exactly. And
now,
for him to speak up in 2018, indigenous Nigerians, it was at the risk of his own life. But if we don't disseminate this information to our own people and to the world at large, our people are still going to be thinking election when they're thinking genocide.
Yeah.
And by the way, Atiku is a Fulani, right? So the indigents of Nigeria are not good enough and cannot be presidents in their own country. We have to have migrant, foreign Fulanis ruling the indigents of Nigeria. First Buhari for 8 years, and let's not even go back into the past in the military. So pretty much the indigenous Nigerians have been conquered, captured, hijacked by Fulanis. Because you saw the swapperoo that they did. I think you left APC and went to PDP so that they could now say it's a different party. And you've seen the mass resignation of the Fulanis out of APC as they run to PDP to leave Tinubu, who is supposedly a southern person but still a Muslim, a lame duck.
Yeah. Let me add something to that commentary as well. Peter Obi has been told not to come to the north to campaign. Peter Obi has been told not to come to the north to campaign. So what does that say about your one Nigeria? And he's not been told this. This is something that's been disseminated in the north that he must not.
The northern youth actually sent him a message. Yeah, the northern youth sent him. I'm trying to see if I can find out right quick. So I'm not sure that I have that. I don't think I have that. But the issue again is that we are not listening. We were not listening. This was in 2018 when T.Y. Danjuma, retired General T.Y. Danjuma, who should know, warned all of indigenous Nigerians to rise up and defend themselves. And since then, who else has said that? Citizen AY. Don't we have also Governor Autumn?
Yes, Governor Autumn. Yes. And in fact, he set it up. He set up a vigilante law, which he actually retweaked the law I've forgotten the governor's name in 2000. He had the law. He reenacted that law to allow the vigilante laws to be in place in Benue. So Governor Autumn is actually championing his people and it's trying to arm the men and women and to defend themselves. And that is the essential message. And we mustn't tire of saying this. We mustn't tire of saying this. Let's listen to. Have you got a statement, a video there?
No, I was just going to show. I was going to show.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Good.
showing the headline.
So
because
now
it is important for us to know that because this is part of what we're going to be telling our people, right?
Yeah.
When we get to the part, but we can talk about it now and talk about it then.
Yeah.
What should indigenous Nigerians in the Middle Belt to South be saying to their governors?
Yeah.
Stephen, what should they be saying to their governors, given what's going on right now? Stephen, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Is my speaker?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh,
what should indigents be telling their governors right now, given that Autumn, I think it was last year, signed in this law where the vigilante can carry weapons, right?
Yeah.
And what should the indigents be saying to their governors and their lawmakers in their states right now?
The indigents should be telling their governors and their lawmakers to emphatically do any and everything that is possible to arm themselves to defend themselves, to remind the governors that the chief security officers of the state, their primary alliance is to the constituencies that are represented by those ethnicities, that there is no law anywhere that prevents indigents and citizens from defending themselves with whatsoever they find handy to defend themselves against clear and present danger.
Yes.
To add to that, within the ethnic Yoruba community, we actually have a petition drive going on now to write $1 million letters to all our leaders about this particular issue, to arm ourselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that we're going to be talking about, that every state in the middle belt to the south needs to be reaching out to their governors and insisting, demanding that they institute this law where the vigilante can have AK-47s at a minimum to be able to defend the people. And they need to put together farm guards, because the attack on farming is an act of war.
It is.
Because citizens are now, indigenous Nigerians, there's food cost scarcity. And when you have 100 million, where most of those were put into poverty by this Buhari regime, they don't even have the money to live. Now they won't even be able to scrounge for food. They can't go to the farms. I've heard lots of people telling me about their parents and their sisters and their farms where they cannot go to farm any longer so that they can drive starvation. This is war. So let's not kid ourselves. But what is the federal government saying? The federal government is not protecting the people. And we saw where the Minister for Defense told the people to defend themselves with what? They've gone around in southern Kaduna and disarmed the indigents. They took away any kind of arms that they had. Their machetes. They took away everything, making them defenseless against these Fulani terrorists. Boko Haram, ISIS, bandits, kidnappers. They disarmed them. They have disarmed the Southeast. And here they say Nigerians should not take arms illegally to defend themselves. Well, why don't they disarm the Fulani herdsmen? Why are they not disarming Boko Haram? Why are they not prosecuting them? Why are they rewarding them? And I'll let somebody else to have a chat. Ogaraku, let's talk about this. Let's talk about what Autumn has told the people to do to defend themselves. Ogaraku, are you there?
I think he's away.
Oh, yeah, Citizen Awa, you can go ahead.
Let me just, I want to hear is
talk about
yeah. Okay, Nora, are you there? I'll talk about Kapat. I will do. Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about defend yourself.
I will come and mention that.
Yes. Danjuma has said that. Autumn has said that. May Lafia has said that. The pastor in Kaduna has said that. So what are your thoughts? What should we be telling our people? We've seen that the government is saying, oh, do not defend yourself illegally. Oh, really? Those people are carrying guns and the government gave them permission or is allowing them to carry because they have not told them to put down their arms. But they're telling the people, they're taking away arms from the people and rendering them defenseless. But Governor Autumn has stood up and said, we need to have arms in our security which is what they call vigilante in Nigeria, in our security so that they can protect the people. Comment, please. Noah.
Yeah. So what I think we can do with the calm approach that we are using is to, one, there is one strategy that works a lot. It is called the act of calling it is the law, it is in the constitution, that if your senator, because right now, let me take it from the top, for the 8 years, nobody ever talked about impeaching the president, because the function of the government is to protect life and property, right? And if you are not doing your job, you can be impeached because you are the GCFR, right? Okay, now, who's supposed to impeach the president? The Senate, right? Okay, now the Senate are not doing their job. Okay, now come to the community. The community have the right to ask the senator to step down. Stop representing us if you cannot represent us well. Full stop. Now let's come down again, projectizing. So we were able to raise 5 million petition, right? In the Yoruba nation, wherever. We can do it again, like in each senatorial district, maybe south or west. We list the name of the senators, petition. If you cannot represent us by putting security in place, ultimatum 21 days, we will start the process of bringing you down because you cannot represent us well.
I like that idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
from the middle belt to the south, are you listening? Middle belt to south, indigenous Nigerians, are you listening? Go ahead.
So because our own approach is not we want to fight. We can't win these guys if we want to fight to their level because they are more than prepared. We can only win them intellectually. So, and in doing that, our people in the front burner that are putting their face in the camera will protect them along the way because they will want to bounce back on people that are leading this type of squad because this strategy is a very, very crazy strategy. If we put it on ground, it will work, but we have to be use an formidable force.
Yeah.
So it's not. We don't need to like stress ourselves too much. If we are serious enough, the whole country will bring them down in 2 seconds, like flip of light, boom.
And we have
and this is a strategy that we have been talking about.
Calling people out, we call them out.
Absolutely.
When you call them out, like these people are enjoying their Twitter handle, I go to the handle, people are still going there praising them. They are enjoying what they are doing to us.
Right. So
imagine
governors, we cannot recall the governors, for instance, but citizens have the right, Boladay. Citizens have the right when save themselves by any means necessary in Nigerian law, in international law, in African law, and right now we are at that point of any means necessary. Right? Yeah. And so that means that the lawmakers, how many of you have seen lawmakers condemning the acts of the Fulani herdsmen? I think I've counted maybe less than 5.
They haven't.
So senators can be recalled. Yeah. Okay. So my sisters and brothers, you need to, and Noah talked about the petition.
Yes, very good idea. On ground.
Single state that would demand that their senators put this security in place. Talk to the governor. They need to put it in place. They need to put in the law that Autumn has put in place. And if that doesn't happen in quick turnaround, there will be recall effort.
Yep.
To recall every single one of them that do not act in the interest of the people. This is where the rubber is going to meet the road.
Yeah.
Okay. This is where the rubber is going to meet the road.
Yeah.
And we have that information, as we're saying, we have a consolidated place. But as we're going through, I wanted us to be talking about these things and telling people what they need to do.
Yeah.
Okay? They need to engage the politicians, engage the governors, engage the senators, engage the House of Rep, and make it clear enough is enough. I'm calling all women groups. All women groups. You're the ones that carried the pregnancy for 9 months and you know what you suffered. And all of them. This is time to rise up and go to your governors, go to your senators, go to your House of Reps. and demand protection for yourself and your children.
Yeah.
This is a time to do it. Citizen AY.
Right. Let me, Noah, I want to once again, I want to thank you very much for that brilliant initiative in stating that. I know it's been stated before, but no time like the present to mention this point. And this is something that will empower our communities on ground. And the key word is on ground. This is something that we should really work on. I mean, I'm going to be doing a special program on this a lot. And I'll probably bring everybody on board and we can talk about this and how we can actually drive this. Because it can be an engine to open up many doors. Because when people realize that those who are telling them, I'm your senator, I'm your House of Reps, I'm your this, I'm your that, that they have the power to actually recall them. And they exercise that power. For every time there's a killing, the petition is signed and the people can take them out that way. That can concentrate their minds. I'm not saying it's going to solve it.
We can do that for senators and the House of Reps.
Exactly.
We can do that for governors.
No, we can't do it for governors.
Pressure.
Yeah, exactly. That's the pressure.
On the senators and the House of Reps to go to the governors and make sure that this happens.
Yeah. But let me
because we have looked into this and talked to some Nigerian attorneys about what we can and cannot do with this, and that's why we're kind of talking about it now, and we'll see it in the last slide that we're going to talk about.
Let me quickly mention something before I go. There is something that I also want to mention quickly. You touch on it. Look, every community right now, whatever else we're doing, you need to have the Community Action Plan Against Terrorism. I call it CAPAT. Community Action Plan Against Terrorism. I call it CAPAT. Let me show you, if I can, let me just show you a quick thing about it so that you can actually, let me just share the screen for a second. And I want people to just see this quickly because it is very important. We're past the point of just talking. It's about action. That action, look, involves we making sure. Oh, 1 second, what's going on here? I'll come back to that. 1 second. Let me just get this.
If you don't have it, just send it to me via WhatsApp and I'll pull it up.
So let me see if I can. I think I've got it. I just need to make sure it's going to show up on the screen. So I got it here. Oh, what's not doing it?
You can go and share.
Okay, that's what I'm going to try and do now. Yeah. So I'm going to go right here, go in there, share screen. So share. So you just see it. So set up a community action plan against terrorism, CAPAT, urgently in the Middle Belt and South. So this is on top of making strong efforts to recall your senators and your House of Reps. But in any case, right now, we should be setting up this community action plan against terrorism. And that means that each of you in your community, once you start talking, and the beauty of that is this, nobody can control what you are doing within your community because you are setting that up to save your lives. As we speak, we've seen truckloads of buses, I counted 5 or 6 buses of foreigners that were sent into Oyo State just yesterday. 5 or 6 buses of people that were howling. I mean, I don't know if I can even share the video. Just is to make you on Jean. I'm just going to share that video if I can locate it, because this is a point that we need to understand. This is not a joke. When we come on here and we're talking about this and we're raising awareness about this, it's because we know what is coming. We know what is down the tracks, and we want you all to not ignore the statements about the impending danger that will engulf us all. And don't think for a second that those of us who are in diaspora, we're not bothered, we're okay. We are part of you, and whatever happens to you happens to us. That is an unbreakable bond, and we are trying to raise that awareness in our communities so that you need to know that the time to take action is now. It's no more stories. We're not interested in stories.
Please
I think I got it.
join us on all platforms.
Because I want you to really understand the level, the danger that we're in. So right now, we need you all.
You can just stop sharing and then share what you
Yeah. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. You got it now. So this is it. That's the one. So now, and then share that. So let me go back in again, and you see come up now. So share. That's the one. I hope the volume comes up. Share. Okay, now. Okay, no problem. I'm going to show you the boss now. You see it. Now, he's speaking in Yoruba, but I want you to see this boss. I shared it earlier on. This boss, every single.
We're not seeing the.
Oh,
we're not seeing the bus.
You're not? Okay, let me go back again. Let me go back again. Sorry, let me go back again. So share. So click on here. You should be able to see it now. Share. Can you see that now? Can you see on the screen?
All I can see is something that's dark. I don't see. Are you showing a video?
I'm showing a ski. I'm showing the sky.
Here we go. Here we go. Here
you got it? Right. Okay. Yes. So now I'm going to play it now. And every single bus that you see is full of foreigners. About 6 or 7 buses full of foreigners, and they are howling in war howling. You listen now, you hear it. Oh, really, it's like a howl, and they're holding sticks. And I think on one of the cars, there's a guy with an AK-47. Watch. Here it goes. Can you see that they are holding stuff there? Can you see they're holding stuff?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay. Okay, go ahead.
At least we can't be cool.
Right. Let me go back there. Can you see in the hands of the man over there?
There's a delay. There's a delay. So
okay, you see. Can you see? Is this guy holding what it looks like an AK-47 in his hand?
We can. Is that the one that is standing? By
yes.
the door?
Standing by the door. It looks like, if you look at the hand, let's see if I can zoom it in. Can I go in? No, I can't. I'll have to take a picture and I'll try and blow that up. Right. But that looks like an AK-47 to me. And these are
buses.
These are buses. This is just yesterday. This is just yesterday. So, Jane, you see that I'm not really, because I'm processing the information in my head and I can't scream it out anymore. I need people to. You have to set up in your community. Set up, community awareness. Sorry, I'm even got my words. I'm not even getting my words out because I can't even get my. 1 second. I'll just get it. Community action plan against terrorism. That's it. Yes, community action plan against terrorism. So this is what we need to set up, because if we do not, these are what I just showed you now. That boss, and this is they send buses to Lagos, to Ondo State. They'll be sending.
Well, this was happening during the lockdown a few years ago.
Yes.
Okay. During the lockdown, there were tons and tons and tons of them, right?
Yeah.
And these are the people that are now in the forest.
But
and
now
these are young men and our managing. You don't see them on the street now because they're in the forest waiting to attack.
But these ones, they're actually moving them into towns now. They're moving them in. They're busting them in. This is just, like I said, this was just yesterday. Let me just show the video again.
At least we can't be cool. Oh, more than kini. Ṣé kí wọ́n kóra wọn wọlé gan? Wọ́n kó wọn wọlé gan.
So did you hear the howling? Did you hear
howling?
So these are, so when we're talking about this, when Jean is animated, I'm animated, and we're telling you all, yes, we are trying to give you as much information, but I think the time has now come. We have but a very short time, and you heard what my Lafayette said. By August 2022, they want to start a civil war. Everything is being put in place.
Yep,
so please, community action plan. Yeah,
so let's talk about Ruga.
That's it. So just let's put it there. That's it.
One of the pilots,
so,
but having seen that we are in that part of the savannah in Nigeria, and of course we have most of the pastoralists in our state,
We indicated our intention or our interest in the program because we believe some of the mistrust and suspicion surrounding the very nice program would be switched. Of course, we will participate in a manner that will bring the best in terms of global best practice. We are engaging the Netherlands and other countries to come and help us do this in a manner that at least it will boost our economy. We have so many reserve land. We have so many forests
in the south.
Some of them are even being used by criminals, hooligans,
where
some aspect of criminality has been provided by that forest that is called Lemebura Forest and the Yankari precincts. So outside the agitation or advocacy of the environmentalists and those that are more concerned with the fauna and flora, we'll be able to provide a salutary effect to the country because we have over 3,000 square kilometers of land that is in the savannah, in a lush vegetation that can be used for this kind of program, even to serve the nation. And while we are doing it as the federal government has conceived it, we want it to be private sector driven, and we'll bring those who are more familiar with it.
Okay, if you say, because I mean, everybody, we want to see that these killings end and there's peace and then people go about their businesses peacefully. Everybody wants to see that. But when you say that you want it to be private sector led, we understand that the government is going to provide 80% of the funding, the state to provide 20% and then provide the land.
Yeah.
How is that going to be private sector led?
The government have not released any cover for that purpose up to this moment, but we don't know since we have not been admitted into the program. But certainly we have been working very hard.
Did he answer the question?
Nope.
He said it was going to be private driven, but this is 100% Nigerian money that's going to be given to foreign felony. Continue to listen. I just wanted to point that out as we go along.
To see that because our people are mostly transhumans and that we have this vision to create an economic nucleus around livestock, and of course with all the value chain that we can get around livestock, the blood, the horn, the skin, and of course we will try more to cultivate that culture in our people, while at the same time bringing Fulanis in one fold and try to.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
They're bringing Fulanis in one fold. Fulanis in one fold.
Arrest their traditional practice of moving from one place to the other, and that is very big, an uphill task. But I think we can communicate with them more because to them they don't have borders from Cameroon to.
They don't have borders.
How do we ensure that those who will be participating in this federal government largely funded program will be Nigerians?
In terms of the funding?
No, in terms of the operations. This is bringing Fulanis together.
You see the issue of misconception. I think there is a lot of mistrust and misconception with regards to the Fulani man. The Fulani man is a global or an African person.
Wow.
From the Gambia, from
Yep.
Is there any international law? Why do they not just move all of them to the United States since they're a global human?
Exactly.
Let them move to, where is Antonio Guterres from? Let them move to Venezuela or move to Germany or the UK. They can move there, right? Because these have citizenship. They're citizens of the world, right?
Yes,
so they should move someplace outside of Nigeria and West Africa for that matter.
Senegal, and his nationality is just a Fulani man. And as a person, I may have my relations in the Cameroon, but they are also Fulani men. I have relations because from the maternal side, I'm a Fulani man. And that is why we want to educate people. A Fulani man sees himself as a Bayelsa, as somebody coming from the Niger Delta, because he speaks the language, which you and I don't.
So the new standard for you to be from a place is speaking the language. So does that then mean that all Nigerians that speak English should be able to come to the US or go to the UK or go to any English-speaking country because they can speak the language and identify with that place? That's what this glib Takia man is talking about.
And of course, we would have to just take this as part of our own heritage, something that is nice.
Fulanis are not indigenous.
We cannot just close the border and say the Fulani man is just a Nigerian or this. No. In most cases, the crises are precipitated by those outside Nigeria. When there is a reprisal, it is not the Fulani man within Nigeria that causes it. It is that culture of getting revenge, which is embedded in the tradition of the Fulani man, that attracts the present.
Why do we want these people in Nigeria? They have been reprising, displaced over 6 million people, killed over 500,000, moved over 400,000 refugees, and are continuing to kill on a daily basis. Why do we want these migrants in our country? Why? Why should we have them? Go ahead, Stephen.
I just wanted to
point because
yes,
I think that's pretty clear what they're trying to do here.
I'm just disgusted at the idiocy of these sheikh's comments that the Fulani is a global citizen.
Exactly.
When I noticed that they closed the borders in the south.
Yes.
So that goods and services and people, most likely Yoruba people from Benin Republic, will not be able to migrate into Nigeria.
Right.
But the borders of up north to Niger Republic, where all the Fulanis can come in.
But where is the farming? Where is the farming program for the people in Benue, for the people in the southeast and the southwest and the south that is funded 80% by the federal government and 20% by where is it for the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Ijaws, the Tees, the Igalas, the Birons, right? Where is this program for them? Why is it only Fulani that are allowed it? Doesn't the Yoruba people see themselves as one people?
Of course.
So we should bring them all in from everywhere.
Oh, we've got a lot of them in Brazil. We just bring loads.
We are 300 million. We are 300 million.
Government money, okay? With government money. So every Yoruba person, right? Every Igbo person must demand that their own governor, right, put together a program. The federal government must put together a program for the indigenes, for their farming, because they're destroying farms and building ranches. The federal government is going to put in 119 ranches, 119 paid fully by Nigerian money for foreign Fulani. And I will keep saying this so that our people will understand. Fulanis do not come from Nigeria. They only came in Nigeria in the 18th century, the late 18th century. And when they got here, Otman Den Fodio started a jihad against the indigenous Nigerians. That is the history. And they have not stopped. They're trying to take over all of West Africa. And I'm not just saying this because we have seen the Ghana, the Ivory Coast, right? And they are right now with Buhari, they have 4 presidents. And they don't come from those places. 4 presidents in West Africa. And these are people who believe in reprisal and killing off indigenes. We have seen it. They have said it. Okay, so let us move on so that we can finish up today. But this is absolutely unbelievable. So I just want to, what I'm going to do next is to kind of go through quickly just the face of what genocide looks like. And then we'll talk about, we're going to focus then in the last 15 minutes on what the indigenous Nigerians need to do, which would include what was mentioned earlier. And we talked about, quite a bit about what we do with politicians. So in Northeast alone, 350,000 kills. Deborah burned to death. What was the young man in Lagos that the Okada, the Fulani
David Mo.
Exactly. Okay. And then we've got more. We had 4 churches that were burned down and scores killed in deadly Boko Haram attack on Christians, right? We've got at least 3,400 and 3,000 abducted so far in 2021. I mean, it is unending, right? It is unending. It is just on and on and on and on. So who are these perpetrators? U.S. warns Nigeria about incoming Al-Qaeda terrorists. Jihadists seize military base in northeast Nigeria. Fulani herdsmen carrying AK-47 and not Nigerians. Security alert over mass movement of Fulani herdsmen southwards. Guys, this is who we're talking about. Buhari and his kinsmen. That is who we are talking about. Now, let's talk about the West. Because we're talking about Bernard Henri Levy, who says that they should sanction Nigeria. Have they sanctioned Nigeria?
Sanction? They have not.
How have they responded so far? We have
very excuses.
Yeah, we have a slide here to talk about what they have done instead and what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, good.
No, go ahead.
I will just say one word.
On the slide.
So then, okay, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the UN chief backs integration of insurgents, calls it key to peace. How can Guterres come to us and tell us to support, to work with people, the very same people who are killing us? Is that not insane?
First of all,
is that not insane?
Foreigners?
They are foreigners. They are foreigners.
How can the UN endorse bringing foreign terrorists into Nigeria? How?
It's just this is beyond me. I'm for example, so he says, and they approve sale of arms worth $1 billion to Nigeria at the same place. This
was in 2022.
This is crazy. This is crazy. And and then they remove Nigeria from the list of religious violators. The same country, the same government carrying out genocide against its own people, they remove them from the list. So you can see.
Remember, the ICC in 2020 made it clear that the Nigerian armed forces has committed crimes against humanity that rises to the level of war crimes.
Yeah.
The Lakey investigation fingered the Nigerian government. Bernard Henri Levy,
yes,
government. Okay, so we have a convergence of understanding what is happening. Tell me, the U.S. is providing intelligence to the Nigerian government, and the Nigerian government has not been able to foil any of these attacks that happen for hours, sometimes 8, 10, 12, 20 hours, but the government is not there. They're only there to prevent citizens from going after the perpetrators. That's when they arrive.
Yeah.
How is that possible? What about the narrative? Honorable Ogaraku, are you with us? What narrative are they pushing? And let's talk about this narrative, because this narrative is dangerous and it is complicity. Anyone, CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera English, Times of Israel, any newspaper, any news report that is using herder-farmer conflict is complicit.
Yeah, they know. They know.
There is no such thing as herder-farmer conflict because these herders do not have any legal right to the land. And the world is saying it's okay for criminals to murder rightful landowners. What if that happens in the U.S. and the ranchers start killing the farmers because they want the farmers' land? How will the U.S. government react? The UK. What is herder farmers? Who are these herders? These herders do not have rights to that land. So by saying this,
it's a false narrative.
Complicity.
Yeah.
It is absolute complicity, and we need to make sure that we communicate this clearly to the UN, to the US, to the UK.
And Jane, let me add, this false narrative, here's where it's most damaging. It's so damaging because every single foreign press, that is the narrative that they carry. They say the herder-farmer conflict. And they say that in the spaces where they can capture millions. So straight away, they're making it seem harmless or anything to the listeners. And that is why we are bringing this to the attention of people, to make people understand that they are playing a very dangerous game. Not playing. Their intention is to ensure
they are complicit. They are now complicit.
They're totally complicit in the genocide going on. By those, the clear evidence is when they say herder-farmer. Herder-farmer conflict, it's a key word to say, go ahead and kill, we support you. They are giving tacit support because it is not herder-farmer conflict at all. It is actually the herders invading the farmer's land. That's an invasion, very different thing. But they don't want those words because those words, they prove problematic for their narrative. But we have to expose that, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Jane.
Absolutely, very dangerous. And I wanted to flash up. Go ahead, Stephen.
If I may interject very quickly to appreciate the magnitude of the British complicity. BBC World News has one of the most robust media infrastructure footprint in Nigeria. It has a BBC Yoruba, BBC Igbo, BBC Hausa.
Yes.
So it gets real-time data on all these things. When was the last time you found a BBC report on the atrocities? That tells a whole lot.
Yeah.
You won't hear from the CNNs of the world either, because they are direct beneficiaries of the generosity of Dangote's advertising budget.
Yeah.
So that's why
we have to be very, very clear that everything that we're saying now, and we're trying to make people be aware that the West is complicit in the genocide going on. And I think there is no other way to say it than to just come up, and our people need to know. The people who are pretending to, they talk about democracy, they talk about all of this, they want to be partners, they are complicit. Let me add one more evidence that I want to put to buttress this point further. Please do not for 1 second think that the weapons that the Fulanis are getting, they are paying for it. No, it's not the payment, not at least in monetary terms. They are getting, it's a quid pro quo. They are giving our resources, the resources that belongs to you and I, the indigenous people. They are giving it to the Western powers in return for arms. Because the arms that the Fulanis are getting, latest weapons, is coming from the West. These are facts that people need to be aware of. So these are statements. What I'm saying is a statement of fact. Again, and I say finally, the biggest corruption going in the entire world that's going on now is the corruption of arms for resources. There's no record anywhere. There will be no record of how much resources they took, and how much weapons they gave. They won't keep those records. But that's the biggest corruption going. So, and these are the kind of things that our people need to understand about what is really going on. I'll pause there for now. Thank you very much, Jane. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, 5.9.
Okay, Bolade wants to say something, if I may. Do you want to have a second? Sorry, Jane. Bolade,
okay.
Go ahead. I can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself, please. Unmute.
Sorry about that. I was going to say one that I don't know how this fixes into those stuff. I was reading a story where they said they wanted to reevaluate the Naira, because that is a sham. That is one sham that's going on anyway. That was one that was wrecking us big time. So they're going to reevaluate the Naira, so the Naira should now be worth more. They know the Naira should be worth more, but they ain't going to do it. And then another one came out and said, they are going to do away with the lower denominations of Naira. So that hits the people more. So if you haven't got to fight 105, you ain't got the Naira. Then you've got the e-Naira coming in. Who do you think all these things are going to benefit? They are going to be taking people's money away, and people are not going to be able to do nothing.
Yeah,
we haven't even heard about that one yet.
I've heard about the e-money. I've heard about it. That's something coming down the track, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. And that is all. See, all of the plans are geared to ensure that they impoverish and subjugate the South, the Middle Belt, and the entire South. So this is why we are raising the alarm for our people, to ensure that they begin to provide themselves. You see, the best thing I suggest to our people right now, farming is the best way to get ourselves out of this crisis. And that is why the Community Action Plan Against Terrorism is vital. Because if every community, if you can feed yourselves with your own food, what you grow, nobody can defeat you. Nobody, because you're sustaining yourself. But that is why they are killing and chasing the farmers away. They don't want the farmers to continue to be able to feed.
War. That is active war. Our people need to understand it's active war. It is war. And the world cannot say that they don't understand what's going on. World Bank, IMF, UN, EU,
they are all complicit.
UK, US, you know that is war. 100 million in poverty?
Yeah, that's war.
Seriously?
It's got to be war.
Okay, so the federal government spent $6.2 billion to train, equip Bauchi youth with smartphone repair skills.
Yeah, that's great.
Can somebody tell me why this woman, seriously, does she
6.2 billion naira.
I'm sorry. Can somebody do
let
the
me
math?
let me just do something quickly. Let me get this.
Let's have somebody do the math.
I'll do that. 6.2 billion in dollars. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's just get that done. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
We need to convert it.
Yeah, that's
We're
what I'm doing
talking
now.
about $106 million.
Yes. Exactly.
$106
million.
Are we listening?
This is.
How much is 6.2 billion naira in dollars?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. 106. You know. It's crazy.
How much is 6.2 billion naira in dollars?
That she's just giving you the answer. It's 106. 106. 106.
Wait.
Where is the equivalent for the South?
It's 14 million, is that? $14 million?
No,
we're talking 6.2 billion.
Billion.
Oh, 6.2 billion dollars. Yeah, you got it here. It says, what have I got? That's 14, sorry. 14, then 3 6s, 14,000. I'm not going to figure it.
Let's see. Maybe it's 10. Is it 10 million? 10.
No. It's 4. No. She's right. It's 4.9. It is 14. He's right. It is 14.926.
You're dividing it with what though? What are you dividing it by?
Naira.
Naira.
Yeah, no. How much are you using? 580, 600?
No, I just asked the phone.
Okay. Let's see. I can see what you mean.
I just asked the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, so you asked the phone, how much is 6.2 billion naira, right?
Yeah, that's what I have there.
And it says it's 14 million.
Yes.
Do you know how much? And the government spent 1 billion, right?
Yeah.
They say to make food for young children.
Nonsense.
Oh yeah.
2 billion
for
and feed how many people?
Exactly.
It's crazy.
And
It
yet
is
we have
crazy.
100 million living in poverty. We just want to be okay, guys. Let's continue going so that we can talk. We really need to talk about what our people need to do, because we know what is going on. Again, on this program, we want to make sure that people understand what is going on and what they need to do. And as we showed earlier, the Akintoye and team had called on the U.S. last year not to sell these arms to Nigeria because it was being used against the indigents. That was made clear to them. And Bernard Henri Levy made this pitch to the U.S. Congress that it was a government that was killing the people. They were complicit in it. So why in 2022 did they sell arms 1 billion worth?
It's crazy.
To the Nigerian government.
It's crazy.
Again, Nigerians, indigenous Nigerians need to understand this. Fulanese are not indigenous to Nigeria. They're migrants. They're foreigners. So we're talking about colonization.
Yeah.
We're talking about apartheid. Okay? We're not talking about genocide and jihad. This is all what the Fulanese, with the British backers, are doing in Nigeria today. Okay, so what do the people need to do? I'm just going to run through this. Okay. Yeah. Engage the politicians. Shut down the 2023 elections. Right? Yeah. Demand that all governors in affected killing areas sign the law.
About the vigilante law. Vigilante law.
And then let the senators and the House of Reps understand that if they do not put a security structure in place, they will be recalled.
Yeah.
Because we have the infrastructure to do so, and it is allowed. The governors might not be able to be recalled, but the senators and the House of Reps can be recalled. Then we need to engage everyone in a sphere of influence, meaning our families, our villages, those in the diaspora. It means everyone, your churches. It means your lawmakers. It means all the human rights and civil rights and Black Lives Matters. We have to go to them and explain it to them.
Yeah.
We got to sign the petitions, especially those in your blog, demanding referendum. As a unit, unified from the Middle Belt to the South. Got to engage the international community. We got to open our purses to make some of these things happen. Got to get on social media. We need to have pamphlets. And we need to stop just talking about it.
Action. That's why I said community action plan against terrorism. Yes. Community. We need that.
The vigilantes, right? We need to have, in the US it's called Neighborhood Watch.
Yes.
We need to have the neighborhood watching out at night. We need to have these people where we take turns. And go ahead, Noah. Take turns
I need to
patrol and see what's coming in, right? Go ahead, Noah.
Yeah, so quick chip in. What we are saying and doing right now, the federal government, they set up a panel at a time, and the wife of the president was accusing the Nigerian army and the federal government that after they set up all the panel, they did investigation and they come up with two solutions. The civilians, the solution from the civilian aspect and the solution from the military. That till today, when she was speaking at the time, she said they never implement the recommendation, that it is the federal government that is behind it. Though I think I have the details somewhere. But what is the solution? There is a particular type of drone that can fly to a particular altitude that can fish out anybody and their activity in any bush or wherever, Sahel, wherever they are. That they make sure that they did not buy those equipment. Now, my question is this: can we take them to court, like federal government, and force them to put those recommendations into effect?
Unfortunately,
because for them to be able to have 1 billion to buy ammunition and stuff like that, because at this point we need to be dragging them, and the only way I think we can drag them is the court, because we cannot engage them one-on-one. I think I'm just asking because you guys know better.
I would say it's a good idea. I would say it's a good idea. Unfortunately, the reality is that just in the case we took against them for the Ekiti elections, for example, to delay and actually hold all the elections, as they literally bounced that to the side, and they came up with a flimsy thing, and whereby they've now postponed that indefinitely. So they do not believe it. They tell us to comply with the rule of law, the very rule of law. They don't comply. So
well, this is a fraudulent government,
Yes.
and it's a fraudulent, court.
Yeah.
So a fraudulent court cannot dismiss itself, right? Because one of the
Then-
things that the lawsuit by NINAS, which was previously Movement for No Nigeria, was against the 1999 Constitution, and they deferred it indefinitely since 2007, 2009.
You see?
They deferred it indefinitely.
So that is
Okay.
definitely.
So again,
Okay,
I just
so
wanted to let's
another
kind of finish
question
over
is-
here so that people understand what we're talking about, right?
Okay.
The International Criminal Court, the Nigerian Armed Forces, are just as bad as this Boko Haram, ISIS, etc. Because they're responsible for rape, war crimes. You guys listening? War crimes. And we have determined that all of this is happening against indigenous people in the Middle Belt to the south. War crimes against indigenous people from the Middle Belt to the south. War crimes, murder, and other things. The things that they're doing is unspeakable. So again, we indigenous Nigerians, and Hausa Fulani is not indigenous. We are the ancestral owners of the land.
Exactly.
The Fulanis are visitors and migrants to our land.
Exactly.
And yet they have captured the ruling of Nigeria for an extended period of time. And look, about set to do it if we allow this 2023 election to go through with Atiku, who has conveniently split to PDP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let us be clear on what is going on, and let us be clear of what we are called to do as a people. T.Y. Danjuma has called you. Autumn has called you. May Lafia, may he rest in peace, has called you.
Yep.
Right? So we need to have all the churches and the imams, right? And the mosques in the Middle Belt of the South, calling their people to defend themselves, to defend their inheritance, defend their land against these foreigners that are invading Nigeria. These are foreigners that are invading Nigeria, and the government is complicit. So do not expect the government to come to your help. They are the ones aiding. That's what T.Y. Danjuma says. They are aiding the bandits.
Yes, so they collude. They collude.
Let's talk about the helicopter.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that one.
Was used. Okay, Noah, go ahead. Let me find that story on the helicopter. So
Bolade.
Okay.
The helicopter that was used against the people.
So another security measure is like to this particular meeting, we need to put it in black and white as a security measure and security measure to counter the terrorism based on the AY's operation something against
Community Action Plan Against Terrorism.
Yes,
CAPAT.
Community Action Plan. I'm gonna jump on that project.
Yes, I'll get you on board. I think have I got you? We'll talk some more. I'll get some things drawn up, and we need to pull this up and really,
Okay, because they already have what they call Amotekun or wherever network they have, if they are loyal enough, joining them or not joining them. But one major recommendation we need to get is this laser. There's a particular gun that is called.
Yeah, but let's not talk about that, please. Anything to do with that, please. Let's not. Yeah.
Okay. The helicopter thing, we too can have helicopter, but I don't think we can have.
The helicopter was used
in
attacking.
I know.
I'm just saying to counter, because these guys, should they start their action plan of mass genocide in the West? As
it's already started.
It started already.
It started. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so then let's start selling the private jet that the churches have and using it to buy security.
Wow, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, but we need to
let you use it. I
think one of the things we'll say is
what happens when the prostate enlarges in the urine channel?
So anything that what I would suggest is this: anything in terms of security discussions, let's keep it off.
Yeah,
One thing. Secondly,
all.
what I would suggest is that, you see, in terms of those kind of things, it is not a realistic thing for us to expect that those people would willingly allow us to do that. But there are other means as well, again, that I would rather look at in terms of how the people can use what they have to get what they want, what they need. For example, there are things that we can do, and oftentimes it is those things that are more effective on ground. So whilst I liked and I know it's the passion and the commitment to this project that is driving your suggestion, but that suggestion you came up with, the one I'll go back to that, the one where we talked about actually, recalling the senators. That's a brilliant one. That is something.
Yeah, that's one that we have been talking about since last year, that we need to really get our people to do.
On ground, and it's the people on ground that have to do it, and that would actually get them engaged.
Well, we need to help them with that, because that's why
we can help them. We can help them.
We need to help them with that.
Absolutely, we will help them. But the thing is that the actual steps taken, because if the community gets energized in that process, then they will realize what is actually going on, and then it's much more easier for them to really do the defending themselves, which is what we want in the first place. Because it would expose to them, when they realize that, when they see that actually they are now putting stops to try and stop them from even recalling the senator, then they realize that they're on their own and they have to defend themselves, and that is where it is going to get really. We need to. I'm certain about that, because many senators will say, "No, I'm not having that." They will start trying to pay off some people, start trying, and as they're being killed, that reality will come home that they have to unite under the Kapat's plan that I'm talking about, and begin to defend themselves, because this is about our people taking action. But you're right. We are.
So this was a plan that we discussed that would, if the political process continues to heat up, and if the killings don't subside, then that's when we're going to trigger that plan. Because like I said, we spoke to the attorneys last year to make sure who we can recall and if we can do this, and because we have to go through the INEC to do this, so we need to have folks who have their voters cards to be able to actually pull this off.
Indeed.
So, but these are things that I don't typically like to talk about at these meetings, and kind of we kind of like to keep them in. So, Noah, I appreciate you bringing things up, but the things we don't want to bring out in the open, and the things that we're planning to do. So,
it's okay. I understand.
Okay, so let us kind of wrap up now. I'm going to give everyone a minute or less to wrap up, and that's going to be Stephen, Ogaraku, Noah, and Citizen AY. Let's start with Noah. Let's do a wrap up.
So the wrap up that I'm just going to say is, we need to have a kind of a budget or stipend for ways to protect the people that are putting their face on the camera. Because I keep repeating this. These guys are international assassinators. Eugene, you are there. You knew the group that is sent to the States against our rally. You are there. You know what I'm talking about. So when we are trying to protect the people at home, we need to protect. We need to make provision and protect and ready to rally around, like guide people that are putting their face on the camera. And I keep repeating this. So after this meeting, I'm going to call the why. These are the things I need to tell you too. So that is what I'm going to, because we cannot just be like, moving without making provision for backup. Because if you're going to come for backup, there must be a provision for it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, there are, absolutely. We will have to, we'll definitely. So, of course.
Because we love these people so much, like we even love them more than ourselves. And that is to a fault.
Yeah.
So that's my own.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So next, can we bring in Ogaraku or Ruby? Would you like to say a few words before we go? Ruby, you've not said anything at all, Ruby. My sister, I can you do? Do you want to say anything? No, Ruby. Can you unmute?
Yeah,
sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I can hardly hear you now. Go ahead. Sorry, I was. Go ahead.
Do I have been listening? But problem with network.
Okay.
My network is right.
Okay. That's fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you. If you can speak for a few minutes before we wrap up. Okay, I think his network is bad. That's okay, Ruby. We get that. Okay, let us hear from Alagba Ogaraku. Can you say a few words? I think he may have left. I'm not too sure. In that case, okay, let's hear from Bolade and my brother, and then we'll speak to Elder Stephen Fality. Thank you.
Yeah, this thing we're doing or we're trying to do is it's got a lot of how do I put it, stages to it, but one which we in diaspora can do will be maybe calling out our home governments on the issues with Nigeria. Because I would say, especially with Britain, the UK, where I am, we should be able to, because the UK played a very prominent role in the whole history of Nigeria from inception, when it was created anyway, till now. So we should be able to go to the British and say, what's going on? Why is that going on? Because they know more than we do. So we should be able to go to them and say, right, what are you doing with this? Why is that going on? And how's it all going down?
Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. We have taken steps and we're doing a lot of stuff. I don't know if there's a lot of rally and protest and emails. I've certainly, one of the things that I agree with you. I think all of us, again, I will reiterate, we need to write a lot of letters to our MPs locally. That's probably the first police point of call for us, and then get involved in the rally, and then calling out the likes of Katrina Ling when she's talking to us about the unity of Nigeria when we know that it is not. So there's a lot of steps we need to take from that point of view. But I appreciate and I thank you very much for that comment.
Did they not say the ambassador to Nigeria went to some Durban in
yes,
Kano?
That's correct.
They say they have the most horses in the world. Isn't it great? Isn't it great?
Exactly,
You have all those horses.
Exactly. So all of this stuff that is just trying to sugarcoat and cover up what the atrocities, that's not going to work. We know. Thank you very much, my brother. Let's hear from Elder Stephen Fality, sir. If you can say a few words before we wrap it up.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to emphasize that we need to reshape our narrative to bring to light the culpability of the British government and all the atrocities and its continuing complicity in the atrocities of the Fulanis. The atrocities did not happen out of thin air. It's part of the grand plan of the UK government to perpetuate its colonization strategy of Nigeria, only using the Fulanis as a proxy. And because the Fulanis themselves have an agenda to capture Nigeria and subjugate its citizens for their own, they are doing a tremendously notorious job at it. So we just need to change our narratives to prick the global audience's conscience that the power players are the UKs of the world. And UK, unless and until the UK starts to speak up, we don't see any abatement of the atrocities going on, or for that matter, any accountability for all the atrocities of the Fulani against the indigenous people of Nigeria. And unfortunately, as we all know, and I've emphasized on these programs, the Fulanis are a tribe of nomadic vagrants who are not indigenous to Nigeria. So any narrative that we are trying to secede, it's rather disingenuous, coming from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I am going to just we need to wrap up now, my brother. But I know you'd like to say a few more things, but let's just wrap up. Thank you very much. I would just like to say, look, when all is said and done, please, I want you to have as a pressing concern the security and safety of our people. That primary responsibility of the government has been abandoned, and instead they've actually turned on our people. The onus is on us to awaken our people from their slumber, to defend themselves by any means necessary. I again put before the entire community of Yorubas and Middle Belters and the Igbos and all of us from the Middle Belt to the South, that we must rapidly organize ourselves in our communities, set up the community action plan against terrorism that will be effective on ground. The only people that can talk are the people who are alive, and we need our people alive. The attacks in Owo has shown us the capacity of these people to do serious damage. If we just continue to talk without equipping our people with knowledge, giving them the knowledge and ability to use what they have to get what they want and need, their land, we do not. This genocide will get worse. So I'm urgently calling on us all. Please let us get involved in this project. Let us encourage every community. Set up a community action plan against terrorism. Yes, we also highlight that if the governors of the states now pass the vigilante laws, fantastic. But the community must take action themselves. We have to encourage them not to wait. They have to protect themselves. There are ways we can do things, but we're not going to talk about it on air. Thank you very much. Jean?
Okay, thank you all very much. I think this has been very informative for our audience today. Bernard Henri Levy, thank you very much. He was very emphatic that the West should sanction Nigeria's genocide. He called it a genocide. He called the government complicit. And he is asking for sanctions, not guns to be sold to Nigeria. And so we've had the information from various independent sources about what's going on in Nigeria. There is a jihad. It is resulting in a genocide that is ongoing. Hundreds of thousands have been killed. Millions have been displaced. Over 100 million are being currently starved to death, while 6 billion naira is being spent on cell phone repair. And the government is putting in 119 ranches under Ruga that was rejected by Nigerian lawmakers, but they're going ahead to do it anyway. This Fulani government is going ahead to put in 119 ranches in Benue, Taraba, where these Fulani terrorists, this Fulani herdsman terrorists, are killing on a daily basis indigenous Nigerians, as you heard from T.Y. Danjuma, you've heard from Autumn, you've heard from May Lafia, and you've seen in the news. He wants to put in 119 ranches with Nigeria money and bring in Zulum wants to integrate 35,000 repentant terrorists. Where did these terrorists come from? And what country has ever integrated terrorists successfully? None. And so the key takeaway here is indigenous Nigerians must arise and defend their land from Fulani invaders and jihadists. Indigenous Nigerians do not include Fulani. They are migrants. They are invading migrants. Everyone can go and look up the history of Osman Danfodio. They might have prevented history in Nigeria. Just Google Osman Danfodio, and the jihad of Osman Danfodio, and you will see what the intent is. As you can see, have mass killings, 142 people, 150 people, 42, 22, on a daily basis now. Arise, indigenous Nigerians. You must defend your heritage. You must defend the future of your children. You must stand for the lives of the 100 million that they're trying to snuff out with starvation by destroying all those farms. And these local areas where these foreign Fulanis are hiding in the forest need to flush them out. If the government is not going to get rid of illegal immigrants, you need to protect yourself. The Nigerian law, the international law, the African law gives you permission to protect your life and property.
Yeah.
These foreigners are coming in to take that from you, your life, the life of your children, the future of your children, your heritage, your freedoms, your money, everything that you have.
Yes.
So thank you all very much, and we'll be here again next week, bringing you, as we always do, these information pulled together so that you can see it in one place. So please, we ask that you will subscribe to all of our YouTube channels, that you send this information far and wide. Let it get down to the villages. They need to see that translated into your own language so that they can see this. And more importantly, at this point, you need to go to your governors and insist that they put a security plan in place, similar to what Autumn has done. And that these vigilantes must be indigenous to that area, not visitors, not migrants, not anyone from any place else. They must be from the people, from that particular land that we're talking about. So if it's Ondo we're talking about, they are original people from Ondo, because there's an existential threat to indigents. So indigents must be the ones protecting themselves, because the government has failed to do so. The state government is not doing so. And so there needs to but the citizens need to demand it of the governors, the senators, and the House of Rep. And there will be consequences if that doesn't happen. So thank you all again. And we'll see you back here next week, same time, and with more hard-hitting topics and lots and lots of support, so that everyone can see we're not making these things up. These are plain facts. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And we will be ending the stream now.